As the words were spoken, the little fatty moved at lightning speed. In an instant, he neared the heaven-reaching drum. Under everyone's watchful eyes and Wang Bao's attentive gaze, the little fatty raised his right hand, and the star-guiding drumstick materialized. As he leaped, he arrived next to the 1,000-foot-long heaven-reaching drum and struck it hard. Thud! A muffled, loud sound reverberated through the sky. The sound was deep and shocking. It reverberated through the heavens and earth, shaking the hearts and minds of all cultivators. It was the same for Wang Bao. His breathing quickened slightly, and he immediately saw the sea of clouds in the sky dissipate rapidly. The originally clear sky turned pitch black in an instant. The first sound of the drum is the sound that opens the sky. It can turn the sky into a curtain and make the stars appear clear and bright. Sensing Wang Bao's gaze on the sky, the red-lined paper figurine spoke calmly beside him. The moment he spoke, the little fatty let out a loud roar. He waved the drumstick in his hand and struck the drum a second time. The second sound of the drum was heard. As the sound appeared, scattered stars appeared in the pitch-black sky. Compared to the entire sky, the number of stars was very small. It seemed to be less than 1 in 10,000. The stars that appeared were mostly dim. It was obvious that they were all ordinary stars. The second drum beat will initiate the prelude to attracting the stars. The more the drum beats stack up, the more stars will appear. This way, the chances of spirit stars and immortal stars appearing will increase. If the drum beat reaches the 7th beat, one will be qualified to attract special stars. The same thing will happen from now on. The more the drum beats stack up, the higher the chances of special stars appearing. According to the records of the Starfall Empire, if you can strike more than 10 times, you will have the initial possibility of creating a Dao star. However, the probability is extremely low. The Emperor of Starfall said calmly, explaining everything to Wang Bao. It allowed him to understand everything to the greatest extent before he struck the heaven-connecting drum. Wang Bao was very grateful towards this. He turned his head and bowed towards the Emperor of Starfall. At the same time, the little fatty struck 3 times and 4 times. The number of stars in the sky continued to increase. From the 3rd strike to the 4th strike, the entire sky seemed to be filled with stars. As if they could gather together, they had already occupied 20% of the space in the sky. The light from these stars was different from before. Those that were brighter were not ordinary stars, but spirit stars. As the little fatty struck out a 4th time, a brighter light appeared in the starlight in the sky. It was the immortal planet. As he watched all of this, a strange light appeared in Wang Bao's eyes. His most basic goal had been the immortal planet. Now that he saw it, he felt a wave of emotions. However, these waves were mostly filled with ambition. I wonder if this little fatty will be able to lure out a special planet, Wang Bao muttered to himself. In the plaza outside the Imperial City and throughout the entire Starfall Empire, almost everyone was paying attention to this place. After seeing the little fatty knock 4 times, faint sounds of discussion could be heard. Everyone was guessing if a special star would appear. The little fatty was the same. He was excited and nervous. After knocking 4 times, he could already feel the difficulty. The first knock was fine, but for the 4th knock, he had used almost all the power of his cultivation. At that moment, his body was almost empty. However, since he dared to strike the first time, he was naturally prepared. With a roar, he lifted his left hand and ripped off a jade pendant hanging around his neck. After crushing it, the jade pendant immediately began to emit a mist that enveloped it. Within the mist, Fatty's energy exploded out, and he began to strike again with the drumstick. The 5th strike, the sky shook, and starlight gathered into a galaxy. The number of stars that filled the area had already taken up 30% of the area. As the aura grew, more and more immortal planets appeared. It was a pity that there were still no special stars. The fog around the little fatty had already dissipated, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. His face was pale, and he looked as if he had reached his limit. He's that weak. Wang Bao was a little surprised when he saw this. It's not that he's weak, it's the difficulty of the beating. The further you go, the harder it becomes. Little friend, Do you know how many drumbeats there have been in the fallen star lands over the years? The Emperor of the Fallen Star looked at Wang Baol, and when he saw Wang Baol shake his head, he spoke calmly. 10. As the Emperor of the Fallen Star uttered those words, the little fatty let out a shrill roar. His body trembled as he activated his mystic technique. His body began to wither visibly. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he had turned into a skeleton. At the cost of his life, he finally struck out a sixth time. As he struck out, the starlight in the sky shone brightly. It occupied 40% of the starry sky, and at the same time a star finally appeared that surpassed all the starlight that had appeared. A special planet! The sound of an uproar instantly rang out from all directions. The masked woman and the other's eyes shone with a strange light. Fatty seemed to have overexerted himself too much. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body fell from midair. The drumstick in his hand had no strength left to support it. It dissipated in an instant, turning into specks of light that dissipated. It was also at this moment that the unique star in the sky suddenly shone. It instantly attracted starlight and descended, enveloping the little fatty. It lifted his unconscious body up into the sky. When it finally disappeared from everyone's eyes, the stars in the sky dimmed and dissipated. Only the unique star was hanging high up in the sky. If one looked closely, one could see that the little fatty who had disappeared inside seemed to be inside. This fatty has really fused with the special star. Wang Baol's breathing quickened, and his eyes were filled with desire. He felt that if the other party could succeed, then there would be no problem for him. This kid's luck is not bad. Even though it's only the lowest level of the special star, it's still his good fortune to be recognized. The Emperor of the Fallen Star said slowly. Then he looked at Wang Baol and spoke again. Special planets that contain laws are generally divided into 9 grades. The upper grade is still far from the Tao star, but if there's a chance, there's a very small chance of advancing to the Tao star. However, the chance is too small. The one that this kid has fused with is of the lower 9 grades. Above the first grade, there's actually another special planet. I call them ancient stars. For countless years, after failing to advance to the Tao star, they were still unwilling to accept it and tried to surpass themselves. Ancient stars. In the land of the fallen star, there have been a total of 9 such ancient stars since ancient times. 9th grade? Gu Xing above the first grade. Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He was about to question the latter in detail when, following the little fatty, a second outer realm prodigy flew out and charged towards the sky-reaching drum. The second person was the masked woman. Her appearance caught Wang Baol's attention. In reality, she was one of the strongest outer realm prodigies this time. Her appearance. The scholarly cultivators and the rest paid special attention to her as well. Her demeanor wasn't something the little fatty could compare to. As she neared, the drumstick in her hand materialized, and she struck it 5 times in one go. The galaxy that had just dissipated in the sky rematerialized in that instant. Wang Baol couldn't see the masked woman's face, but her aura was calm and composed. She struck out 6 times and 7 times. After 2 strikes, a storm appeared in the starry sky. The number of stars covered almost 70% of the area, and there were many special stars within. Some of them were even more resplendent. They were clearly not lower 9th grade, but middle grade. Middle 4th grade. The Emperor of the Fallen Star, who was beside him, exclaimed in admiration. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. As he muttered to himself, the masked woman struck the 8th time. However, this seemed to be her limit. After striking the 8th time, the masked woman's body trembled visibly, and her aura was extremely weak. The starry sky suddenly brightened. The number of stars spread to 80% of the entire starry sky. There were billions of stars in the starry sky of this magnitude, and they were densely packed together. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe the starry sky as filled with starlight. There were even 3 stars that surpassed all the other stars. They hung high up in the sky, and without the comparison of stronger starlight, these 3 stars seemed to be able to illuminate all directions. A strange light shone in the eyes of the falling star emperor as he said softly, High-grade second-grade stars. If we can strike them again, we can draw out all the high-grade second-grade stars. There's even a high chance that a high-grade first-grade special star will appear. It's a pity that she has already reached her limit. Even if she has external forces, she won't be able to do it. With the cultivation level of the Sovereign of Starfall, its judgment was rarely wrong when it came to the advancement of spiritual immortals to planets. In fact, that was indeed the case. The masked woman did not knock out the 9th time. It was not that she did not want to, but she had even used a secret technique. However, the 9th time was different from the 6th time. The little fatty could knock 6 times under the secret technique, but she could not knock 9 times under the secret technique. The difference between the 9th strike and the 6th strike was an insurmountable gap between heaven and earth. Even though it was a pity, the masked woman was in a good mood. In the end, she chose a purple star among the 3 special stars, fused with it, and disappeared from everyone's sight. When she appeared, she was already in the star she had chosen. The next step would be fusion and a breakthrough. The breakthrough here wouldn't pose a problem in terms of safety. This was also the final step of every training in the Fallen Starlands. Everyone continued to strike. There were high and low levels. Brother Gao had struck the 7th strike and obtained a unique lower 7th grade star. The other 2 who didn't have much interaction with Wang Baol had also stopped at the 6th or 7th strike. Even though they had obtained a unique star, the quality of the star was at the low grade. Wang Baol had paid close attention to all of this throughout the entire process. As he compared himself, he gained a better understanding of the way he had struck the heaven-reaching drum. The remaining refined cultivators, the youth in black, the bell lady, and the little girl were all highly valued by Wang Baol. The little girl was the strangest of them all. She had clearly knocked out the 8th time at her limit, drawing out a unique upper second grade planet. However, she had given up everything in the end and hadn't chosen any planet to be her own. Even the Emperor of the Fallen Star had a thoughtful look in his eyes as he looked at her a few more times. Wang Baol was extremely surprised as well. If it had been any other time, he would have thought about it carefully. However, now was not the time to think about it. The performance of the next 3 people was so stunning that it didn't just shock him, it also shocked everyone in the entire Fallen Star Empire. The scholarly cultivator from the first sect of the left path was the first to strike the 9th drum. Even though this was his limit and he was unable to strike the 10th drum, he still had the remaining strength. Even though he was weak, he was still able to stand there. He raised his head and looked at the stars in the sky. There were a large number of upper second grade special stars, as well as 3 stars that were brighter than all the other stars. If one took a closer look, one could see that on the 3 most brilliant stars, there seemed to be the appearance of a strange beast. It was as if they were no longer simple stars, but had the initial signs of life. There are only 37 high-grade and first-grade special stars in the land of the fallen stars. For this young man to be able to draw out 3 of them, he must be extraordinary. The eyes of the Emperor of the Fallen Stars were filled with admiration. As he spoke slowly, Wang Baol's gaze was also attracted by the special stars in the sky. However, no matter how bright the 3 special stars were, they didn't catch the scholarly cultivator's eye at that moment. He stood there and stared at the sky. He didn't look at the 3 upper-grade and first-grade stars. Instead, he was looking for the Tao star that he felt was fated to be with him. Why hasn't the Tao star appeared yet? The scholarly cultivator's breathing quickened. He knew very well that he could choose any of the 3 first-grade stars if he wanted to. If it had been before, he would definitely have chosen one, but now, all he could think about was the Tao stars. In his anxiety, madness appeared in the eyes of the scholarly cultivator. He lifted his right hand and unleashed some sort of divine ability that caused blood to ooze out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he waved the drumstick in his hand. As if he were going all out, he struck it again. Rumbling could be heard as the 10th sound echoed out. The sky trembled, and it seemed as if it were about to flip over. More stars appeared, and as the 10th sound echoed out, the drumstick in the scholarly cultivator's hand shattered. He seemed to have lost all of his strength as he fell to the ground and struggled to his feet. His eyes were bright red as he looked at the stars in the sky. After frantically searching for a Tao star, he laughed bitterly and clenched his fist. "I only want a Tao star," he said. "The rest of the stars are nothing but ants." As soon as his words left his mouth, the starry sky began to shine brightly. All of the stars began to dim and fade away, including the 3 first-grade stars. In the instant that the sky turned pitch black, suddenly, a strand of starlight descended from the sky and converged on the scholarly cultivator. Shockingly, an extremely bright star appeared in the sky. It was as bright as the sun and looked like a sovereign. However, it didn't appear completely. It was only an indistinct shadow. The starlight that fell wasn't being pulled. It was more like it was being marked as a backup. Even though it was only a backup, it still made the scholarly cultivator tremble. His aura was sharp, and all the cultivators in the Starfall Empire were shocked. They all bowed to the Tao star in the sky. Even the Emperor of the Starfall Empire lowered his head slightly to show his respect. As for Wang Baol, his heart was in turmoil, and a strong desire appeared in his eyes. This Tao star was his greatest dream in the Starfall Empire. However, this Tao star was too arrogant. It was so arrogant that it seemed to have gotten used to the gazes of worship and desire from all living beings. Even if the scholarly cultivator used all his strength to strike the 10th time since ancient times, all it did was create a blurry image and mark it. As for Wang Baol, it didn't even look at him. Instead, the black-robed youth and the bell lady were swept by the starlight. Their minds were shaken, and they rushed out almost at the same time. They charged straight for the supreme drum. Regardless of the order, their target was the 2 sides of the 1,000-foot-tall drum. It was obvious that they had to strike at the same time. They seemed to be competing, but at the same time they seemed to be performing. They wanted to attract the attention of the Tao Star, to make the Tao Star choose them. Even though this didn't conform to the rules under the illusion of the Tao Star in the sky, even the Emperor of the Fallen Stars didn't speak. The others seemed to have forgotten the rules. All they could see was the only shining illusory Tao Star in the starry sky. Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He could sense that the Tao Star seemed to be ignoring him. However, he believed that it was just an illusion. Now that he saw the bell lady and the black-robed youth striking at the same time, he gritted his teeth and leaped forward. He flew out of the main hall and headed straight for the heaven-reaching drum. Wang Baol, who was rushing over, didn't notice the Emperor of Starfall behind him. He wanted to speak, but he didn't. There was helplessness and regret in his eyes. Naturally, he couldn't hear the red-lined paper figurine mumbling, "It won't choose you." Wang Baol, whose eyes were filled with desire, sped up. In an instant, he flew across half the plaza. He arrived almost at the same time as the bell lady and the black-robed youth. Just as the 2 of them were about to strike, the drumstick in Wang Baol's hand materialized and struck towards the center of the heaven-connecting drum. The first sound caused the sky to change color. The arrogant Tao Star looked down on all living things before disappearing into the sky. It seemed to be testing the 3 people who were striking the drum to see if they had the right to reveal themselves again. The second sound caused starlight to appear once again in the dim starry sky. However, not only was the amount of starlight rare, the light was dim. In fact, it was as if the starlight was anthropomorphic. It was as if their emotions were in a state of depression. The third sound caused ripples to spread out in the starry sky. There were even more stars, but they were still in a state of depression. It was only after the 3 people struck the 4th sound and the 5th sound that they seemed to have some vitality. At the same time, they transformed into a galaxy. Mortal stars, spirit stars, and immortal stars appeared one after another. Then came the 6th sound, the 7th sound, and the 8th sound. The sky rumbled, and countless stars transformed simultaneously. They filled the entire starry sky, and as the 3 of them struck, the unique stars erupted with unprecedented power. Countless low-grade stars, a large number of mid-grade stars, as well as hundreds of upper 3rd and upper 2nd grade stars. It caused the starry sky to be filled with magnificent waves that were difficult to describe with words. It wasn't difficult for the black-robed youth and the bell lady to knock 8 times in one go. However, the pressure and overdraft that followed still made their breathing and faces pale. It was the same for Wang Beol. He finally experienced the difficulties that those people had faced when they knocked. That was because every time they knocked, it was a storm that affected their bodies and their souls. It felt as if they weren't using drumsticks to knock, but using their own lives to knock. The 8th strike shook his soul, causing Wang Beol's vision to blur. Although he recovered quickly, he could feel that the 9th strike was not impossible for him. But the price he had to pay was even greater. This is nothing. I have to strike 10 times. Wang Beol gritted his teeth, his expression vicious. Without any hesitation, he waved the drumstick in his hand and struck the black-robed youth who was emitting a murderous aura. The bell lady, who had a fierce look in her eyes, struck the 9th time at the same time. At that moment, a tempest sprang up in the starry sky. Countless stars shone brightly, causing heaven and earth to appear the same color. At the same time, 5 top-grade, first-grade special stars appeared. It was as if they had been ignored by the scholarly cultivators in the past. However, they were still filled with hope, and worked hard to make their bodies shine with boundless light. The land was illuminated by the starlight, and the hearts and minds of countless paper people shook. However, although 5 first-grade special stars appeared in the starry sky, the Tao stars did not appear again. As the 9th drumbeat rang out, the backlash from the 9th drumbeat exploded out. The first person to be unable to withstand it was the black-robed young man, whose body trembled violently. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body seemed to be on the verge of withering away. His essence, chi, and spirit instantly became much dimmer. In fact, as his body swayed, he seemed to be on the verge of falling from the side of the drum. However, he still held on. Gritting his teeth, he took out a black stone from his bosom. He did not know what sort of creature of good fortune it was, but when he pinched it, it instantly melted, turning into black smoke that seeped into the young man's 7 apertures. This caused his face to flush red, and his originally dim life force to suddenly soar. However, anyone could tell that this stone was most likely the medicine of tigers and wolves. Its effects were too fierce. If he swallowed it, although it could increase his life force, it would definitely not last for long. Furthermore, it would definitely deplete a lot of his life force in the future. And now, the young man in black no longer cared. He only had Tao Star in his eyes. Now that he had struck the 9th strike, he suddenly looked up as if to search for Tao Star. When he was certain that he did not see Tao Star, he breathed heavily, and at that moment showing the same madness and obsession as the genteel monk. Strike 10. It was the same with the bell girl. The 9th strike had also reached the limits of her life and cultivation. At this moment, her internal organs seemed to be on the verge of collapse. As her spirit shook, she shook the natal bell on her wrist. 3 cracks appeared on it as the price. She had to endure the majority of the backlash before she managed to stabilize herself. She panted heavily. After failing to find a Tao Star like the black-robed youth, her eyes were filled with madness. Strike the 10th strike. Wang Beol was similarly frantic. He tried his best to adjust his breathing and his body trembled. The backlash from the 9th strike had caused his entire body to be on the verge of collapse. However, his deep foundation and his spirit that surpassed others. That was why he hadn't reached his limit yet. He still had some strength left. I can still do it. The words of the 3 of them rang out almost at the same time. They reverberated across the square, the land, and the sky. Their auras erupted once again. They waved the drumsticks in their hands at the same time and struck the supreme heavenly drum for the 10th time. A loud boom shook the sky. In that instant, it spread throughout the entire fallen star. The color of the starry sky changed, and the wind and clouds swirled. The sky seemed to tilt, and the land trembled violently. The entire sky suddenly changed from the glow of the stars. All the stars dimmed, until the entire sky was pitch black. According to the experiences of the scholarly cultivators, this was a sign that the Tao Star was about to reveal itself. At that moment, countless people from the fallen star empire all held their breaths and looked up. However, The black-robed young man couldn't take it any longer. Blood sprayed out uncontrollably, and most of his hair turned gray. His body fell to the ground with a bang, and the drumstick in his hand also lost its support and shattered. It turned into specks of light that dissipated. The bell girl also coughed up blood, and her face was as pale as a sheet. It was as if she had been struck by a powerful force. Although she didn't fall, she was still pushed back 300 meters. The bell on her wrist began to fill with countless cracks. With a bang, the entire thing exploded. The drumstick in her hand couldn't hold on any longer, and was about to shatter just like the black-robed young man. However, no one knew what divine ability she had used, but as she struggled to form an incantation gesture with her left hand, more than a dozen other chosen who had come with her to Starfall City didn't qualify. Their bodies trembled violently, and then withered away, as if their life force had been sucked away. In fact, it didn't even seem to be enough. In the next instant, the screams of the dozen or so people came to an abrupt halt, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everything in their bodies was stripped away, and at the price of that, even though the bell lady's oil lamp was running dry. The drumstick in her hand didn't collapse. However, cracks spread across the surface of the drumstick, and it was obvious that she couldn't hit it anymore. She could only maintain it for now. However, compared to the black-robed youth and the scholarly cultivator, it was clear who was superior. In the end, the bell lady panted heavily, her heart filled with excitement. However, when she turned to look at where Wang Baol was, her excitement instantly froze. That was because Wang Baol was also the one who didn't collapse the drumstick. Not only had the drumstick not shattered, it hadn't even cracked. "Thank you, Continental." The bell maiden's pupils constricted, and her killing intent grew stronger. In her opinion, Wang Baol was her only competitor for the Dao Star. The 10th strike was, in fact, Wang Baol's limit. His body had turned into mist due to the backlash from the 10th strike. However, in the next instant, with Wang Baol's full potential unleashed, with the Emperor armor forcefully condensing, his body that had spread out gathered back together, and the drumstick in his hand didn't collapse. However, the feeling of being on the verge of death was especially intense at that moment. Even though Wang Baol could still stand beside the heaven-connecting drum, his body was on the verge of collapse. He was extremely exhausted, but he wasn't anxious. That was because he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. It was the innate ability of the stellar nascent soul realm. Another thing, if my main body is here, fusing with my clone, then even if I don't use the innate ability of the star nascent soul, I'll be able to knock out the 11th strike that has never been done before. Wang Bao muttered to himself. Wang Bao felt the vicious gaze from the bell lady, so he grinned and looked at her provocatively. "You?" The bell lady's breathing froze. She was about to speak, but at that moment, a thunderous boom suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky. Amidst the rumbling thunder, bolts of lightning materialized, as if they were about to split the sky apart. As the countless bolts of lightning filled the air, an emperor-like planet appeared in the sky. It was still not fully visible, and only a blurry shadow could be seen. However, the haughtiness of looking down at everyone from above still caused everyone who saw it to lower their heads. This planet was none other than Dao Star. It manifested for the 10th time. At that moment, it looked as if it were looking at an ant in the sky. As the starlight spread out, it looked as if its gaze was fixed on the ground, and on the black-robed young man and the bell lady, as if it were examining them. The black-robed young man's eyes exploded with madness and determination as he struggled to his feet and roared at the Dao Star in the sky. "Fuse with me and become my planet. I will lead you into battle in the starry sky. I will kill you to prove my Dao, and I will not tarnish your Dao Star's name." As soon as the words left his mouth, the light from the only Dao Star in the sky grew even more intense. It seemed to solidify quite a bit from its illusory state, as if it was beginning to yearn for the black-robed young man's words. However, it was at this moment that the bell-clad young woman suddenly dropped to her knees and kowtowed to the Dao Star in the sky. As she kowtowed, she lifted her head up high, and with a devout expression, she began to kowtow to the Dao Star. "If you merge with me, then I will be willing to take second place." I will serve you as my master, and assist you in your glorious journey, and glorify the Tao Star's name. As soon as the bell-clad young woman spoke, the light from the Tao Star in the sky grew even brighter than it had ever been before. It enveloped the entire world, and although it had yet to fully reveal itself, it was still in its illusory state. However, the fluctuations of its will were now visible to all. The black-robed young man's face fell, and his eyes filled with disbelief. Even the quiet, scholarly cultivator suddenly turned to look at the Bell Maiden. The surrounding paperman cultivators' faces flickered as they looked at the Bell Maiden, and the Emperor of Starry Fall's eyes began to shine with a fierce light. The Emperor of the Starry Sky Empire shook his head. Cultivators of our generation, regardless of our clan, need to have a bottom line and principles. When cultivating in the star fusion realm, the stars come first. I am the master. Even if I were a Tao star, I wouldn't go so far as to go against the grain. Why would I go so far as to go against the grain? If the person who had spoken those words was someone from the Starry Sky Empire, then he would definitely punish him severely. However, since he was a foreigner, he couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to him, and the fierce look in his eyes turned into contempt. Let's see how this overly arrogant Tao star will choose. There didn't seem to be much suspense in the Tao star's choice. At that moment, the brightness of its light was increasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Starlight fell, and even the starlight that had originally landed on the scholarly cultivator and the black-robed youth disappeared as well, as if it was about to gather on the Bell Maiden's side. As for Wang Bail, he was like a passerby in its eyes. Even now, it seemed like it had chosen to ignore him. Outsiders might not be able to feel such a strong feeling, but it wasn't the first time Wang Bail had experienced such an experience on this Tao star. His expression turned ugly, and he lowered his head to look at the drumstick in his hand. The corners of Wang Bail's mouth suddenly twitched. When he raised his head, there was no longer a stubborn look in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of arrogance. Hey, I'm not done yet. Rather than speaking to the Tao star, the words were more like Wang Bail's instructions to himself. The beating of the heaven-connecting drum had brought the star to this place, and most of the others felt that it was the end. However, Wang Bail didn't think so, as he still had a lot of preparations to make. His original plan was to use his trump cards to obtain the Tao star during the final intense competition. However, the arrogance of the Tao star made Wang Bail grow impatient. You're arrogant, but I'm still arrogant. Wang Bail was filled with a strong sense of dissatisfaction. As the star shone and seemed to be about to choose the Bell Lady, he formed a seal with his left hand, and a paper slip appeared. Looking at the paper slip, all the paper figures in the square shuddered. They could feel the mysterious feeling coming from the paper slip, as if the paper was inextricably linked to them. The paper slip had been given to them by the Emperor of the Meteorite Empire. Once it was burned, it would attract the blessings of the Meteorite Empire's kismet. With that, a special planet would descend. As it appeared, Wang Bail waved his left hand. The paper slip immediately began to burn. As it did, all the citizens of the Meteorite Empire trembled slightly. An invisible aura emanated from their bodies, spreading across the various regions of the Meteorite Empire and heading straight for the Imperial Palace. It was as if the burning of the paper slip was some sort of command. In the next instant, countless auras surged out from the clouds in all directions. Even the Emperor of the Starfall Empire was no exception. As the auras from all directions appeared and gathered together, a faint roar could be heard from heaven and earth. The roar reverberated through heaven and earth, affecting the heavens. Ripples like fish scales appeared in the sky above the single planet. The ripples grew thicker and more numerous. In the end, as the roar continued, they formed an illusory paper chilin. As it roared in the heavens and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the scholarly cultivator and the young man in black stared with their mouths agape. As the Bell Maiden's face turned pale with shock, and as the planet seemed to tremble slightly, it charged towards Wang Bail, who was beside the heaven-connecting drum, outside the Imperial Palace Square. It descended in an instant and overlapped with Wang Bail's body in an instant. After it completely merged with his body, Wang Bao's entire body trembled violently. Waves of majestic power erupted within his body, causing his previously withered soul and potential to. They all recovered at that moment. There were even more waves that couldn't be contained within his body. The only thing that could be contained was an explosion. The 11th strike. Wang Bao's breathing quickened slightly, and his eyes lit up. He threw his head back and roared loudly, and his body charged towards the heaven-connecting drum in front of everyone's eyes. The drumstick in his hand shone with a bright light, and it landed instantly. The supreme heavenly drum vibrated violently, and, for the first time in the history of the fallen star, 11 sounds rang out. Dong! The sound was so loud that it shook the heavens and earth. It was so vast and shocking that even the Tao stars in the sky shook. The earth trembled violently, and airwaves spread out from the supreme heavenly drum, sweeping across all directions. It was as if the heavens and earth had become hazy. The most shocking thing was the Tao stars in the sky. As the sound of the drum rang out, a force that it could not resist tugged at it, turning it from an illusion to a reality. It had originally done the same thing because of the Bell Maiden's oath. However, it had come of its own accord, but now, it seemed to have been forcefully guided by the pulling force. This made the Tao star, which was clearly equipped with some intelligence and emotions, seem to become angry. It immediately broke free from the pulling force. However, the moment it broke free, Wang Bao's eyes were filled with pride as he allowed the waves within his body to rumble. He struck the drum once again. The 12th strike. The sound of the drum shook the heavens and earth in that instant, replacing all sound in the world. The sound waves it stirred were extremely violent, and they had already materialized into a storm that spread out in all directions. The force of the pull on the Tao star also increased exponentially. It caused the minds of all the living beings in the meteorite empire to buzz at that moment, as if they had lost the ability to think. Before they could recover, Wang Bao's breathing quickened as he roared once again. He used all the luck from the meteorite empire that he had obtained in his body to strike. The 13th strike. The moment the 13th strike was struck, the starry sky rumbled. Illusory threads that no one had seen before suddenly materialized and began to coil around the Tao star. They seemed to form a huge net, as if they were trying to pull the Tao star out of its illusory state. To a certain extent, this was already very disrespectful to the Tao star. The Tao star, which possessed both consciousness and emotions, seemed to be even more enraged as it began to struggle madly. As it struggled, shocking light erupted out, causing the night sky to seem as if it were day. The paper figurines in the square and in various parts of the Starfall Empire also began to recover from their earlier state of shock. What followed was a massive uproar. 13 sounds. Unprecedented. What happened just now? Why do I feel like I'm helping him lead the Tao star? This is a peerless genius. I can feel the fury of the Tao star. Heavens! He's not gaining the approval of the Tao star, he's hunting down the Tao star. The clamor from the crowd was overwhelming. Even the Emperor of the Fallen Star had a strange look in his eyes. Things had developed differently from what he had expected. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was in line with his understanding of the Xia continent. With the other party's background, it seemed like it was within his expectations to do so. If he had done so, there was no need to mention the scholarly cultivator and the black-robed youth. Their minds were buzzing. They looked at Wang Bao as if they had seen a ghost. In fact, from what they could tell, it was not an exaggeration to describe the Xia continent as a god. Only the Bell Lady's body was trembling violently, and her eyes were filled with madness and hatred. She wanted to rush out to stop Wang Bao, but she did not have the strength to do so. She could only watch helplessly as Wang Bao struck the heaven-connecting drum. The wrath of the firmament Tao star continued to erupt. What's the big deal? It's the same as chasing after some girls. Instead of making you ignore me, it's better for you to be angry at me. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. He was going all out, no longer considering whether the Tao star was a Tao star or not. The force formed by the 13 strikes didn't seem to be enough. As the Tao stars struggled and struggled in anger, the threads kept breaking. It's not over yet. Wang Bao's eyes shone brightly. He was about to unleash the power of the star-nascent soul that he had been suppressing all this while. With his innate ability, he tried to beat the drum again. However, before his star-nascent soul power could disperse, suddenly, the kindness he had felt from the world after he had left the black paper sea after the seal had been restored was now even more overwhelming. The kindness was like an ocean, spreading out from the land of the fallen stars, from the sky, from the white paper mountains, rivers, and vegetation. It didn't matter if it was alive or not. At that moment, all the living things in the land of the fallen star exuded an obvious goodwill. The goodwill instantly gathered and formed a consciousness. This was the consciousness of all living things. It was also the consciousness of the land of the fallen star. It was above the empire of the fallen star. It was as if it was the very essence of the world. It gathered towards Wang Bao. This was the goodwill of the world, and it was also the gratitude of the world. At that moment, it couldn't be more appropriate to describe it as the disciple of fate, the chosen one. As it gathered, and as Wang Bao was shocked, his body floated up on its own, and countless consciousnesses merged into it. For a moment, a trance appeared before his eyes. It was as if he had become the sky, the earth, all living things, and this world. Wang Bao raised his head to look at the sky. He saw that the sky was still filled with stars, and there was only one Tao star. However, at that moment he saw the vibration of the Tao star. It was as if the Tao star had never expected that on the person it despised. Such luck had gathered. Other than the Tao star, Wang Bao's mind was filled with bliss. The star-nascent soul in his body began to revolve. As it revolved, Wang Bao's mind began to rumble. It was as if everything in his eyes had changed in an instant. He saw the stars hidden in the sky. They were all the stars, not a single one missing. All of them appeared before his eyes, and they contained all the special stars, for example, the 37 first-grade stars. There were also 9 stars that exuded an ancient aura. They had a sense of time, and their radiance surpassed all others. They were second only to the Tao stars. Wang Bao knew that those were the ancient stars that the fallen star emperor had mentioned. He was looking at them, and they were also looking at him. What was strange was that even though Wang Bao was beneath them, he gave off a feeling of being looked down upon. The 9 ancient stars looked at Wang Bao from above, as if they were looking up. It was as if he was also a star. They stared at each other. It was only for an instant, but in Wang Bao's heart and mind, it was as if they were eternal. As he pondered, he stopped the operation of the star-nascent soul. He closed his eyes and covered the stars that were hidden in the sky. He raised his right hand and waved the drumstick in his hand, causing the hearts of everyone around him to tremble. He struck the 14th time. The refined cultivator and the black-robed youth were shaken once again. He struck the 15th time. The bell-girl's eyes were bloodshot. She had sunk into despair. She struck the 16th time. The goodwill of the entire world descended. Amidst the struggles of the Tao stars in the sky, she struck the 17th time. Dong, 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 dong. 4 strikes in a row. Every strike caused the world to rumble. Every strike caused the sky to distort. Every strike caused all beings in the area to feel as if they had been struck in the heart. Their minds buzzed as if they had been struck by lightning. Similarly, every strike was Wang Bao's full strength. However, even with the blessing of the world's goodwill, Wang Bao still found it difficult to breathe. It was as if his body was about to be torn apart. After all, from the 10th strike onwards, the arrival of external forces required him to support himself. However, in the end, he was still not a planet. He was not even his actual body. He was only a clone. 17 strikes was the limit. His vision became blurry, and his body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any moment due to the inability to bear the goodwill of the world. However, the effects of the 4 strikes were equally earth-shattering. It reached a level that was unprecedented in the fallen star. It was something that no one had ever seen or even imagined in their entire lives. The entire sky seemed as if it was about to be torn apart. It had no choice but to turn into a huge whirlpool. It was as if a storm was roaring within, and the fallen star was trembling. As for the Tao star that seemed to be entangled by a large number of threads and was about to be forcefully pulled down. As it struggled, threads kept breaking. However, as Wang Baol struck the heaven-connecting drum 4 times in a row, more threads suddenly materialized like a waterfall. They seemed to form a large hand that grabbed onto the Tao star. The moment he grabbed onto the Tao star, Wang Baol's mind was filled with an intense roar. Even though he had only grabbed it from across space, the feeling of touching it allowed him to instantly understand the rules of the Tao star. The aura from his entire body soared into the sky at that moment. It merged with the world and seemed to become one. It seemed to borrow the will of the entire meteorite land and the fate of the meteorite empire to gather itself. With an aura that couldn't be reversed, Wang Baol grabbed the Tao star with all his remaining strength. He roared and yanked it forcefully. "Get down!" This yank gave everyone the feeling that the starry sky had tilted to a large extent. The Tao star, which had been struggling in an illusory state, erupted with an extremely bright light. It was forcefully pulled out of its illusory state by more than half. With a loud boom, the starry sky caved in, and a huge star appeared in the sky. It occupied almost 30% of the starry sky, revealing almost 70% of the star. It was now clear that the majority of the planet was no longer illusory. It was now corporeal, and in its corporeal state everyone could clearly see what the entire planet looked like. It was completely different from the other planets. It hung in the sky like a paper star. After being dragged out of the planet, the light of the planet once again erupted out, forming a blinding light that converged into a sea of light. It illuminated the entire fallen star region to the extreme, and at the same time, it radiated an unprecedented fury. The sea of light descended from the sky from the Tao star. The fury was intense and incomparably clear. It was as if it could transform into a sea of fire that wished to burn the entire world. That was because as a Tao star it had its own will. It could sense the tiny life form on the land. No matter how it compared to itself, it was extremely weak. There was a huge gap between it and its own level. However, because it was born in the fallen star region, and because its laws were formed by the fallen star region's laws, it was as if there was an ancient contract between it and the fallen star region. At the same time, it would also be restrained. This restraint, it hadn't paid much attention to it before, because the fallen star region wouldn't interfere with the choices of the stars. However, today was the first time it had shown it. Although it had been able to remain arrogant despite the arrival of the aura of a paragon from the outer reaches, it could only struggle passively in front of this tiny creature, and was unable to take the initiative to punish it for its crimes. All of this was because of the fate of the entire meteor empire, which had been bestowed upon the tiny creature. It was because the will of the meteor domain had also descended upon it, as if it were telling it to choose that person to fuse with, to become its planet. This was not its will, which was why it was struggling. It did not like that person, nor did it believe that he would not tarnish the name of its Tao star. In fact, it was filled with loathing for that person because from what it could see, the reason why he had been able to strike it so far was because of external forces. It did not want such a person. It wanted to choose the person next to it, the person who was willing to make it its master, and the person who was willing to make it its second. That was its choice. That was why it was angry. It struggled. And as that anger spread, the sea of light erupted. A shadow of fire appeared around the Tao star, as if it was about to burn. It wasn't self-immolation, but it was an attempt to sever itself. The Tao star had chosen to show its determination to sever itself from the fallen star to prove that it would never yield to its will and choose Wang Baol. It was unable to speak, but its rage spread, causing every single existence in the entire fallen star empire to feel its will clearly. They fell silent. The will that the Tao star exuded seemed to be right in their dissatisfaction with Wang Baol's reliance on external forces. In comparison, both the Bell Lady and the black-robed youth had external forces to help them, but in their eyes, most of them still relied on themselves. "You would rather be cut off from the fallen star lands than choose me?" Because you think I rely on external help. Wang Baol was silent. Beside him, the Bell Lady's eyes were filled with joy. The ups and downs of losing something and regaining it made her excited, and her body was trembling. She was about to speak, but before the Bell Lady could say anything, Wang Baol suddenly smiled. He raised his head to look at the Tao stars in the sky that he had drawn out. There was coldness in his smile. He suddenly turned to the Emperor of Starfall, who was standing in front of the main hall of the Imperial Palace. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply. "Senior, please retrieve your fate." The Emperor of Starfall looked at Wang Baol silently. He seemed to understand Wang Baol's choice. He raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, cracking sounds came from Wang Baol's body. The wisps of aura that had gathered previously belonged to the citizens of Starfall. It instantly spread out from his body and spread in all directions, returning to the bodies of all living beings. This scene made all the people of the fallen stars who saw it freeze in their eyes. A strong sense of weakness appeared in Wang Baol's body and mind at that moment, causing his body to tremble continuously. However, he still turned around and bowed once more towards the heavens and the earth, towards the fallen star's world. "I request the supreme will of the fallen star world to withdraw its support." After a short period of silence, a soft sigh reverberated clearly in the hearts of every living creature in the world. As the sigh reverberated, a five-colored glow radiated from Wang Baol's body. White represented the sky, black represented the land, green represented life, blue represented the ocean, and white represented the laws. The light gathered between Wang Baol's brows and finally dispersed outside his body, turning into 5 long arcs that returned to heaven and earth. As they left, Wang Baol's body instantly lost all support. At that moment, the fate of the fallen star empire was gone, and the goodwill of the world had disappeared. His external forces could be said to have all been returned. He held onto the heaven-reaching drum. He barely stood there. Under his weak aura, there was a sense of dominance that was rising. At that moment, all the living beings in the entire fallen star area were staring at him. Even Dao Xing, who had been dragged out of the sky and was filled with anger, seemed to hesitate for a moment before looking at Wang Baol. "I don't know if it's just because you didn't choose to fuse with me that you found an excuse. Regardless, now that I've returned the external force, what happens next? You have to take a good look." Wang Baol said calmly, however. When he said the last 4 words, he raised his head abruptly. His eyes, which had dimmed due to the loss of luck and goodwill, suddenly erupted with a glow that was even more intense than before. This glow, to be precise, it was starlight. Star, nascent soul. Wang Baol roared in his heart. He raised both his hands and lifted them towards the sky. The talent of a stellar nascent soul allowed those who possessed it to grow stronger. The closer they were to the planet and the more planets there were, the more powerful they would become. The place where the stars fell wasn't a planet, but an empty region. The stars in the sky weren't visible, and there was only one Tao star. It could be said that to Wang Baol, who possessed the talent of a stellar nascent soul, there was a certain amount of support, but it wasn't as great as he had imagined. However, previously, when the world had been kind enough to support him, Wang Baol had been blessed with the talent of a star nascent soul. He had seen the hidden stars and all the stars. At that moment, he felt as if he had transformed into a star. The feeling kept appearing in his mind. At that moment, as the aura of his star nascent soul erupted, as his cultivation surged, and as his hands rose towards the sky, instantly the entire starry sky rumbled. As the rumble spread, not only did the starlight in Wang Baol's eyes grow stronger, his body also shone with a bright light. The light grew brighter and brighter, and in the end it almost completely enveloped him. It lifted his body up, and the light continued to spread outwards. As he rose into the air and the starlight spread, the rumbling in the sky grew stronger. The faint stars that had lost their color and were no longer visible after the Tao stars descended seemed to resonate with him as well. Specks of starlight gradually appeared. Even though the starlight was still very weak and was immediately suppressed by the Tao stars as soon as it appeared, as Wang Baol continued to rise into the air and the starlight on his body grew brighter and brighter. As the feeling of him turning into a star grew stronger and stronger in his heart, the starry sky began to slowly change. More and more stars that were originally hidden began to resist the pressure of the Tao star and try to appear. More and more starlight began to spread. It was as if they were using their own actions to fight against the tyranny of the Tao star. Together with Wang Baol, however, the suppression of the Tao star intensified at that moment. If the Tao star had looked down on Wang Baol previously, it was already feeling uneasy at that moment. To it, Wang Baol was no longer a cultivator, but one of the stars. Therefore, his actions were a challenge to its own status. All of this was because the essence of the star nascent soul was a secret that Wang Baol had never discovered before. The star nascent soul, to a certain extent, was a star. However, it didn't have a physical body. It was the will of the star. If that was the case, Wang Baol's previous acquisition of the Tao star and his actions under the Tao star were akin to the star's own resistance and struggle. If the stars were compared to an empire, then the Tao star was the emperor. The star that Wang Baol represented was the rise of a minor figure to challenge the tyrant's existence. This scene caused everyone who saw it to have a drastic change in expression. All the paper figurines in the plaza were shocked. The scholarly cultivator and the black-robed youth gasped. The little girl beside them was also stunned. The bell lady, too, had a look of shock in her eyes. Even the Emperor of Starfall took a few steps forward, disbelief in his eyes. It's a stellar nascent soul. As one of the 5 legendary nascent souls in the never-ending Tao domain, the stellar nascent soul. It was a miracle in itself. At the same time, its secrecy was so rare that it was hard for outsiders to detect it. Even the Emperor of Starfall had only heard of it, but had never seen it before. That was why he hadn't noticed it on Wang Baol before. He had done the same, and the others had done the same. They all realized the reason, but the shock in their hearts didn't diminish. Instead, it grew stronger. That was because, at that moment, following Wang Baol's body, as the starlight enveloped the skies, the stars in the sky seemed to be struggling, eager to give it a try. It was as if they were unwilling to lose their light under the Tao star. They wanted to resist, but they needed a leader. The Tao stars seemed to have sensed this as well. Their anger grew stronger, and a large amount of light erupted, shaking the entire starry sky. They wanted to suppress the stars that seemed to defy their will as the light dispersed and the stars were about to be suppressed once again. Wang Baol suddenly raised his head. A strange look appeared in his eyes, and he said a sentence that spread across the entire starry sky. If the stars don't show themselves now, when will they? As he spoke, Wang Baol raised his right hand and the star guiding drumstick in his hand instantly shone with starlight. With a wave of his hand, the star guiding drumstick was like a shooting star. It shot straight towards the sky-reaching drum, fell in an instant and struck 18 times. The sound of the drum rose into the sky in that instant. It could be said to be the 18th strike, but it could also be said to be an infinite strike. As the strike landed, the sound of the drum rang out continuously. It was like the sound of a mountain collapsing and the sound of an ocean crashing. It spread in all directions. The sky changed, and the wind and clouds reversed. The starry sky seemed as if it were about to split apart, and huge fissures spread out in all directions. These fissures didn't really exist, but rather seemed to come from the suppression of the Tao stars. At the same time that the fissures appeared, massive rumbling sounds that sounded like the roars of stars could be heard from the heavens, and they exploded out in all directions. Rumbling filled the air, and countless lives were filled with astonishment. The starry sky was completely transformed, and countless stars appeared. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky reappeared, and all of the stars appeared, shining with brilliant starlight. No matter how the exasperated Tao stars tried to suppress the stars, it seemed impossible to completely stop them. That was because the stars that appeared were not just mortal stars, spirit stars, and immortal stars. There were also special stars. Thousands of special stars from the 2nd to 9th grades appeared, and 37 first-grade stars also appeared, all of which had never appeared before. Light spread out through the starry sky, and this scene could be described as a scene of stars fighting for glory. Perhaps it was still a bit off, but it was close. Clearly, all of this had shaken the will-filled Tao star time and time again. Under the provocation of its prestige, its fury exploded out, and the star body automatically changed from its previous state. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the complete star body. For the first time, it appeared in the sky, and its suppressive power was fully unleashed, causing the starry sky to distort. The stars, including the special stars, could no longer hold on, and it was at this moment. A planet that was like the morning star, second only to the Tao star, appeared directly to the east of the distorted starry sky. As it did, an ancient, archaic aura spread out in all directions, making it seem like a king of the frontier. In that instant, it exploded with brilliant light, causing the starry sky around it to no longer distort. Next, a second, a third, a fourth, and even a ninth ancient planet appeared, all of which occupied the entire area. At the same time, another planet appeared in the very center, as if it wanted to face the Tao star directly. "Ancient planets," murmured the sovereign of Starfall. All of the people in the Starfall Empire who knew about ancient planets felt waves of shock in their hearts. According to their historical records, ancient planets were just like Tao stars. They were legendary existences, ancient planets that had failed to advance to a Tao star, but were unwilling to give up. They had existed for a very long time. It was as if they had existed before the Starfall Empire. In fact, it could even be said that the reason they had failed was because they lacked a bit of luck and recognition. As long as they had enough luck, it wasn't impossible for them to advance to Tao stars. The reason why the Tao star with the paper-like laws had succeeded was because when it had advanced, it had received the recognition of the Starfall Empire. It had also received the support of the will of the Starfall land, which had given it a helping hand. To a certain extent, the prestige of the ancient stars was above that of the special stars. It was an existence second only to the Tao stars. Today, 9 ancient stars and the Tao stars had appeared at the same time. This scene was unprecedented and unprecedented. In the midst of the world's shock, the stars around them shone. The brilliance of the starry sky was indescribable. Everyone who saw this was buzzing in their minds. Only Wang Baol, who was standing in midair. He raised his head and stared at the heavenly star atlas. He looked at the stars around him. He looked at the thousands of special stars that were close to the inner ring. He looked at the 8 ancient stars in the central region. He looked at the 9th ancient star in the center. He looked at the only Tao star that seemed to be surrounded by the stars. He spoke slowly. "This time, I didn't use any external forces. Then, are you coming or not?" Wang Baol's voice reverberated in all directions. It traveled into the sky, and the starlight that was surrounded shone brightly for a few moments. Under everyone's watchful eyes, its body suddenly shrank. It formed a ray of light that was as white as paper and shot toward Wang Baol's position in the starry sky. However, as if to take revenge on Wang Baol, the white paper ray turned abruptly after getting close to him. It bypassed him and headed straight for the Bell Maiden, who was on the ground in despair. In that instant, it sank into her forehead and disappeared. The Bell Maiden was barely able to withstand it. She coughed up blood and passed out before she could rejoice. The starlight surrounding her body grew thicker and thicker. This scene caused all the cultivators who saw it to narrow their eyes. The entire world fell silent at that moment. They all looked at Wang Baol. It wasn't just them. The stars in the sky were staring as well. The 9 ancient stars. They were staring as well. Perhaps it could be said that they were waiting. Wang Baol lowered his head to look at the Bell Maiden, whose starlight was growing thicker and thicker. He was silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed. "So, what you said before about me relying on external forces was just an excuse?" After saying that, Wang Baol retracted his gaze and didn't look at her again. He had tried his best, performed, and fought for her, since she was still looking down on him. From then on, she was no longer qualified to be taken seriously by him. He looked at the starry sky and spoke slowly and calmly in a tone that had never been heard before. Who among you is willing to accompany me on my journey through the mountains and seas, to accompany me for the rest of my life? As soon as he spoke, the heavens shook and thunder shook the world. The stars shone together. Whether it was a mortal planet, a spirit planet, or an immortal planet, all of them erupted with intense light. All the special planets, from the 9th grade to the 1st grade. All of them revealed an unprecedented desire. This scene was enough to shake the heavens and earth. What was even more shocking was that the 9 ancient planets, at that moment, erupted with starlight in an almost frenzied manner. 9 mutated beasts appeared faintly on them. They all bowed to Wang Baol. The galaxy filled the sky, radiating with boundless light. This was the true splendor of the stars. Such a wondrous scene had never been seen since ancient times. At that moment, all the paper figurines in the plaza were once again shaken. Even though everything that had happened under Wang Baol's actions previously had already shocked them at that moment, they were once again shocked even more. There were also the people of Starfall who had witnessed everything with the refraction of the Almighty's supernatural power in the entire territory outside of the imperial capital. Their hearts were also in turmoil. When they raised their heads, they saw the twinkling stars in the sky. It caused the minds of all the people of Starfall to buzz incessantly. Rather than saying that the stars are competing for glory, it's more appropriate to say that the stars are competing for this person. What kind of opportunity does this person have? He actually caused the sea of stars to boil with excitement. He doesn't choose the Tao stars, but the stars worship him in unison. After a short period of silence, the uproar erupted throughout the entire Starfall Empire. The square in the Imperial Palace was no exception. It was the same for the officials and mighty figures behind the Starfall Emperor. Even the Meteorite Emperor himself was in a daze. The words that Wang Baol had said to him suddenly surfaced in his mind, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Everything that we miss is for the best arrangement. Then, which one will you choose?" At that moment, it wasn't just the lives of the people in the Meteorite Empire who were shocked. It was the same for the prodigies from the Weiyangdao domain like Wang Baol. It was the same for those cultivators who didn't have the status to come to the Imperial Palace and weren't qualified to ring the heaven-reaching drum. Li Linzi and the others, who were outside the Imperial Palace, were also shocked beyond belief. From the beginning to the end, the chance encounter with the stars had brought them too much shock. The subsequent battle for the Tao stars and Wang Baol's domineering rise, as well as the competition for the glory of the stars, had made them start from that moment on. Wang Baol's figure was firmly imprinted in their hearts. Only 2 words appeared in their minds. Such a prodigy. Other than them, a similar thought surfaced in the mind of the scholarly cultivator from the first sect of the left Tao. At that moment, he truly viewed Wang Baol as someone who was equal to him. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. The black-robed youth beside him also gave Wang Baol a deep look. His eyes dimmed slightly. As for the little girl, her eyes widened as she stared blankly at Wang Baol. No one knew what she was thinking, but her eyes grew brighter and brighter. As for the others, such as the masked woman, the little fatty, and Brother Gao, they had all chosen to fuse with the stars. Their consciousness did not spread out, and they did not know what was happening outside. However, compared to them, what was most shocking was the Tao star in the body of the unconscious Bell Lady. It was the Tao star in the body of the unconscious Bell Lady. In the end, the Tao star did not choose Wang Baol. Even when Wang Baol had used his full strength, it had still given up on him. However, the person it had given up on, he had actually caused the stars to compete for glory. If it had the emotions of a cultivator, then it must have been at a loss in its silence. It had a vague feeling that it had missed out on an important opportunity. That was because the cultivator that he had looked down on had only said who was willing to accompany him and hadn't said what would happen after that. That was equivalent to not giving him any benefits. He had only asked who was willing to come. Even so, it had still attracted the attention of the stars. Even Wang Baol himself hadn't expected such a grand scene. After a moment of silence, He looked at the sparkling stars in the starry sky. His expression became even more solemn. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply before giving his promise. Those who follow me, I will do everything in my power to make them rise to prominence and become the supreme stars of the Tao domain. This is my grand vow. The moment he said that, everyone who heard it was once again shaken. Even the falling star emperor's pupils constricted. That was because Wang Bao's words were too heavy. A Tao oath was a prayer of one's own future Tao. It served as proof of one's heart, hoping to gain the approval of the heavens and the starry skies. If one could engrave it into the laws of the starry skies, the Tao oath would exist forever. However, those who could engrave the laws of the starry skies with an oath, they had to be mighty figures. The rest would find it difficult to influence the laws of the starry skies. A grand vow was a vow that was even more solemn than a Tao oath. It didn't just serve as proof of one's heart with the Tao of the future. It also served as proof of the sincerity of the oath through one's own life and all traces of existence. Normally speaking, even an ordinary person, a grand wish had a slight impact on the laws of the starry skies. If one were to go back on their word, they would more or less suffer some backlash. The more fated one was, the greater the impact on the laws of the starry skies would be. If those with great fates were to open their mouths to make a grand wish, it would even cause a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. It wasn't that Wang Bao didn't know how serious his words were, but his heart told him that since the galaxy was willing to choose him, he must not disappoint the stars that chose him. As his words reverberated in the air, the stars in the sky trembled. Then, starlight erupted even more intensely, causing the sky to change and the clouds to shatter. The entire world was illuminated by starlight and the desire that came from the stars. It erupted crazily at that moment. It was as if every star was calling out, anticipating Wang Bao's choice. The 9 ancient stars, in particular, shone with the brightest light. The one at the center even fell down decisively amidst the desire. It had fallen down of its own accord. It had put its ancient dignity and its future on the line. If Wang Bao didn't choose it, it would have lost its recognition once again. The only way for an ancient star to advance to a Tao star was recognition. If Wang Bao didn't recognize it this time, it would have a huge impact on it. After all, choosing to be abandoned was harmful to both humans and the stars. The latter was worse. This scene completely shocked everyone who saw it. The ancient stars have taken the initiative to descend. An uproar erupted again. Before it could spread, the other 8 ancient stars in the sky, who seemed to be frantic and anxious, suddenly, all descended at the same time. Together with the one from before, they turned into 9 beams of light. They descended from the sky and charged straight at Wang Bao. In the end, under everyone's stunned gazes, the 9 stars revealed their true forms. They exuded an ancient aura and countless potholes, but they also became smaller and smaller. In the end, they all turned into the size of a fist, forming 9 extremely bright pearls that floated in front of Wang Bao. As the light shone, the stars in the sky trembled. Wang Bao's breathing froze as he looked at the 9 ancient stars before him. As they shone, his consciousness seemed to sense the desire of the 9 ancient stars and touch their will. I'm unwilling to stay like this forever. Even if the 9 are one, I'll still acknowledge it. As long as I can become a Tao star, do I need enough recognition? Wang Bao's eyes shone with a strange light. As he muttered to himself, the light in his eyes grew brighter. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. With my solemn vow as proof, I will allow all 9 of you to become one and become a supreme Tao star. As soon as he spoke, the 9 stars shone brightly, and the stars in the sky shone even brighter. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and as it spread, the sound of thunder reverberated throughout the entire meteorite land. A storm raged on the meteorite land. The storm didn't affect any life or matter. It was as if its purpose was to respond to Wang Bao's grand wish and his recognition of the 9 stars. If that was all, the grand wish might have caused some strange phenomena, but it wasn't enough. Wang Bao's current cultivation and luck were still too weak. He wanted to shake the entire Weiyang Dao domain's starry sky. It was almost impossible to imprint it into the laws of the starry skies, not to mention to acknowledge the merging of the 9 stars into a Dao star. That was unless there was a mighty figure willing to be a witness and acknowledge the matter. The stronger the witness, the greater the magnification of Wang Bao's grand vow. The greater the influence of the laws of the starry skies and the augmentation of the Dao domain. To a certain extent, this was the only way for a special star to advance to a Dao star. With sufficient recognition, the only law would be born. That was why at that moment, the falling star emperor, who was standing outside the palace hall, had a strange glint in its eyes. It suddenly spoke, and its voice spread across the heavens and earth. Allow! With the cultivation of the falling star emperor and the power of its status, the moment it spoke, it meant that it was willing to bear the karma and become the witness of Wang Bao's grand Dao vow. It was also willing to become the person who recognized the 9 stars combined into a Dao star. As soon as it said those words, the thunder in the sky rumbled even louder. Its body shook violently. As it bore the karma, Wang Bao seemed to receive a boost. The power of its grand Dao vow instantly increased. The 9 ancient stars in front of it shone at the peak of each other's radiance. The starlight between them began to show signs of merging together. Because they were merging with each other, if they failed, the backlash would be too severe for them to be destroyed. However, they would no longer be qualified to advance to a Dao star. However, it was clear that the recognition of the fallen star emperor was not enough for them to advance to a Dao star. That was because they were 9 stars, not 1. Therefore, the recognition they needed, as well as the difficulty of advancing to a Dao star, would rise to an unimaginable level. It was at this point that ripples spread out in the sky. All of the paper figurines in the square, as well as the fallen star cultivators outside of the imperial city, began to speak in unison. Quasi! Heaven and earth began to change, and rumbling sounds could be heard as the light from the 9 stars grew even more intense. At the same time, the ancestral emperor, who was sitting cross-legged in the black paper sea, opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to be able to see everything in the imperial city. After a moment of silence, he spoke calmly. Quasi! His words were integrated into the voices of all the cultivators in the Meteorite Empire. As they reverberated, the quasi-word seemed to no longer be the voice of a cultivator, but the voice of the Meteorite Empire's Kismet. This was witnessed by the Kismet of the Meteorite Empire. With the blessing of the fate of the empire, the mountains and seas rumbled, and the storm gathered around Wang Bao. The phenomenon grew even more majestic, and the power of the oath grew once again. The light of the 9 stars finally began to fuse, but it was still not enough. However, this was not the end. Other than the fate of the empire, there was also the will of the world in the Starfall Empire. As the voice of the fate of the empire reverberated, the will of the world turned into a voice. It appeared in the hearts and minds of all the living beings in the land. Allow! In an instant, the land of the fallen star erupted with unprecedented waves. If one looked from high up in the sky, one could see that the waves were all gathered around Wang Bao, causing the storm around Wang Bao to sweep across the entire land of the fallen star. The sea of light of the 9 stars instantly expanded, and the light from each star became one. At the same time, the stars began to move closer to each other, showing signs of merging with each other. This was the recognition of the entire fallen star land. The Dao star that had merged with the Bell Lady's body had been successfully upgraded under this recognition. However, at this moment, the recognition didn't seem to be enough to support the merging of the 9 stars into one. The speed at which they merged gradually slowed down, as if there were insufficient successors. It was clear that once the Dao star that had been upgraded from the 9 stars into one succeeded, its power would surpass that of the paper star. Different levels meant different requirements. Everyone was agitated. Wang Bao's breathing quickened. All of this wasn't over yet. There were other mighty figures as witnesses. Outside the fallen star, in the starry skies of the never-ending Dao domain, Chan Qingzi, who was fighting coldly and surrounded the moon-splitting divine emperor from within a giant whirlpool array formation, swung his long sword and killed countless cultivators of the never-ending clan. The wind blew his black hair. He raised his head. His clear and bright eyes were deep. He looked into the starry skies through his subconscious senses. After a long while, he laughed. Accurate. As a super powerhouse who could fight against the divine emperor and even kill him, his influence on the laws of the universe was naturally extremely strong. His fate was naturally earth-shattering. That was why his approval was extremely precious. As soon as he said those words, it was as if a raging fire was cooking oil. The storm that had been surrounding Wang Baol in the Fallen Star area instantly broke out of its restrictions and spread out of the Fallen Star area. The storm wasn't visible to everyone. Only those who were related to Wang Baol could sense it. Wang Baol seemed to have heard Chen Qingzi's voice. His heart was racing. The 9 ancient stars before him shone brightly once again. The fusion of the stars between them became frenzied at that moment. In an instant, the fusion reached almost 30%. The starry sky rumbled and the stars shone. Countless laws seemed to be manifesting on the 9 ancient stars. As they fused, the storm caused by Wang Baol's grand vow spread beyond the fallen stars. Another familiar old voice rang in his ears. Allow! In the Weiyang Dao domain, the left Dao sacred region, a special area was marked out. Flames filled the area. The blazing flame ancestor threw his head back and laughed loudly. With his deep old voice, he made Wang Baol's vow. He took another step forward, causing the storm to rise even higher. His and Chen Qingzi's testimony immediately had a strong impact on the heavenly laws of the Weiyang Dao domain. At that moment, within the storm around Wang Baol, there were faint nomological threads. They were faintly discernible. The appearance of these heavenly laws was a sign of initial recognition. For the 9 stars that were in the midst of merging, it was basically the highest form of glory. In an instant, the degree of fusion between them increased from 30% to 50%. It had increased from 30% to 50%. Even so, it still didn't seem to be enough to support it. Recognition seemed to be insufficient. This not only explained the difficulty of becoming a Dao star, it also explained another problem: the Dao stars that they formed. Their quality had probably reached its peak. As their laws fused with each other, the only law that was created would be even more terrifying. Seeing that there was no strength left to continue, and seeing that the light of the 9 stars in the fusion was beginning to dim, Wang Baol fell silent as well. However, in the next moment, a look of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. His breathing quickened slightly, and in his heart, he began to recite the Tao scriptures, the will, the Tao of sealing the heavens. All living beings need to overcome the immeasurable tribulation. The will to leave the abyss, to serve, to cultivate. The moment the Tao scriptures appeared, the heavens changed again. The starry sky trembled, and the galaxy rumbled. A consciousness from the outer realm, from the depths of the starry sky, suddenly descended at that moment. It was the power of a paragon of creation from the outer realm. Outside the Weiyang Dao domain, in the unfamiliar depths of the starry skies, a pair of calm eyes slowly opened. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly, only a head of white hair that seemed to float across the universe like a river of stars. As his eyes opened, he was silent for a moment before speaking calmly. Allow it. His words sounded like the sound of laws, like the laws of the universe, like the laws that followed his words, as if he was personally sealing them. As his words fell into Wang Baol's ears, his Tao oath, the Hong Yuan, exploded to an unprecedented level. It ignored the laws of the starry skies and branded itself directly. At the same time, the 9 ancient stars before him, they trembled violently. It was due to excitement. They merged with the original 50%, and in an instant, they reached 100%. As the light erupted, the stars in the starry sky shone with starlight and worshipped. The 9 ancient stars instantly became one, forming a ball of 9-colored light that floated in front of Wang Baol. It was as if it had submitted and landed in his palm. This was the eternal Tao planet. At that moment, all the living beings in the fallen stars lowered their heads. At that moment, the countless stars in the starry sky outside were trembling. At that moment, the nomological powers in the countless regions within the Weiyang Dao domain began to manifest, and the necessary changes began. That was because a new law would be born in this world. It would only belong to this planet, and it would only belong to Wang Bail. The Dao stars were also divided into different levels. The Dao stars formed from the fusion of the 9 ancient stars had clearly reached an extreme level, because the person who had acknowledged their birth was too extraordinary. The fallen star ancestor, who had followed Wang Bail into the fallen star lands, was powerful enough to cause a stir regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation or fate. There was also the current emperor of the fallen star, who was at the celestial domain realm. There was also the fate of the entire nation, which was formed by the gathering of all the citizens of the land of the fallen star. This kind of support was enough to shake the entire universe. In addition, there was the world will of the land of the fallen star. Its recognition was even more crucial. The entire land of the fallen star, as a whole, became an eternal witness. There was no need to mention the fact that the blazing flame ancestor, who was a mighty figure in the celestial domain, was also a witness of the planet and had given its recognition. His own existence was already able to affect the Weiyang universe. There was also Xianxia. His recognition surpassed the former. He had basically reached the pinnacle of the unending universe. This was because Xianxia's backer represented the dark sect, and his approval was, to a certain extent, the approval of the dark sect. As a result, although this Dao star didn't seem capable of succeeding, in reality, it already had all the necessary conditions. All it needed was time. As long as enough time was given, the 9 ancient stars would definitely be able to successfully advance. At that moment, the approval of the paragon from the other realms caused the entire Weiyang universe to tremble. His approval not only allowed the fusion of time to be completed in an instant, it also gave the entire Weiyang universe an unprecedented chance for a Dao star to ascend. Because of that, the moment this Dao star appeared, it could already be called a superstar within the Dao star. As the light shone, the stars in the sky of the fallen star worshipped it. All the citizens of the fallen star on the ground were shocked and lowered their heads. Even the emperor of the fallen star and his ancestors in the Black Paper Sea were shocked and bowed their heads. It was clear that as the Dao planet was formed, the voices of approval shocked them. The scholarly cultivator and the youth in black were also shocked. They stared at everything in a daze. They stared at Wang Bail, who was hovering in midair. Their expressions gradually dimmed, and they lowered their heads in reluctance. Even the little girl who had secretly activated her dark art had a solemn expression on her face at that moment. She seemed to have sensed a familiar aura that descended upon the fusion of the 9 ancient stars. The others were the same. Even though they had fused with the stars they had chosen and were in the process of upgrading to planets, they were still affected by the outside world and woke up within the stars. After sensing the outside world and seeing the 9-colored ball of light in front of Wang Bail, they were all shocked. This is impossible. The little fatty, Lu Xiaohai. His eyeballs almost fell out, and his heart was filled with grief and indignation. He felt that it was unfair. Why was it that he was only a special planet of the lowest level, and that the evil Xiadalu had personally sealed it and created a Dao planet? What made him the saddest was that the special planet that he had fused with had Wind Dao as its rules. This Dao was one of the rules of the 9 ancient planets that had once existed within the 9-colored Dao planet. To a certain extent, even if he were to advance to a planet, he would be completely suppressed by the other party. In contrast to him, the masked woman opened her eyes and stared at him for a moment. Suddenly, she laughed and murmured softly, "Wang Bail." As she spoke, she closed her eyes and ignored him. Instead, she continued her breakthrough. It was a pity that Wang Bail couldn't sense the movements on the planet where the masked woman was. If he could, he would be in a state of shock right now. That was because his real name was almost unknown even in the Divine Eye Galaxy. There was no need to mention that he was in the fallen star. However, the masked woman had said it out loud. Everyone in the fallen star was shocked and worshipped her. The stars in the sky shone brightly as if they were welcoming the new emperor. The bell girl was still unconscious, but the Tao star in her body was trembling violently. It was filled with unwillingness. It was filled with anger and a hint of regret. Could feel the level of suppression. They were both Tao stars, but when it looked at the nine-colored star in front of Wang Baol, it felt a sense of admiration. This feeling made it very clear to the conscious it. It represented the same status, but their statuses were completely different. It was like the emperor of a mortal world. Some were the emperor of a small country, while others were the emperor of a large country. They were both emperors, however, how could their statuses and power be the same? What made it tremble even more was that it had a faint sense of the unique law that was born from the Tao stars formed by the 9 ancient stars. Its instincts told it that this unique law was a powerful invasion and threat to it. As the living beings worshipped it and the Tao stars of the paper laws trembled, Wang Baol's breathing was filled with excitement. He was extremely excited. At the same time, he placed all his attention on the 9-colored Tao stars before him. The 9 colors, other than the usual 7 colors, were black and white. As he looked at the Tao star, he could feel the worship coming from the other party. He could also feel the gratitude and vow of companionship that came from it. There was also a brand that was unique to him that was contained within the Tao star. This brand was an invisible manifestation of the power of Wang Baol's grand vow. It represented the recognition of the star as its master and its determination to never betray its master. This was because the recognition of all the mighty figures was based on Wang Baol's grand vow. To put it simply, it was both a witness and a fulfillment of Wang Baol's wish. Therefore, once the Tao star betrayed and lost Wang Baol's great Tao vow, it would lose everything, and its star would instantly shatter. As he understood all of this, Wang Baol immediately sensed the rules contained within the 9-colored Tao star with the help of the brand within it. The color was 9, and each color represented the different rules of the 9 ancient stars. The moment they merged and successfully upgraded to a Tao star, the 9 rules solidified. The solidification was enhanced by the upgrade to a Tao star. If one were to compare the division of the rules to authority, then when there was no Tao star with the corresponding 9 rules in the world. The 9 rules that were solidified on this Tao star were like kings under the emperor. Although they weren't unique, the other planets in the world could also have these 9 rules. However, when it was reflected on the person who owned this Tao star, it would allow the person to unleash the power of the 9 rules. Furthermore, the invisible resistance within the person's body. It would also be more effective when they encountered enemies with the 9 rules. The difference between the strong and the weak had already allowed Wang Baol to stand at the peak of the same level of cultivation on the planet. He wasn't much weaker than the Bell Maiden who possessed the Tao planet of the paper laws. This was because the 9 laws basically contained less than half of the Tao techniques and divine abilities that cultivators could unleash. From now on, any cultivator who cultivated the 9 laws would be no match for Wang Baol in the same level of cultivation, unless their cultivation level was much higher than Wang Baol's, and they were able to suppress him with their strength. This was not all that Wang Baol had gained this time. To be more precise, this was just the tip of the iceberg. What he had gained this time was that after the 9 ancient planets merged together, they were influenced by each other's laws. With the approval of a few mighty figures, what he had gained was imprinted into the Weiyang universe and formed the only law. This law only belonged to this Tao planet. What exactly was it? It had just been formed, so even Wang Baol could only vaguely sense it. He needed to fuse it into his body and upgrade it to a planet. Only then would he be able to fully grasp it. That way, it would be even harder for outsiders to know. All he could determine was the laws of the 9 ancient planets that it had once belonged to. As for the only law, he could only make guesses. I can vaguely sense that the only rule is very interesting, Wang Baol muttered to himself. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the glowing 9-colored planet before him. He spoke calmly, as if he was speaking from a decree. The 9-colored Tao planet has yet to return to its rightful place. When will it return? As soon as he spoke, the 9-colored Tao planet let out a humming sound. It was as if it had agreed to Wang Baol's request. As the light shone dazzlingly, it charged towards Wang Bao's forehead and merged into it. The great circle of spirit immortal fused with a star to break through to the planet realm. Although the methods were different from each sect, the overall process and steps were the same. It was just that the details were different. Generally speaking, if one fused with an ordinary spirit star, the process would not be too long. It was usually done in a short period of time, and the possibility of an accident was very small. If it was an immortal star, it would take a little longer. Furthermore, they would need to find a place to seclude themselves and not be disturbed. However, in general, the advancement of merging with a spirit planet and an immortal planet was very simple. However, if they merged with a special planet, the difficulty and risk would increase by a lot. Not only did they have an extreme requirement for cultivation, they also had a requirement for the soul. The more complete the soul, the greater the possibility of success. As for the steps, they were different from the spirit and immortal planets. What was needed was for the cultivator to completely merge with the special planet. To a certain extent, they could be considered as an embryo. The cultivator would slowly absorb within the fusion until they perfectly fused with the laws of the special planet. Only then would they be able to break through and step into the planet realm. There was a possibility of failure in the process, and there were also dangers. Of course, in the fallen stars, the degree of danger would be greatly reduced. For example, the little fatty, the masked woman, and the other cultivators who were currently in the heavenly planet. What they were doing now was to integrate into the rules. As for the method of integrating and upgrading the Tao stars, no one knew. Since ancient times, only one person had managed to integrate with the Tao stars. It had been too long, so naturally, it wouldn't be known to the public. That was why Wang Bao himself didn't know what to do in order to complete the breakthrough in his cultivation. However, when the 9-colored Tao star rushed into his glabella, Wang Bao understood. To be precise, it wasn't that he understood. It was that he had somehow sensed the method to achieve a breakthrough. He didn't need to do anything himself. He just needed to rely on this feeling and walk up step by step, understanding the solidified rules of the Tao star step by step. Walk up. Wang Bao closed his eyes and felt the waves of power of rules emanating from the Tao star in his body. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd outside, he slowly opened his eyes. He was already standing in the low altitude. As his eyes gained enlightenment, he took a step towards the heavens. This was the first step. The instant his foot landed, the shadow of a star appeared beneath Wang Bao's feet. The red color of the star seemed to have been dyed with fresh blood. From afar, it didn't look like a star, but more like a blood ball. As it appeared, a thick stench of blood spread out in all directions. If one were to take a closer look, one could even see a red halo spreading out around the blood-colored planet. One of the 9 planets, the Tao of the red blood, Wang Bao muttered. Blood chi spread out from his body instantly. This planet was one of the ancient planets. It contained the solidified law and it used blood as the Tao. It was extremely evil. As he spoke, the blood light on his body intensified. Wang Bao instantly understood the law completely. It was branded into his mind and soul, causing blood to appear in his clone's body. His entire aura and cultivation erupted at that moment. 2 of the 9 stars, the Tao of joy of the orange. Wang Bao's eyes shone with a strange light. He took another step towards the sky, and the second star under his feet materialized. It shone with a bright orange glow. It was so bright that it sounded like an immortal's voice was coming from within his body. It spread in all directions, falling into nothingness, into the heavens and earth, and into the minds of every living being in the area. It was as if the heavens and earth were making a sound, as if all living things were humming. This was the second solidified law of the Tao star, the Tao of joy. An orange ring of light materialized outside the star. As it reflected the crimson ring of light, Wang Bao's aura and cultivation erupted once again, forming a shocking ripple. Judging from his aura, it was several times higher than before. It wasn't over yet. As his cultivation erupted and rose, Wang Bao took his 3rd and 4th steps towards the sky. 9 stars, 3 yellow flame Tao, 9 stars. 4 green plant Tao. His figure rose higher and higher. It was no longer low in the sky, but close to high in the sky. As his feet landed, the third and fourth stars materialized. Along with the yellow and green rings of light, they also spread out in all directions. His aura rose once again, affecting the heavens and spreading across the land. The powerful ripples were 10 times stronger than before. The fire Dao technique, which was a fire Dao technique, was now burning within the halos, causing the entire world to heat up. The plant Dao technique was even stronger, causing the tens of thousands of flowers around Wang Bail, who was in the sky, to appear and bloom. This scene shocked everyone who saw it. Wang Bail took his 5th, 6th, and 7th steps. He stepped into the sky and stood among the stars. His voice also rang out at that moment. 5, 6, and 7 stars appeared beneath his feet and spread in all directions. 5 of the 9 stars, the blue cloud Dao. 6 of the 9 stars, the blue wind Dao. 7 of the 9 stars, the purple Dao devouring Dao. The cloud Dao had many variations. It was the main illusion technique, the fog body. As soon as this Dao appeared, Wang Bail immediately felt a vague sensation. As he gained enlightenment, the intent of the clouds appeared in his eyes. From then on, unless a Dao star with only one rule, the cloud Dao, appeared, if he were to become the king among the cloud Dao planet-level cultivators, who would dare be the king? The Dao of wind, on the other hand, had a formless sense of speed. The appearance of this Dao caused the storms around Wang Bail to rumble. The increase in speed was self-evident. When combined with the Dao of clouds, the speed could reach a terrifying level. The final Dao was the purple devouring Dao. This Dao focused on devouring. Everything in the universe could be devoured. As it appeared, Wang Bail's body instantly gave off the feeling of a whirlpool. The whirlpool had no end and seemed capable of devouring everything. Wang Bail could imagine that when the Dao of devouring worked together with his devouring seed, its power would reach an earth-shattering level. He couldn't help but ponder in his heart. The devouring seed, could it have once been a Dao star? It wasn't the time to ponder. The thought flashed through Wang Bail's mind, but he suppressed it. What followed was the crazy increase in his cultivation and aura. As it rose, his hair flew in the wind. His clothes fluttered in the wind. His combat strength had increased by tens of times when he hadn't been to the fallen star, and it was still increasing exponentially. His figure was now high in the sky, accompanied by the stars. As they shone, Wang Bail took his 8th step. The 8 of the 9 stars, white as the Dao of light. The 8th star shone with a dazzling white light. It appeared with a loud bang. As it materialized and the halo spread, the blinding light surpassed everything else. That was because light was the Dao. Wang Bail looked up. The white light in the sky was like an ocean. As it rippled, Wang Bail's aura rose once again. He was like a celestial being. Amidst the boundless aura, he took a 9th step, approaching the end of the sky. 9 of the 9 stars. Black is the Dao of death. The Dao of death was the Dao of death. It looked the same as the dark sect, but it was completely different. The latter was more like reincarnation, while the former only represented death. As he appeared, Wang Bail's body trembled. His pupils were pitch black as well. He exuded an endless aura of death, and the ripples of his cultivation surged to the maximum in that instant, causing the heavens to tremble. The earth rumbled. Wang Bail, who was at the end of the heavens, had a look of understanding in his eyes. In the future, I will use the 9 stars laws to create 9 divine abilities that belong to me. As he mumbled, Wang Bail lowered his head to look at the ground. Then he raised his head again and looked into the sky. After a long while, the 9 halos beneath his feet shone. Everyone was shocked. As the 9 stars buzzed, Wang Bail walked towards the end of the sky. The 10th step, ascending to the heavens. As he landed, the 9 stars trembled violently. They rose into the sky and merged into Wang Bail's body. Within his body, they gathered into the 9 colored Dao stars. The 9 halos neared him in an instant. They branded the mark between his brows and turned into the mark of the 9 rings. His cultivation erupted at that moment. instantly pushing his aura to rise wildly. The sound of the mirror shattering reverberated in Wang Bao's ears, and his cultivation broke through. He stepped into the planetary grade. The world seemed to have changed in his eyes. The sky, the earth, the wind, the clouds, and all living things seemed to have their veils lifted, revealing their true nature. As he stared at all of this, Wang Bao finally understood what the only law that had been born was. What an overbearing law! Wang Bao muttered. He raised his right hand and flipped it, and a cloud of mist appeared out of thin air. When it appeared in his hand, the cloud of mist rapidly transformed into a piece of paper. With the approval of all the mighty figures and even the supremacies from the outer realms, the only law of a Tao planet naturally couldn't be paper. Wang Bao looked at the paper cloud in his hand and watched it transform back into a cloud of mist with his will. He smiled. The light in his eyes grew brighter. He murmured softly in a voice that only he could hear. The art of engraving. It can engrave tens of thousands of Tao in the universe. With the support of the Tao star, even if the person being engraved is the only rule of the Tao star, he or she will not be spared. Once I succeed in engraving, it will be difficult to determine who is stronger. 9 ancient stars combined into one to form a Tao star that contained a total of 10 laws. 9 of them were the original laws of the 9 ancient stars. Now that they had been solidified, and with the support of the grade of the Tao star, the grade of the 9 laws had reached its peak before the corresponding Tao star appeared, and even if a corresponding Tao star did appear, its resistance would be quite high. The 9 laws were the red blood Tao, the orange joy Tao, the yellow flame Tao, the green plant Tao, the green cloud Tao, the blue wind Tao, and the purple devouring Tao. As for black and white, black was the Tao of death, and white was the Tao of light. Other than that, the Tao star had a unique law that was above all laws. This law was the Tao of engraving. As Wang Bao understood the meaning of engraving, he knew very clearly that this unique law could engrave all the myriad Tao in the world and the infinite Tao in the universe into its own. It was as if the Tao gave birth to one, and all living things were born. As long as the Tao of laws and laws appeared in front of him, they would be engraved. However, it was not a 100% probability. Based on the level of the other party's laws and laws, there was a possibility of failure. However, the terrifying thing was that there was no limit to it. That means, even if I encounter a law that cannot be imprinted successfully in one go, as long as I have enough time, I can imprint it again and again. That way, I can succeed in the end. Thoughts surfaced in Wang Bao's mind. His mind was filled with excitement. There was no doubt that his gains this time were beyond his imagination. He had made a grand vow and gained the approval of the Almighty. He had condensed 9 ancient stars and attained the Tao realm under his own witness. He wasn't the only one who had obtained the Tao star among the outsiders this time. There was also the Bell Lady who hadn't been on good terms with him. However, the latter's Tao star was far inferior to Wang Bao's Tao star in terms of both the grade and the laws. The laws on the paper were also imprinted on Wang Bao's Tao star. More importantly, the Bell Maiden was willing to take a secondary position in order to obtain the Tao star. She made her Tao star the primary one, and her future cultivation seemed to be smooth sailing. However, in the end, she had lost the right to decide for herself. Wang Bao was different. The fusion and advancement of the 9 ancient planets had been accomplished under his grand Tao oath. Therefore, Wang Bao was basically the eternal lord between the two parties. The difference between him and the Bell Maiden was obvious. As these thoughts surfaced in Wang Bao's mind, he slowly closed his eyes. Although his cultivation had broken through to the planet level, there was still one final step left, and that was to accumulate breath. The so-called accumulation of breath meant that all the essence, qi, and spirit in one's body had been restrained. They had been completely absorbed into one's body, establishing a myriad of connections with the stars in one's body, allowing them to adapt to the process of one's body. During this process, even though Wang Bao was a Tao star, he was no exception. As his eyes closed, his body, which was high up in the sky, became blurry. The Tao stars around his body materialized and filled his body. Finally, in the eyes of everyone on the ground, Wang Bao's figure had already disappeared. What replaced it was an extremely bright and dazzling star. At the same time, all the cultivators on the ground who had witnessed everything fell silent. All sorts of thoughts surfaced in their hearts. There was envy, emotion, unwillingness, and desire. Amidst all these thoughts, the Tao star that had chosen the Bell Lady trembled a few times within her body before it erupted with starlight. For the first time, there was no arrogance within the starlight. Instead, it was the same as the 9 ancient stars, containing a strong unwillingness, as its light shining. The stars will be unconscious Bell woman covered. Roll this woman straight to the stars. Over there, at the opposite end of Wang Bao's sphere of influence, under the guidance of the Tao star, a breakthrough in the cultivation of the Bell Maiden began. Just as the thought of the breakthrough dissipated, suddenly, the Emperor of the Fallen Stars, who was standing outside the Grand Hall. He spoke. Please remember the agreement between you and the land of the Fallen Star. Back then, we acknowledged your ascension to the Tao Star and your only law. You have to fulfill the agreement. We can use your law eternally, and it cannot be interfered with. We will not invade each other. The starlight on the Bell Maiden's body shone brightly, as if she was acknowledging the agreement. Then, the aura of a breakthrough spread from the Bell Maiden's body. Clearly, the method of a Tao Star breakthrough was different. At that moment, the Bell Lady's body began to turn into paper within the starlight. As for the exact process, no one could see it clearly. Everything about her was completely covered by the starlight. At the same time, the scholarly cultivator and the black-robed young man looked up silently into the starry sky. They stared at the 2 Tao stars. After a long moment, the scholarly cultivator sighed softly. Having recovered some of his cultivation base, he stood up in the galaxy that filled the sky. He chose a special high-grade planet and began his breakthrough. The black-robed young man did the same. He also chose a high-grade planet as his own. Although his heart was filled with regret, he knew that he had already done his best. At that moment, the 10 of them who were qualified to strike the heavenly drum had all chosen, except for the little girl. However, after some thought, the little girl still gave up on this opportunity. As the people from the Meteorite Empire looked up, 9 stars in the sky were rapidly accumulating their breath. The will of the Meteorite land also arrived. It seemed to have transformed into a gentle wind that blew past the 9 stars. It sped up the accumulation of their breath, and at the same time, it gave blessings from the Meteorite land. It wasn't out of goodwill toward Wang Bao. It was because every time the Meteorite land opened, all those who had obtained the stars would receive a good fortune. With this serendipity, their fusion would be even more perfect, and it would be even safer. Amongst the 9 people, the Meteorite Empire's ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens was coming to an end. As the grand ceremony was about to come to an end, the Meteorite Emperor, who stood in front of the Grand Hall, sighed with emotion. It was clear that this ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens could be said to be the largest and most tumultuous event in the entire Meteorite Empire in countless years. He could even imagine that something like this wouldn't happen in the future. On one hand, the crisis in the Starfall lands had already been resolved. There was no need for outsiders to come in and use the heaven-connecting drum to suppress the Black Qi. However, due to the agreement with the Wei Yang Dao domain, although it would still be activated, it wouldn't happen so frequently. On the other hand, there was probably no one else who could make the same grand vow that Xiadalu had made that would be acknowledged by many major powers and even paragons from the other realms. The Falling Star Emperor was filled with emotion at the thought of this. However, there was one more thing that had to be done after the fortunes in the land of the Fallen Star had ended. This was also part of the agreement between the Weiyang Dao domain and the land of the Fallen Star. This time was no exception. That was to announce the list of fortunes to all the powers in the entire Weiyang Dao domain who were qualified to obtain them. If Wang Baol had any consciousness at that moment, he would have definitely chosen to stop or request to hide himself. However, he was still in the midst of his cultivation, so he didn't know that after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. A real list containing the fate of the Starfall Empire and the will of the Starfall lands was transmitted from the Starfall lands. It spread out like ripples in an instant, covering an endless area, causing the entire Weiyang Dao domain. All the powers that were paying attention to this place instantly obtained it. On this list, Wang Bao's name was listed at the top. The name that appeared was not Xiadalu, but his real name. This was because under the rules of the starfall, nothing could be hidden. When every living being was promoted to a planet, their real name would be similar to the real name of the universe true spirit. It would be imprinted in the laws of the universe. Therefore, the appearance of Wang Bao's name immediately attracted the attention of the powerful cultivators from the various powerful factions in the Weiyang Dao domain. After his name was written the words Dao Star. This caused a storm. It immediately caused a huge commotion. There was also a Dao Star after the Bell Lady's name. The intensity of the storm was even greater. After the 9 of them had their own stars, they also marked the place of origin. For example, after Wang Bao's Dao Star, they marked the God's Eye civilization. This meant that he had obtained the right to enter this place with the quota for the God's Eye civilization. In the blink of an eye, as the various political forces and mighty figures were shaken, the God's Eye civilization was also given intense attention. Before this, although the Divine Eye civilization had a spot in the fallen starland, not many people knew about it. One reason was that the Divine Eye civilization had not used this spot for a long time. After all, for many years, the Divine Eye royal family had never had a perfect stage spiritual immortal royal cultivator. Therefore, this spot was more of a trump card and a bargaining chip. There was another reason why outsiders did not know that the Divine Eye civilization had a spot. According to the agreement in the Fallen Star Land, only those who were finally qualified to ring the heavenly drum could be listed on the list. From the moment the Divine Eye civilization obtained the spot, although at its peak 10,000 years ago, there were 1 or 2 clansmen who entered the Fallen Star Land, but they did not have the final qualification. Their civilization couldn't be listed on the rankings, so naturally, it wouldn't be known by outsiders. Even the Purple Gold civilization had managed to find out about the situation by chance, which was why they had cooperated with the Divine Eye royal family previously. However, with Wang Bao's rise, the Divine Eye civilization was also known by many powerful factions. As they investigated and learned that the civilization was extremely weak, they became even more concerned about Wang Bao. Wang Bao? I've never heard of that name before. There are too many civilizations in the Weiyang Dao domain. The Divine Eye civilization is just an insignificant civilization, yet such an unprecedented prodigy has appeared in it. Obtaining a Dao Star, this incident in the Fallen Star Lands is too big. Throughout history, only the legendary Weiyang Zi has obtained a Dao Star. However, 2 of them have appeared this time, and that Su Yinling from the 9 Phoenix sect has also obtained a Dao Star. Forget about Su Yinling. The 9 Phoenix sect is not to be trifled with. However, this nameless Wang Bao, I'm afraid it will be difficult to keep the Dao Star on him. Even if he advances to a planet and is completely integrated with the Dao Star, there are too many ways in this world to transfer the Dao Star. All he has to do is to make him volunteer. After the shock, greed quickly rose within the many factions. Without a doubt, Wang Bao's background was insignificant in their eyes, be it the factions or his own strength. It was as if he was committing a crime by possessing a treasure. It wasn't enough to protect his own Dao planet forever. In their eyes, it was basically a benefit. As long as they could find him and get him to volunteer, they would be able to obtain his Dao planet. That way, the elites of the various factions, even the cultivators who were already on the planet, were tempted. In reality, it wasn't that the Emperor of the Fallen Stars hadn't considered this. However, the disparity in information meant that it didn't care about this matter at all. Deep in its heart, Wang Bao's background was so great that it could be said to be shocking. He was someone who had the protection of the supremacies from the outer realm. Therefore, it didn't think that the spread of this matter would cause trouble for Wang Bao. Therefore, Wang Bao, who was still resting, didn't know that his real name had been exposed. He also didn't know that because of the Dao planet, he had been targeted by many factions. At the same time, the outside world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the ranking list from the Fallen Star Lands. Those who knew Wang Bao were also shocked. Xianxia was one of them. He had already thought of how to convince the Blazing Flame ancestor to help him and get the help of that noble. he was making preparations, the Xia family sent over the list of names from the fallen star lands. Xianxia was stunned when he saw Wang Baol, who was ranked first on the list. When he saw the Dao star behind Wang Baol's name, he nearly jumped up. Disbelief appeared on his face, and he cried out in shock. What's going on? Dao star. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. His breathing was extremely rapid. His mind was buzzing. His first reaction to the list he had seen was disbelief. However, after seeing the mark of the God's Eye civilization, Xianxia had no choice but to accept this fact. He had no choice but to accept it. That Long Nanzi is indeed Wang Baol. That fatty. He's too fierce. While Xianxia was shocked, there was another person who was also feeling uneasy. That person was the Blazing Flame ancestor. With his cultivation, he was naturally qualified to receive the list. Even though he had gained some knowledge of the matter due to the recognition he had received previously. However, after seeing it for himself, his heart was still unsettled. I'm definitely going to take this disciple in. As his emotions fluctuated, the Blazing Flame ancestor's eyes shone brightly. He felt that if he could receive Wang Baol's legacy in the future, he would have no regrets in this life. Chen Qingzi was also aware of the matter. Even though he was within the array formation created by the Dark Sect's heavenly Tao, his strength and his connection with Wang Baol's acceptance of Wang Baol's grand vow. He immediately sensed the news that had spread from the fallen star to the entire Weiyang Dao domain. Chen Qingzi's body swayed as he let out a long laugh. The slaughter began again. He didn't plan to delay any longer. He wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. He knew very well that the moment the ranking list was released, it represented his little junior brother. He was afraid that he would be at the center of a storm after a period of time. At that moment, he needed someone powerful to protect him. Only then would he be able to dispel the countless evil thoughts and allow him to continue growing. Chen Qingzi's judgment was correct. However, as he was inside the array formation, he didn't have a complete understanding of the outside world. Therefore, he didn't know that those who harbored evil thoughts towards Wang Baol didn't appear after a period of time. They had already appeared. That was the Purple Gold Civilization. The moment they learned of the ranking list, the Purple Gold Civilization was in an uproar. Through the Divine Eye civilization that was marked on the ranking list, they immediately analyzed Wang Baol's name. That was Long Nanzi's real name. They even discovered that the other party was most likely not a cultivator from the Divine Eye civilization, but an outsider. As a result, they were already filled with anger over the fact that their Dao child had been captured alive and that their spots had been taken away. Now that Wang Baol had actually obtained a Dao star, the various thoughts in their hearts caused the Purple Gold Civilization's killing intent to erupt. Amidst the eruption, the anger from the Purple Gold Civilization spread rapidly as a series of arrangements were made. At the same time, in the Fallen Star lands, in the presence of Wang Baol and the others, the prodigies who didn't have the right to strike the heaven-reaching drum didn't gain nothing either. Instead, in the days that followed, they exchanged with the Fallen Star lands at some cost and obtained what they needed. This was the usual practice after the Fallen Star lands was opened. As the promotions continued, half a month passed slowly. During that time, more and more people chose to leave. It was different from when they came. They didn't need to leave together. The ships in the Fallen Star lands would arrange for them to go out every day and send them back to where they had boarded the ships. During that half a month, more than half of the elites had left. The masked woman's cultivation had also ended. After she woke up, she raised her head and stared at the planet where Wang Baol was in the sky. Her eyes were filled with reminiscence and blessings. Then, she sighed softly. She chose to leave. The scholarly cultivator, the black-robed youth, the little girl, the little fatty, and the others all looked at Wang Baol, who was still in his cultivation. They all chose to leave. The first two of them had complicated thoughts. The little fatty was filled with helplessness and jealousy. As for the little girl, her eyes shone brightly. No one knew what she was thinking. She took a deep look at Wang Baol's planet and left the fallen star. They knew very well that the longer one remained in the breath realm, the more powerful one would become after awakening. It was clear that Wang Baol would be the one to stay the longest this time. As for the bell lady, Su Yinling, She ended her breath realm 3 days before Wang Bail woke up. She swept her murderous gaze across Wang Bail's planet, snorted coldly, and left as well. 3 days later, Wang Bail woke up and became the last person left in the fallen star. When he woke up, he felt that his cultivation had been completely stabilized, and his cultivation was so strong that it made his heart skip a beat. In his excitement, he found out about the ranking list. This made him dumbfounded and helpless. However, he knew that even without the ranking board, the elites would eventually be exposed once they left. However, the matter still weighed heavily on his mind, and the pressure on his heart grew. Who cares? I have a background too. Wang Bail gritted his teeth as he felt troubled. He encouraged himself and bade farewell to the Meteorite Emperor. However, before he left, he made a trip to the shops in Meteorite City that sold dermic treasures and cultivation techniques and divine abilities. This time, under the rules of the paper inscriptions on his Tao star, Wang Bail realized that the cultivation techniques and paper slips were no different from jade slips in his eyes. They were no longer any different from jade slips. He could clearly see everything inside. The shop owners in the shops were also familiar with Wang Bail. They were very respectful and courteous when they saw him. Even the old paper man who had once duped him was extremely enthusiastic when he saw Wang Bail. Therefore, after buying some items in the shops, Wang Bail made another trip to the Black Paper Sea. He did not enter. Instead, he stood by the shore and looked at the sea that was gradually turning from gray to white. He bowed deeply before choosing to leave. He knew that it was already too late for him to wake up. He couldn't stay here for too long. The later he left, the greater the danger. In reality, it had taken him less than 2 hours to wake up and leave. Could be said that he had left very quickly. As for his departure, it was obvious that he had received special treatment. That was because the ship that the Starfall Empire had arranged for Wang Bail to leave was the Starfall ship that had brought him here. The person who had rowed the ship was the same paper figurine. The paper figurine looked at Wang Bail with a gentler and more emotional gaze. It was as if it was looking at a junior. After Wang Bail had greeted and boarded the ship, the paper paddle swayed. The cultivators of the entire Starfall Empire raised their heads and watched. Wang Bail stood on the ship and bowed to the ground. "Thank you, seniors. We shall meet again if we are fated." On the ground, in the Imperial Palace, the Starfall Emperor smiled and nodded. On the Black Paper Sea, the Starfall ancestor rose slowly. He stood on the surface of the sea and stared at the ship Wang Bail was on. He watched as the ship moved further and further away. About to leave, he suddenly spoke. "Kid, you have to pay attention to that bottle of yours. That bottle contains 2 extraordinary obsessions that can change the user's thoughts. It can make the user more greedy for resources, but at the same time, it also has a strong desire for longevity. Based on my experience, the owner of these 2 obsessions isn't weak at all. The supreme cultivator of destiny from the outer realm that you summoned with your scripture." The moment the Starfall ship under Wang Bail's feet traversed through the void where the Starfall land was, the words of the paperman on the Black Paper Sea appeared in his mind. Wang Bail's eyes widened at those words. His body trembled involuntarily. He subconsciously turned his head to look outside the ship, but what he saw was no longer the land of the Starfall, but a white, paper-like starry sky. Before he could see it clearly, the paper-like starry sky quickly folded in half. It was the same as when he had arrived. After the starry sky was folded in half, the ship was covered within, until everything disappeared without a trace. Then, in a starry sky in the Weiyang Dao domain, the meteorite ship materialized silently. Wang Bail, who was on the ship, trembled. He regained his consciousness from his earlier days and looked at the starry sky around him. He knew that he had left the meteorite land and returned to the never-ending Dao domain. As he looked around him, the words that the Black Paper Sea paper figurine had said before he left echoed in his mind. He thought that it was unlikely that the other party would lie to him. His parting words were filled with good intentions and reminders. Wang Bail couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. One supreme being is one thing, but why are there 2 more? I knew that the bottle was strange. Otherwise, how could an upright person like me be so greedy in the meteorite land? Wang Baol was conflicted. On one hand, he felt that it wouldn't be good to keep the bottle by his side. On the other hand, it was a supreme treasure after all. It was impossible to throw it away. As he was conflicted, Wang Baol soon felt the difference between himself and what he had been in the past when he returned to the Wei Yangdao domain. There was an invisible aura in the starry sky. It was gathering in his body from all directions. As it was being absorbed, it was gathering in his body into the Tao star. This state of constantly cultivating wasn't unique to Wang Baol. It was something that every planet-level cultivator possessed. It was also one of their strengths. They could use the stars in their bodies to merge with the starry skies. As they merged into one, they could also absorb the so-called immortal qi in the starry skies. However, the amount of immortal qi that was gathering in Wang Baol's body was immense. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into a huge vortex around him. Even more immortal qi was gathering. The vortex was visibly expanding. If other planetary-grade cultivators who didn't know about Wang Baol saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked and their hearts would be in turmoil. Wang Baol's vortex was simply too shocking. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if it wasn't controlled. It would probably expand to a terrifying extent. If one were to immerse themselves in cultivation in a civilized galaxy, it would be possible for the energy immortal qi in the entire galaxy to be sucked dry for a short period of time. This would cause great harm to all life in the galaxy, including the stars. It would be a huge blow to all life in the galaxy. Most planet-level cultivators wouldn't be able to do this. At most, they would only be able to reach a small portion of the energy immortal qi that Wang Baol had yet to fully unleash. From this, one could see how terrifying and domineering the Tao stars were. Even Wang Baol himself was shocked. He knew that he had to keep a low profile, so he immediately stopped it forcefully. Only then did the vortex around him slowly dissipate. Only when it completely disappeared did he heave a sigh of relief. I have to be careful when I cultivate in the future. Wang Baol rubbed the space between his brows. He had just advanced to a planet. Even though his body had adapted to it, his mental state hadn't completely changed. For example, this was the case with cultivation. Planet cultivation was completely different from that of a spirit immortal. If one did not control it, it was likely that people would notice it even if it was very far away. After all, the ripples it created were different, especially now that I am most likely the target of public criticism. The purple gold civilization is eyeing me like a tiger watching its prey and will definitely take action against me. At the thought of this, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze across the storage bag. The Tao child of the purple gold civilization, who had been sealed by him, pondered for a moment before looking at the paper figurine that was rowing the boat. He cupped his fists and bowed. "Senior, can you send me to my designated location?" Generally speaking, the rowers of the meteorite cruiser wouldn't pay any attention to the cultivators from the outer realm. They would follow the instructions of the meteorite empire and send the person to the place where they boarded the boat. Their itinerary wouldn't change during that period of time. However, it was clear that both the paper figurine and the instructions of the meteorite empire had special treatment for Wang Baol. Therefore, after the paper figurine heard Wang Baol's words, it turned around and looked at him. There was a questioning look in its eyes. Wang Baol's heart jolted when he saw this. He immediately sent over a set of coordinates. That set of coordinates was where he had arranged for Zhao Yaming, the donkey, and Xiaowu to go before he went to the meteorite cruiser. According to Wang Baol's plan, he would first pick up the people and then control his main body to wake up. Even if the Divine Eye civilization had set up an inescapable net to catch them off guard, his main body would be able to use his authority over the Divine Eye planet to teleport back to the solar system. He would also be able to teleport back to the solar system and merge with his main body through the connection with the Divine Eye planet once he was close to the Divine Eye civilization. The main focus of this matter was the teleportation of the Divine Eye star. However, considering that the purple gold civilization might seal the star, Wang Baol still had a backup plan. However, all of these plans had a prerequisite, which was to pick up Zhao Yaming and the others. That way he could advance and retreat. He wasn't worried that if he chose to flee, he would lose contact with Zhao Yaming and the others. If they stayed here, they would be safe for a short period of time. If they stayed any longer, they might be in danger. If I had known earlier that the meteorite party wouldn't be in any danger, I would have just brought them along. Wang Baol shook his head. As he informed them of the coordinates, the meteorite ship immediately changed directions under the paper figurine's rowing boat. It moved forward at high speed. Due to its unique materials and laws, not only was it fast, it was also rarely seen by anyone. Therefore, the journey was smooth and unimpeded. Soon, they arrived near the ordinary planet that Wang Baol had arranged for Zhao Yaming and the others to be on. No one would pay attention to them. As soon as they arrived, Wang Baol spread out his divine perception. His expression changed abruptly in the next instant. The planet was empty. There were traces of the ripples of the divine ability, but there were no signs of Zhao Yaming, the donkey, or Little Five. If that was all there were to it, it would have been fine. However, the traces of the ripples of the divine ability. After Wang Baol scanned the planet with his divine sense, a dark and vicious voice echoed clearly in his mind. Long Nanzi, I'll be waiting for you in the divine eye civilization. Wang Baol sensed the voice that emerged in his mind from the remaining divine arts and spells on the planet. He clenched his right hand tightly in silence. His expression darkened. He stood on the ship and didn't say a word. However, the icy aura emanating from his body seemed to be able to affect the starry skies in all directions, causing the starry skies outside the ship to show signs of being frozen. Even though it was impossible for his emotions to affect the void, Wang Baol's anger still caused ripples in the surroundings. The Tao stars within his body began to spin rapidly after sensing Wang Baol's emotions. The shadows of 9 illusory ancient stars gradually appeared around Wang Baol. The rules within them began to change as well, forming 9 colors. As they changed rapidly, a terrifying suppressive force spread out from Wang Baol's body. It also spread out naturally from Wang Baol's body. Booming sounds reverberated in the surroundings. A vortex gathered from all directions, and the force of the vortex grew stronger and stronger. After a long while, Wang Baol saw that the vortex was growing larger and larger around the starfall ship. It seemed to have turned into a huge mouth that could swallow the stars before it. Wang Baol closed his eyes. I've done the wrong thing, Wang Baol mumbled. He felt that he had been overly cautious earlier. He shouldn't have left Zhao Yaming, the donkey, and Xiaowu here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so passive and put them in a life-and-death situation. The purple gold civilization. Wang Baol suddenly opened his eyes, and a look of determination appeared in them. At this point in time, he couldn't possibly leave on his own for safety. This wasn't in line with his personality. It was also not in line with the killing intent that he could no longer suppress. Ever since he had arrived at the Divine Eye civilization, his cultivation seemed to have gone smoothly. However, in reality, there were many twists and turns. Now that he had entered the planet, Wang Baol had no intention of suppressing his killing intent. As his gaze turned colder and colder, Wang Baol remained silent for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Then, he cupped his fists and bowed to the paper figurine on the starfall ship. Senior, please send me back to the place where the God's Eye civilization boarded the ship. The paper figurine gave Wang Baol a deep look. It didn't row the oars immediately. Instead, it spoke the first words it had spoken on the way back. Due to the agreement and the rules, I cannot leave the ship, nor can I initiate a conflict. However, as long as you stand inside the ship, I can guarantee your safety and send you to wherever you want to go. Wang Baol was grateful when he heard that. He bowed deeply towards the paper figurine once again. Senior, there's no need for you to make a move. I have my own ways to deal with it. The paper figurine on the meteorite ship nodded and didn't continue speaking. Instead, he waved the paper ore in his hand. Instantly, the meteorite ship silently disappeared into the starry skies and sped towards the location of the God's Eye civilization. As it moved forward, the starry skies seemed to turn into flowing river water in Wang Baol's eyes. It was blurry at first glance, but if one were to pay close attention, one would see that it was because the ship was moving at a speed that exceeded one's imagination. It caused everything in the surroundings to seem to move, forming the image of flowing water. Wang Baol's mind was extremely calm as he looked at all of this. Only the coldness and killing intent in his heart grew stronger as the ship moved forward. He felt that after arriving at the God's Eye civilization, he had occasionally been high-profile. However, overall, he was still a little low-key. Whatever. In the end, it's because I have too many concerns. There are clearly other paths, so why do I have to do this? Wang Baol raised his head in silence and looked in a certain direction in the starry sky. As he looked from afar, the speed of the starfall ship grew faster and faster. At this speed, it wouldn't take long to reach the God's Eye civilization from here. It would only take an hour, as the starfall ship slowed down. The Divine Eye civilization appeared in front of him. Wang Baol didn't look at the Divine Eye civilization immediately. He continued to look in the direction of the starry sky. No one knew what he was looking at but himself. That was because, in his memories from the dark dream, the dark sect was where his master was. After a long while, Wang Baol seemed to have made up his mind. He knelt down in that direction and bowed silently. Then he stood up. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. The paper figurine on the starfall ship sensed Wang Baol's thoughts. The paper oars swayed, and the ship roared. It moved forward once again, passing through the barrier outside the civilization. It moved like a flash. It appeared right where Wang Baol had boarded the ship. As soon as it appeared, an earth-shattering aura emanated from within the Divine Eye civilization. It swept across the area, and a sealing technique descended. It enveloped the entire Divine Eye civilization, and at the same time at the periphery of the Divine Eye civilization. At this moment, huge crystal chips filled with runes instantly appeared from nothingness. Each crystal chip was the size of a planet. The number of such huge crystal chips was almost uncountable. At this moment, after they all appeared, they were actually connected to each other in an instant. From afar, if one could stand at a height that overlooked the entire God Eye civilization, then one could clearly see that these crystal chips were like walls, actually enveloping the entire God Eye civilization. They were completely enveloped within. It was as if the God's Eye civilization had turned into a giant crystal ball the size of a galaxy. At the instant the crystal ball was formed, all the artificial stars in the conquered civilizations of the Purple Gold civilization, which were very far away from this place, shone at this moment, under the control of the Purple Gold civilization's progenitor. He used a special method to gather all the power of the stars and transmit it to the giant crystal that enveloped the God's Eye civilization. The crystal instantly shone with a blinding light, as if it had transformed into a giant star. It isolated all the auras within it, as well as all external senses. Such a setup was naturally for Wang Baol's Tao star. The Purple Gold civilization was obviously confident. With such a setup, not only would Wang Baol be unable to escape, even if someone wanted to figure out Wang Baol's location, they wouldn't be able to do so in a short period of time. This gave them time and opportunity. Therefore, it wasn't just the external seal. It was the same within the God's Eye civilization. The instant Wang Baol appeared, and the instant the external crystal chip materialized and enveloped the ship, the ripples in the starry sky spread out. The figures of cultivators appeared one after another. The number of cultivators in the area reached a shocking level. There was an army of nearly 1 million soldiers at the periphery. They surrounded the area layer by layer. It was the same in both directions. At the same time, the aura of planets continued to erupt in front of the starfall ship. Other than the Sky Palm Grandmaster, the New Tao Grandmaster, and the Purple Gold Civilization's Sky Spirit Sect Master, there were 3 other planets. 6 male and female cultivators with planet presences surrounded them. A total of 9 planets were staring coldly at the starfall ship and at Wang Baol, who was on the ship. There was another middle-aged man in front of the 9 people. His aura was overwhelming. It was as if he alone could suppress all directions and form endless ripples. He was the Purple Gold Civilization's Star Grandmaster. He was also the one who had stopped Wang Baol from boarding the ship. He wasn't the only star in the area. Behind Wang Baol, the air distorted as another figure walked out. He was dressed in a black robe and was an old man. As he walked out, the surrounding heat erupted. The power of the stars was completely revealed. 9 planets, 2 stars. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He saw a giant bubble floating outside the enemy's encirclement. The runes on the bubble shone, but it was translucent. Wang Bail could see Zhao Yameng, the donkey, and Xiaowu, who were unconscious. Within the bubble, Wang Bail stared at the bubble. He didn't care if others noticed him. Planet appeared behind him. The color of the planet was green. It was the fifth ancient planet, the Tao of green clouds. Clouds were impermanent and had endless variations. It could be called one of the illusory techniques. With the support of the Tao of cloud, Wang Bail could see through everything within the bubble. It wasn't an illusory technique, but something real. Zhao Yameng, the donkey, and Xiaowu. They were weak, but their lives weren't in danger. Wang Bail finally heaved a sigh of relief. In reality, this was within his estimation. After all, the purple gold civilization had gone to such great lengths to bring him here. As a bargaining chip, Zhao Yameng and the others. There wouldn't be a matter of life and death in the short term. At that moment, just as Wang Bail realized that Zhao Yameng and the others were fine and was relieved, the middle-aged stellar mighty figure in front of him shouted in a low voice, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Long Nanzi! The voice was like heavenly thunder. The moment it was heard, it seemed to affect the rules of the starry skies. It was as if the words were followed by the law, causing ripples to form in the entire divine civilization's starry skies. It was so powerful that it formed countless real thunderbolts. It appeared out of thin air in all directions. It even affected the divine civilization star, causing the star eye to shine a few times. Unfortunately, as it shone, countless runes appeared on the surface of the star eye. As if they were suppressing it, they actually suppressed the divine civilization star eye. Instantly, they were unable to form a connection with Wang Bail, which meant that Wang Bail couldn't use the eye of the star to teleport. At the same time, there were countless crystal shards surrounding the divine civilization. It could be said that the purple gold civilization had made this place. It was like an impregnable fortress. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to step in, nor would they be able to leave. Only the mighty figures of the galaxy region would be able to ignore this arrangement. However, the purple gold civilization knew very well that the powerful factions that were coveting Wang Bail's Tao planet weren't as convenient as the purple gold civilization. They had been able to lure Wang Bail over as soon as possible. It could be said that the purple gold civilization had the upper hand in this matter. If the other factions that were coveting the Tao planet wanted to make a move, they would have to find Wang Bail first. As for the crystal outside the God's Eye civilization, rather than preventing Wang Bail from escaping, it was more accurate to say that it was hiding the traces of the God's Eye civilization. The latter was the greatest use of the crystal. Even if they couldn't hide it for a long time, there was enough time for them to acquire the Tao planet. That would be enough. If they did, it would be coveted by the other major factions as well. However, the purple gold civilization had their own ways of handling this matter. After all, even if they offered it up, the purple gold civilization would definitely benefit greatly from it. That was why, as the planet of the purple gold civilization roared, there was an unconcealed greed in its eyes. It was extremely strong. This time, the purple gold civilization had deployed 2 planets and 9 planets. They had set up an inescapable net. It was clear that they were determined to obtain the Tao planet. In fact, after seeing the name Wang Bail and the mark of the God's Eye civilization behind his name on the list that had been circulated through the fallen star grounds, they knew very well that the other party was Long Nanzi. That was why they had started setting up their plans at that moment. Not only were they going to find Zhao Yameng and capture them, but there were also a series of other plans, including if Wang Bail didn't come as promised. They were already prepared for what they were going to do. Even the matter regarding the Earth Federation had been calculated by the stellar ancestor of the purple gold civilization at a considerable cost. It could be said that they had made ample preparations for the acquisition this time around, and they had come up with many plans. Wang Bail didn't know the details, but as he watched the purple gold civilization's army of cultivators, he more or less understood what was going on. However, his expression didn't turn ugly. Even the gloominess disappeared. What replaced it was a sense of calmness, as if he had made a decision in his heart. After hearing the low growl of the stellar cultivator from the purple-gold civilization, Wang Baol raised his head and looked at him with an even calmer expression. I'll give all of you a chance to atone for your sins. Release my people, leave the divine I civilization, and offer an apology. I will not pursue this matter, Wang Baol said calmly as he met the stellar cultivator's gaze. As soon as he said that, the planet cultivators, such as the New Dao Elder and the Skypalm Elder, were flabbergasted. There were even some planets from the purple-gold civilization who started laughing mockingly. The same was true for the two planets. Disdain appeared in the eyes of the one behind Wang Baol. The planet that looked into his eyes laughed loudly, and the killing intent in its eyes became even more obvious. Have you become a fool after merging with the Dao Star? Long Nanzi, I don't care if your name is Wang Baol or something else. I don't care if you're from the Earth Federation or a cultivator from the God's Eye civilization. All of this is meaningless. I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. Hand over the Dao Star and surrender. Otherwise, not only will your friends here die because of you, but the God's Eye civilization will also be wiped out. As for the Earth Federation, it will be wiped out before you in an instant. The stellar mighty figure raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, the void beside him distorted and an image appeared. The image that appeared was the solar system that Wang Baol was familiar with. In the image, other than the solar system, a stellar mighty figure could be seen sitting cross-legged in the starry sky outside the solar system. His cultivation was extremely vast, and it seemed like every move he made could affect the rules of the starry sky. Furthermore, in his hand, there was a ball of light that was emitting terrifying ripples, and it was shining. The ball of light contained power. Wang Baol only looked at the illusory screen through the void, and he immediately felt the terrifying aura that could destroy an entire civilization contained within it. Based on the judgment of the mighty star figure, this scene would more or less cause Wang Baol's expression to change. However, what disappointed him was that Wang Baol only took a glance, and his eyes revealed a hint of reminiscence. However, there were no other changes in his expression. There was not even a hint of anger on his face when he was being held hostage. This made his heart skip a beat, and he spoke again. Other than that, the purple gold civilization has set up a grand array formation that will trace your origin power. From there, we will curse all those who are related to your bloodline in this galaxy, and make them die because of you now, compared to the Dao planet that you have just acquired. Tell me whether your home, family, friends, and everything around you, including your own life, is more important, or is the Dao planet more important? Wang Baol, who was standing on the Starfall ship, looked at the place where Zhao Yaming had been sealed and listened to the words of the mighty figure from the star. He fell silent. His silence made the two purple gold planets around him heave a sigh of relief. They appeared to be powerful, but they had some misgivings in their hearts. This was because the Dao planet was different from the other special planets. Even if the other special planets had fused with cultivators, there were too many ways to dig out the planets and change their owners. However, the Dao planet was different. This involved the ownership of the soul law. To a certain extent, the special planets hadn't been marked by the rules of the starry skies. The Dao planet, on the other hand, was different. The moment it fused with Wang Baol, it was as if it was recorded in the starry skies. That way, even if it was forcefully dug out, it would be of no use. With just a thought from Wang Baol, he would be able to retrieve it. At the same time, if he killed Wang Baol, the Dao star would dissipate on its own. It would return to the fallen star once again, unable to be stopped. Therefore, the only way to obtain the Dao star was for its owner to give it away voluntarily. It would be like a transfer of ownership, giving the Dao star to someone else. Only then would one be able to truly obtain it. That was why, while the purple gold civilization was trapping Wang Baol, their main focus was to capture him alive. They would seize his weak points and use everything they could threaten him with to force him to give it away voluntarily. Other than that, there was another unforeseen event. That was, after Wang Baol returned, the meteor ship didn't disappear. As long as he stood on the meteor ship, the purple gold civilization wouldn't dare act rashly. That was because they weren't sure if the meteor ship could ignore their arrangements and take Wang Baol away. If the other party really fled at all costs, then all their efforts would have been for naught. Even though the fact that the other party could come meant that there was a problem. However, this matter was too big, so they didn't dare be completely certain. That made them even more apprehensive. That was why they had been so forceful and direct in threatening Wang Baol. That was to make Wang Baol feel apprehensive. He would be restrained by his thoughts and wouldn't flee immediately. Wang Baol didn't know all of these details, but he watched coldly as the other party's reaction after his return. He had more or less guessed the majority of the conditions for the transfer of the Tao Star. It had to be said. The points that the other party had grasped were extremely important to Wang Baol. If he hadn't already thought of a way to deal with them, he would have been extremely anxious and passive. However, at that moment he only sighed softly. I had planned to face all of you as ordinary people, Wang Baol muttered to himself. His expression remained calm, and his gaze was the same. He stared at the star before him. As he spoke, the calmness in his eyes slowly changed, and a hint of arrogance gradually appeared in his helpless expression. I had planned to conduct this cultivation trial in a normal manner. The reason why he felt so helpless was that he didn't want to do what he was about to do. The reason why he was so arrogant was because the words he was about to say represented that, although they weren't supreme, they were definitely of a supreme status. When the Violet Gold Civilization cultivators heard this, especially the two stars mines, it instantly turned into a thunderous roar that towered up into the sky. Forget it. Forget it. As an ordinary person, if I act normally, what I get in return is threats and humiliation. Now that I've laid my cards on the table, I won't pretend anymore. My true identity is that I'm the personal disciple of the Blazing Flame Ancestor. Have you all heard of the name of my master, the Blazing Flame Ancestor? The arrogance in Wang Baol's eyes exploded. His voice was like thunder that reverberated in all directions. Wang Baol raised his head proudly. His eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked down at his surroundings. His gaze gave off the feeling that he was looking at an ant. It was as if, after he had said those words, he had removed all his concealment and revealed his true identity. He looked like a prince as he looked at the living beings who were trying to provoke him. The yellow flame Tao circulated within him after he said those words. It exploded out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it spread out to the outside world, causing him to look at it from a distance. It was as if a flower of flame had bloomed. It shone with a brilliant light that shook heaven and earth. At the same time, his words contained the power of the initial stage of the planet realm. As it spread out, he used his Tao star to affect the natural laws, causing it to explode out in all directions like heavenly lightning. They even formed ripples that spread out in all directions. Not only were the star almighties from the Purple Gold Civilization in front and behind him bearing the brunt of the impact, the 9 planets were also affected. The cultivators from the Purple Gold Civilization who had surrounded the area, who were further away, all heard Wang Baol's words. Their cultivation began to tremble. The power of the Tao stars erupted at that moment, instantly forming a suppressive force. Everyone below the planets were shocked. Wang Baol's suppression of their cultivation levels was stronger than that of the other planets. Even though they weren't planets and didn't have control over the rules, they had their own divine abilities that they were good at. These divine abilities, even though there were all sorts of them, many of them were included in Wang Baol's 9 rules. Therefore, the suppressive force formed by his words was naturally stronger. Not only were their cultivation levels shaken, their minds buzzed uncontrollably. Their vision seemed to blur. If not for the existence of stars and planets, this so-called predicament would have seemed like a joke. Even the Sky Palm Elder and the other 9 planets' expressions changed immediately. 5 of them were in the initial stage of the planets, 2 were in the middle stage, and 2 were in the late stage of the planets. However, at that moment, the bodies of the 5 initial stage planets trembled as well. Although they were much better than the cultivators below the planet, the trembling of the planets within their bodies forced them to admit. Once they fought with Wang Baol, they were no match for him under the suppression of the rules and laws. Even if they were at the mid-stage of the planet, they were only slightly better than the initial stage. Even the Sky Palm Elder and the Heavenly Spirit Sex Peak Lord, who were at the late stage of the planet, were shaken. They felt a sense of oppression. They knew very well that this scene represented the suppression of the laws and the suppression of the laws. It meant that this Long Nanzi was already a world away from what he had been before. The two-star Almighty's expressions also changed. However, what caused the waves in their minds was not the fluctuation of the laws caused by their Tao stars, but the name that they had mentioned, blazing progenitor. Their minds buzzed, and the fear that instinctively surfaced in their hearts could not be concealed. However, most of them still did not believe it. It was really the name of blazing progenitor. The meaning that it represented was too great. He was a star domain almighty's, an existence that surpassed countless stars. Even in the entire left Tao holy region, such a figure was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Any one of them was extremely famous, and the moment they were angered, it would cause a disaster for countless galaxies. And their purple-gold civilization seemed valiant. It seemed like their progenitor was only half a step away from the starfield, and could already be considered to be standing at the peak of the stars. However, they knew very well the difficulty of this half-step leap was almost unimaginable. To describe it as a fish leaping over a dragon's gate was already considered good. It could even be said that if there was no external help, then the blazing flame progenitor alone could make their purple-gold civilization disappear from this world. Even though the purple-gold civilization had a faction backing it, and there was a celestial domain ancestor in that faction, they were still a vassal, not the ancestor's sect. Therefore, if they provoked the blazing flame ancestor, the consequences would be dire. It would be disadvantageous for the purple-gold civilization. Rumors had it that the blazing flame ancestor didn't get along with the Weiyang clan. Not only was he powerful, he was also extremely protective of his own shortcomings. Anyone who got close to him in the blazing flame galaxy would cause him to be displeased. It was even more so when it came to bullying his disciple. This made the two of them extremely shocked. However, the more shocked they were, the more they felt that it was impossible. The logic was simple. If Wang Baol was really the personal disciple of the blazing flame ancestor, then there was no need for him to hide his previous actions. It was obvious that he had some qualms about placing the people he cared about outside. Other than that, there was also a strong sense of unwillingness. They couldn't give up all their plans just because of Wang Baol's words. All their efforts would be for naught. After all, this was the key to the purple-gold civilization's advancement to the next level. It was also the purple-gold civilization's ancestor who was at the pinnacle of the stars. He was using this opportunity to exchange for a rare opportunity to break through. Therefore, in the next instant, the Star Almighty before Wang Baol had a cold look in his eyes as he laughed out loud. The blazing flame ancestor is your master? What a joke. Why didn't you say that Divine Emperor Weiyang is your master? That's a bunch of nonsense. Wang Baol stood on the boat and stared coldly at the Star Almighty, who was clearly nervous but had put on an act. He was clearly filled with murderous intent. He thought to himself that the Divine Emperor wasn't my master, but Chun Qingzi, who had killed the Divine Emperor. He is my senior brother. However, that wasn't important. Wang Baol didn't plan to reveal all his trump cards here. As soon as the Star Almighty spoke, he raised his right hand and flipped it, taking out a jade slip. The jade slip contained the power of a curse. It was given to him by the blazing flame ancestor. He had even told the Star Almighty that if he was done considering becoming his master, he would use the jade slip to inform him. Just as he was about to pinch it, the Star Almighty laughed coldly and spoke again. Long Nanzi, don't say those useless words. Since you insist on becoming a joke, then don't blame me. As he spoke, the Star Almighty waved his right hand, and instantly, the killing intent in the eyes of the 9 planets behind him grew stronger. They instantly formed hand seals, and in the next instant, the bubble that had sealed Zhao Yeming, the donkey, and Little Five suddenly began to shine. Black gas appeared from within and surrounded their bodies. Wherever it passed by, Zhao Yeming, the donkey, and Little Five began to show signs of corrosion in their unconscious state. Even though they were unconscious, pain appeared on their faces. This scene caused the killing intent in Wang Baol's heart to explode. He didn't notice that Little Five, who was in the bubble, seemed to be moving his fingers slightly, but he held it in immediately. Wang Baol, who didn't notice this scene, laughed angrily as the killing intent exploded. He crushed the jade slip in his hand without any hesitation. His voice was filled with killing intent as he spoke to the starry sky. Disciple Wang Baol, please help me save people and suppress these two ignorant stars. The moment Wang Baol spoke, the moment the jade slip was crushed, an old laughter that seemed to have been waiting for a long time, filled with anticipation and excitement, immediately reverberated within the divine eye civilization. It was just laughter. It caused the divine eye civilization to tremble and the stars to dim. Cracks appeared on the seal formed by the crystal piece. It also caused the minds of all the cultivators in the area to rumble. Even the two-star almighties weren't spared. Their expressions changed completely. The galaxy, blazing flame ancestor. As the two stellar almighties screamed in shock, their bodies retreated rapidly. Fleeing in front of the stellar almighties was nothing more than a joke. However, they were driven by their instincts, and they continued to run frantically. However, as they retreated, in front of Wang Baol's ship, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared silently in the starry sky. A sea of fire erupted from within the whirlpool. Surging out like a volcano, it didn't spread. Instead, as the suppressive force that shook the starry sky spread, it formed two flaming whips that shot towards the two escaping stars in front and behind Wang Baol. In that instant, the two flaming whips, with the suppressive force of the starfield and boundless power, landed directly on the bodies of the two-star almighties. As the whips passed by, their physical bodies instantly collapsed. For star almighties, killing a planet was as easy as flipping one's hand. As for star domain almighties, killing a star, to use the word, as easy as flipping one's hand would be to overestimate a star. Although a star was powerful, the deeper one's cultivation base was, the greater the gap between their realms. If the comparison between a planet and a star was described as 1,000 times, then the difference between a star domain and a star would be at least 10,000 times. As such, for the blazing flame ancestor, his true form didn't even need to appear. Just the flames released by his divine sense were enough to destroy the bodies and souls of the two stars of the purple-gold civilization. As for his true form, even if he stood there and allowed the two stars to attack him, even if the starry sky collapsed, the blazing flame ancestor would still be unharmed, because the damage he received was far less than his own recovery. This was the difference. Therefore, the instant the blazing flame ancestor's divine sense transformed into a flaming whip, it had already determined this so-called predicament. Indeed, it was a complete joke. In an instant, these two-star almighties within the purple-gold civilization could be said to be below one person. They couldn't even let out a miserable cry. Their bodies collapsed in that instant, and their flesh and blood were reduced to ashes in the flames. Their souls didn't have the right to escape either. They were destroyed in body and soul. However, due to the heavenly Tao rules of the never-ending Tao domain, even though they were destroyed in body and soul, they had still left a mark in the heavenly Tao. It wasn't impossible for them to be resurrected in the future, but the prerequisite was that Wang Baol hadn't made a move. He had long been filled with murderous intent towards the two stellar almighties. He would never show mercy to those who threatened him. Furthermore, the existence of the blazing flame ancestor here. He didn't need to worry about his secret being exposed. After all, the blazing flame ancestor had been able to see through his relationship with Chun Qingzi and had exposed it with a single sentence. There was no need for him to hide it too much. That was why the moment the blazing flame ancestor made his move and the two mighty figures from the stars were destroyed in body and soul, Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He raised his right hand and formed a seal. Immediately, a gigantic black nightmare eye appeared behind him. This black nightmare eye was different from when he was a spirit immortal. There was only one pupil in the eye, but there were a total of 10 circles in it. This made the nightmare eye look extremely demonic. Even if a planet were to look at it, it would be extremely shocking. Swallow. The moment the black nightmare eye appeared, Wang Baol spoke coldly. Immediately, The black eye behind him emitted an evil glow, and there was an undetectable dark fire flickering within it. In an instant, it sucked in the invisible mark of the two-star almighty existences that had been destroyed in body and soul, wiping them away. Wang Bao's body expanded rapidly as well. A large amount of soul power from the two stars was transmitted frantically through the nightmare eye, causing his cultivation to rise slowly as it fluctuated. The starry sky shook, as if lightning had streaked across. The blazing flame ancestor witnessed the scene, but he didn't say anything. More sea of fire spread out from the whirlpool, sealing off the entire Divine Eye galaxy. It also enveloped the bubble where Zhao Yamen, the donkey, and Little Five were. It formed a protective barrier, and its voice reverberated in the starry sky, shaking the 9 planets around it. Countless cultivators were shocked, and their voices reverberated in all directions. "Disciple, do you need me to help you clean up this place?" The blazing flame ancestor was very pleased with his disciple's words. When Wang Bao heard it, he couldn't help but feel emotional, but he was also grateful. After all, the blazing flame ancestor's actions this time meant a lot to Wang Bao. Not only did it resolve the crisis he was in, but it had also taken the responsibility for his possession of the Tao Star. Wang Bao was touched by this kindness. He had truly decided in his heart that this apprenticeship, no matter what happened in the future, he would carry on forever. Therefore, he didn't stand on ceremony with his master. Instead, he cupped his fists and bowed before speaking respectfully. "My heart is filled with murderous intent. If I don't vent it out, I won't be able to understand it. Therefore, I can handle the rest of the matters here. Master, please help me intimidate everyone and ensure the safety of my hometown." "Yes." The blazing flame ancestor laughed loudly. He retracted his telepathic thoughts and disappeared. As the blazing flame ancestor laughed, he left with his telepathic thoughts. However, the flames in the area still remained. As they sealed off the area, they also completely sealed off the area. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators and the 9 planets around them trembled with fear in their eyes. They stared at Wang Bao, especially the Heaven Palm ancestor and the others. Their eyes were filled with despair and madness. They had seen and heard everything. They knew very well that Wang Bao didn't use the power of the flames to purge everything. He wanted to personally suppress everything and end everything. However, in their eyes, he was too arrogant. After all, there were 9 of them, especially the Heaven Palm ancestor and the Heavenly Spirit sect lord. They were in the late stage of the planet realm. The blazing flame ancestor's pressure made it impossible for them to unleash all of their combat abilities. However, if the 9 of them joined forces, they would be able to defeat a planet that had just advanced. Even if the other party had fused with a Tao star, they would still have a chance of victory. However, they didn't think that Wang Bao didn't understand such an obvious thing. There must be other secrets hidden within. Therefore, everyone was anxious. Just as the Sky Palm Elder was about to speak, Wang Bao took a step forward. He walked out of the meteorite cruiser. Without realizing it, "I've been in the Divine Eye civilization for many years." Wang Bao spoke calmly as he walked. "Among all of you, there are some that I know and some that I'm not familiar with. Now that everything is about to end, in return for what you've done, I feel that there's something that I need to let all of you know," Wang Bao said. Wang Bao had already walked out of the Starfall ship and stood in the starry skies. He stared at the Sky Palm and the others, whose expressions had changed. "The person standing before you is merely a clone." When the Sky Palm and the others heard those words, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Before their hearts could stir, Wang Bao raised his right hand. He pointed in the direction of the Divine Eye main star and spoke calmly. "Return, my true self." As soon as those words were spoken, the Divine Eye main star roared and changed drastically. At the same time, outside the solar system, which was very far away from the Divine Eye civilization, in the starry sky where the strongest patriarch of the Purple Gold civilization was located. The strongest patriarch of the Purple Gold civilization had been meditating with his eyes closed. His purpose in coming here was to use this place to intimidate Wang Bao and to hand over the Tao planet. He was waiting for news from the divine I civilization. He hadn't received the news, but his heart had palpitated. The moment the blazing flame patriarch's aura descended, his expression changed drastically. His breathing quickened, and he opened his eyes abruptly. He stared at the starry sky before him. Soon he saw a vast sea of fire. A vast sea of fire appeared without a sound. The sea of fire was so vast that it seemed to have no borders. It was larger than a galaxy. When it appeared, the flames within roiled, forming a gigantic head. The head was vast and boundless, and its hair swayed as if it were a galaxy. It was right in front of the most powerful patriarch of the violet gold civilization. It looked at him coldly. The two of them were like heaven and earth. Compared to the head, the most powerful patriarch of the violet gold civilization could not even be considered an ant. His gaze alone caused the planet beneath the most powerful patriarch of the violet gold civilization to wither. It was as if it had been burned into ashes. He trembled, his face pale and his body trembling. His heart was in turmoil, and he had no choice but to drop to his knees and kowtow. The most powerful star of the violet gold civilization spoke in a trembling voice. The intense pressure caused him to come to a realization. I am Zhu Ming, the disciple in name of Dao Xian Zizun of the Heavenly Accumulation Sect. Greetings, Patriarch Blazing Flame. With a single thought, he would most likely be destroyed in body and soul. That was because the person who had appeared was the true body of a major power from the celestial domain, not his divine sense. That was why he had created such a crushing scene. He was even more aware that for a major power from the celestial domain to descend upon his true body, it meant that he must have come with a very great purpose. It was clear that he had no good intentions, which made him even more nervous. That was why he didn't mention the purple gold civilization for no reason. Instead, he spoke of his other identity. The Heavenly Accumulation Sect was the #1 sect in the left Dao Holy region. It was also the sect where the scholarly cultivator was located in the fallen starlands. Dao Xianxia was also one of the 9 great galaxies in the sect. However, to the blazing flame ancestor, he dared to provoke the Weiyang clan. Naturally, he didn't care about Dao Xianxia. He spoke coldly, and as if he was giving orders, he spoke 3 sentences. Wang Baol is my personal disciple. I'll give you a month to send me an apology now, scram. The blazing flame ancestor's dominance was evident from the 3 sentences. The first sentence was to tell the other party Wang Baol's identity. The second sentence was to make the other party apologize, and the third sentence was to expel him immediately. Regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, I will not argue with you. Rather than calling it a notification, it would be better to call it an order. I will not ask for the reason, nor will I care about your background. I will only deal with it according to my way. As for you, you have to obey, and if you don't, you have to obey. As the #1 expert of the Violet Gold civilization, the Patriarch, whose cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of the stars, knelt there. His body trembled, and his heart was filled with grievance. However, he did not dare to resist. He did not even dare to raise his head. The thoughts in his heart did not dare to show the slightest bit. The only thing he could do was to respectfully acknowledge. After the blazing flame elder's flaming head slowly dissipated, he finally dared to raise his head. His expression was bitter as he stood in silence for a moment. In the end, his expression was gloomy as he looked at the solar system in front of him. He turned around in a flash and chose to leave. He had already guessed that the 2 stars under his command that had gone to the divine I civilization must have fallen, and the fate of all the purple gold civilization cultivators that had remained in the divine I civilization could also be predicted. Such a loss. It could be said that the purple gold civilization had suffered even more than they had suffered. All of this was because of Wang Baol. However, he didn't dare to take revenge. His heart was in a state of depression and madness. He couldn't hold it in as he sped forward. He threw his head back and let out an extremely loud roar. Wang Baol, you have such a background. Why didn't you say so earlier? As he roared, he sped up and left frantically. He knew that he still had to prepare an apology. No matter how aggrieved he felt, the apology had to be heavier. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. As he sped forward, the 9 skypalm cultivators in the divine eye galaxy felt as if they were being struck by lightning. As Wang Bail spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed at the divine eye main star. The divine eye main star immediately shook violently. The ground churned and the sky changed. Wang Bail's original body, who was in the coffin, opened his eyes. The moment he did so, the ground shook violently once again. The soil around the coffin collapsed. Giant cracks spread out, covering a radius of 1,000 miles. The land, which was 1,000 miles away, exploded in the cracks. As the land collapsed, the coffin rushed out for the first time in many years. It left the ground like a shooting star. It drew a long, bright arc and charged into the starry sky. It was so fast that it surpassed the speed of an ordinary planet. It appeared directly on the battlefield in the starry sky. Amidst the shock of the cultivators and the 9 sky palm cultivators, the coffin whistled through the air and reached the top of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. As it appeared, an even stronger pressure spread out from the coffin. As the runes on the coffin shone, an ancient aura of time spread out continuously, causing everyone on the battlefield to. Their hearts were once again in turmoil. As their hearts were in turmoil, Wang Bail smiled. His eyes filled with anticipation. "See you all in a while." As he said that, Wang Bail's body swayed, and he instantly turned into a cloud of fog that charged towards the coffin. Under the watchful eyes of everyone around, the fog that his figure had turned into, it immediately spread to the coffin and entered it. He had been in the divine eye civilization for many years. In order to avoid the Weiyang heavenly Tao, he had no choice but to use the technique that his senior brother had taught him to condense his origin dermic body. He had cultivated his dermic body outside until now. At that moment, just as everything in the divine eye civilization was about to come to an end, Wang Bail finally allowed his clone to merge with his original body. As the mist from his origin clone merged with the coffin, the mist that his clone had turned into instantly enveloped his original body. It flowed through his 7 orifices and all the pores on his body. As it merged with his original body, it also merged with his cultivation. Other than that, there were also the rules of the 9 ancient stars and the Tao stars. As the clone and his original body were of the same origin, the merger this time was a transfer of the Tao stars. However, there was no hindrance at all. The merger ended almost instantly. The moment it ended, Wang Bail, who was in the coffin, his body shook violently. The ripples of his cultivation erupted violently at that moment. His original body was already powerful. Now that he had fused with his clone, his battle prowess had also increased exponentially. The feeling of finally having a physical body made Wang Bail's body and mind become one, and the circulation of the Tao stars in his body became even smoother. The laws continued to evolve in his body, and his cultivation had increased as a result. He hadn't reached the mid-stage of the planet realm, but in terms of battle prowess, it had increased tremendously. At the same time, as he was fusing with the laws, the Sky Palm Elder and the others' eyes were filled with ferocity and an uncontrollable madness. They knew very well that no matter how arrogant Wang Bail was this time, under the suppression of the mighty figure in the galaxy, they wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. Furthermore, Wang Bail was clearly not going to let them off. It could be said that no matter what, they would die. That being the case, amidst their madness, all of them grew frantic and agitated in despair, and their killing intent grew stronger. Right at that moment, the coffin that was the focus of everyone's attention, exuding an ancient aura, suddenly emitted cracking sounds. The coffin's lid could be seen with the naked eye. Under countless gazes, it slowly began to move. When it was halfway opened, a hand reached out from within the pitch-black coffin. It was a hand that was made of flesh and blood. The moment the hand appeared, the heavenly spirit sect master roared in grief and indignation. "Listen up, everyone, cultivators of the violet gold civilization. Even if we have to die, we will die together with this scoundrel." With that, he shot toward the coffin, and not just him but all of the other planets, all of the planets, including the sect leader, also attacked. As for the cultivators in the area, all of them went crazy, unleashing magical techniques and divine abilities that filled the sky as they shot toward the coffin. However, even as the magical techniques and divine abilities slammed into the coffin, a calm voice echoed out from within the coffin. Talk about war on paper. At the same time, the hand that had emerged from within the coffin formed a hand incantation, which caused everyone who saw it to be completely shaken. In fact, the paper figure on the meteor ship, which had never left, suddenly began to shine with a strange light. A strange light appeared in its eyes. The hand that had originally been flesh and blood suddenly became a paper hand. In the instant that it became a paper hand, a power of law that no cultivator in the area had ever seen before spread out. In that instant, countless divine abilities and magical techniques exploded out, including those of the 9 planets, as well as the combined efforts of all the cultivators in the area. As they neared the paper hand, they transformed into pieces of paper. "This is impossible," cried the heavenly spirit sex peak lord in shock. This isn't a magical technique. This is a law. It's not a law. I've never heard of any law that can transform everything into paper. The other planets were all shocked to the extreme, and they began to cry out in shock. Only the heavenly Palm Patriarch was the first to fall back. He gave up and attempted to flee. Clearly, he was completely shocked by what he saw. No matter what divine ability, magical technique, or magical item, they all turned into sheets of paper in the blink of an eye. It was a shocking scene. All of the divine abilities and magical techniques that had been unleashed earlier had been unleashed with incredible momentum. Now they floated down to the ground. From a distance, they looked like snowflakes or rain of paper. It was a feeling of powerlessness that caused people to feel despair. Just as everyone in the area was panicking and their scalps were tingling with fear, that paper hand pressed down on the edge of the coffin, causing the figure within to slowly stand up from within the coffin. It was revealed before everyone's eyes. It had black hair and was dressed in a long black robe. Its eyes were like stars, and its face was as sharp as a knife. Its edges and corners were distinct, and at the same time, it had an imposing aura that caused people's hearts to tremble. It continued to spread out from the figure, affecting the starry sky. It caused the entire divine eye civilization to tremble. Flames surrounded it, and the eyes of the divine eye and the stars shone brightly. This appearance was different from Long Nancy's. It made everyone in the area feel unfamiliar, but at the same time, they felt a strong wave of emotions. Just as everyone was trembling in fear, the figure dressed in black walked out of the coffin. He spoke calmly. "Let's get to know each other again. I am the president of the Solar System Federation, Wang Baol." As Wang Baol walked out, an orange star appeared faintly behind him. As the star appeared, Wang Baol's words reverberated in all directions, spreading throughout the entire divine eye civilization. All the planets, including the heavenly spirit Palm Lord, and even the Sky Palm Elder, who had retreated in an attempt to escape, trembled violently. It wasn't that the meaning behind Wang Baol's words was shocking. It was that the moment the words entered their ears, they seemed to form a strange force, as if they contained a law. It turned into a thunderous roar that surpassed heavenly thunder. It exploded crazily within their divine senses. They weren't the only ones. The hundreds of thousands of purple gold civilization cultivators around them all felt their minds reeling at that moment. It was as if Wang Baol's words had turned into hundreds of thousands of sharp blades that shot towards all of them without form. They pierced through their bodies and into their souls. This was the Tao of Orange Joy. They had incorporated the Tao of Orange Joy into their voices, allowing their words to be imbued with the power of the Tao. It wasn't particularly ingenious, which was why they weren't able to accurately kill with their voices. However, with their Tao of Orange Joy, they could use their voices to spread it out and shake their enemies' minds, causing their minds to buzz and become dazed. It was still possible. In fact, among the hundreds of thousands of violet gold cultivators in the area, there were some whose cultivation bases were weak or had internal injuries. At that moment, Their minds began to rumble, and their souls began to hurt. Their bodies trembled, and blood sprayed out of their mouths. Their eyes instantly grew dim. Their souls were instantly destroyed, leaving behind only corpses that floated in the air. Only the heavenly spirit peak lord and the other planets were affected by the Tao of Joy. However, because of how powerful they were able to quickly recover from the effects of the Tao of Joy. Their eyes shone with madness, as if they were trapped beasts. At that moment, an even more intense struggle erupted. We're all going to die in battle. Since that's the case, I don't believe that we can't do anything to an early-stage planet cultivator who just advanced. We might only be immortal planets at most. But so what if we're Tao planets? The winner takes all. This time we're fighting for good fortune. Although we've failed, the consequences will be the most severe. We'll die and our Tao will disappear. Kill! The planet cultivators of the Purple Gold civilization were much stronger than the Divine Eye civilization when it came to fighting with their lives on the line. That was why, even though the Sky Palm had escaped and the new Tao ancestor had hesitated, the eyes of the other Purple Gold planets were red. As the heavenly spirit Palm Lord roared, their cultivation erupted. Planets materialized and charged at Wang Bao at high speed. With them taking the lead, the hundreds of thousands of purple gold cultivators around them seemed to be encouraged as well, as if they were about to launch another attack. As he watched all of this, Wang Bao's eyes shone with a strange light. What he wanted was this kind of imposing manner from the other party. The reason why he didn't let his master, the blazing flame ancestor, make a move was partly because he wanted to vent the anger in his heart. After all, the other party had plotted against him first and threatened him to be behind. If it wasn't for the blazing flame ancestor this time, even the solar system would have been wiped out. Therefore, his anger wouldn't show the mercy of a woman just because the other party had too many people and too many massacres. What he wanted was a massacre. On the other hand, he wanted to make use of this opportunity to perfect his 9 rules. Therefore, after the Tao of Joy of the Orange was unleashed and the cultivation of Tianling and the others erupted, Wang Bao calmly took a second step forward. He raised his right hand and waved it gently in all directions. Blood! As soon as the words left his mouth, a series of shrill screams rang out from the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who had been led by the planets and were feeling restless. Almost all of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators were bleeding from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth at that moment. The bleeding was not due to the shock. It was because the blood in their bodies seemed to reject them at that moment. It didn't want to stay in their bodies. It was as if there was a strong call from outside, and it wanted to rush out of their bodies. In that instant, tens of thousands of cultivators couldn't control their screams. Their bodies collapsed with a loud crash. That was due to the impact caused by the blood rushing out. As their bodies were destroyed, their souls dissipated as well. The only thing that remained was the blood that gathered crazily towards Wang Bao. In the blink of an eye, it formed a sea of blood. As for those who gritted their teeth and persevered, even though they could barely hold on because of Wang Bao's scattered rules, they were now extremely shocked. The will to fight to the death that had just risen in their hearts also collapsed instantly. No one knew who started first. They retreated rapidly in fear, as if they had forgotten that even if they tried to escape, they wouldn't be able to escape from the blockade. They continued to scatter in all directions. As for the heavenly spirit Palm Lord and the others, even though they were resisting Wang Bao's blood Tao rules with their own cultivation, they were still charging towards him. However, what awaited them was the sea of blood that Wang Bao had gathered under the blood Tao rules. The sea of blood seemed to possess sentience. As it swept towards them, it turned into a huge mouth and started devouring the heavenly spirit Palm Lord and the other planets. With a loud boom, as the heavenly spirit Palm Lord and the others were blocked, Wang Bao spoke calmly and activated the 3rd law. Cloud Tao. Clouds were ever-changing, and illusions were spells. The moment Wang Bao spoke, green stars appeared behind him. As the stars revolved, the laws in the area were immediately affected. In that instant, a strange scene appeared. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators who had lost their will to fight and were frantically scattering in all directions suddenly shuddered. Their eyes turned red, and they turned their heads to attack their companions. They attacked with all their might. It wasn't just one or two of them. More than half of the cultivators were affected, as if they were hallucinating. Their senses told them that the people around them were the key to affecting their lives. As long as they killed their companions, they would be able to survive. As a result, under the illusory technique, the shrill screams in the area grew even louder than before. The entire battlefield seemed to be in a state of chaos. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were engaged in a frenzied battle. There was even a hint of the blood Tao. The blood in the area grew thicker and thicker. It also highlighted the strange look on Wang Baol's face as he stood calmly in the center of the battlefield. Wang Baol, the heavenly spirit sect master, let out a shrill scream. His hair was disheveled and disheveled. Due to his powerful cultivation, even though he had been suppressed, he hadn't been affected too much. He remained clear-headed, but everything around him. It caused his heart to ache with extreme pain. That was because the hundreds of thousands of cultivators were almost all disciples of his heavenly spirit sect. You fiend! So many people, they're all weaklings. Don't you have the slightest bit of compassion in your heart? Faced with the heavenly spirit palm's roar, Wang Baol turned his head to look at them, who were blocked by a large amount of blood. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he stared at the crazed heavenly spirit palm. Compassion? When your purple gold civilization slaughtered the God's Eye civilization, did you show any compassion? When the purple gold civilization forced me to hand over the Tao Star, did you show mercy? When the purple gold civilization threatened me with my home, the solar system, did you show mercy today? I am the one who has turned the tables. If not for that, all the lives in my home would have been massacred. I wonder if you, the heavenly spirit palm lord, would show mercy if this happened. Fine. I'll show mercy once. As Wang Baol said that, he raised his right hand and formed another seal. A black star rose high behind him. Immediately, an aura that represented death erupted. The Tao of death. As soon as he said that, the aura of death erupted from the black star and spread in all directions. The starry sky seemed to shatter wherever it passed. The purple gold cultivators who were engaged in battle trembled. They began to wither, and as they did so, their life force was forcibly converted into the aura of death. As it spread out, the entire battlefield turned into a gigantic vortex. As the vortex spun with a rumble, it gathered all the aura of death that was spreading out from the bodies of the cultivators. Looking around, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators on the battlefield all had dull expressions on their faces. In the end, as the sect master of Celestial Spirit sect roared madly, all of them turned into ashes and disappeared into the starry skies. The entire battlefield was emptied. Now it's your turn. As the 4 stars behind him materialized, Wang Baol looked at the heavenly spirit sect master, raised his right hand, and said calmly, "Everyone here cannot escape." As soon as he said that, Wang Baol raised his right hand and clenched it. Instantly, the giant vortex that had absorbed the death chi of hundreds of thousands of cultivators on the battlefield let out a loud boom. The vortex itself changed as well, turning into a giant palm. The moment Wang Baol's right hand clenched, the palm also clenched. The heavenly spirit palm lord and the others who were within the range of the palm were enraged. However, under this divine ability, their expressions changed. They spread out rapidly, and the palm that was formed from the death vortex. With a sound that reverberated throughout the God's Eye civilization, the palm was completely gripped. As the palm was gripped, a loud boom reverberated. Immediately, the sound of planets collapsing and self-destructing could be heard coming from the palm. However, Wang Baol's opponents were, after all, multiple planets. Even though the quality of their own planets was not high, they still had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, the heavenly spirit palm lord was at the late stage of the planet realm. Therefore, as the sound of planets self-destructing rang out, a flash of sword light erupted from the palm and sliced open a crack in the palm. As the crack appeared, several beams of light shot out from within. Of the original 8 people, only 7 were left. The one who had died, was the new Tao Patriarch. Other than the heavenly spirit Palm Lord and the 2 mid-stage planet cultivators, the rest of the 7 were all early-stage planet cultivators, and they were all injured. The moment they charged out, the 7 quickly separated, and 4 of them retreated. They split into 4 directions, as if they wanted to escape. As for the other 3, they charged towards Wang Baol. The leader of the 3 was the heavenly spirit Palm Lord. The 2 behind him were from the purple gold civilization as well. Their cultivation might not be as high as the heavenly spirit Palm Lords, but they were still mid-stage planet cultivators. They were all in a sorry state. However, the madness and killing intent emanating from their bodies was extremely strong. Separate. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. The moment the heavenly spirit Palm Lord and the other 2 arrived, his body swayed. The blue stars behind him materialized, and the wind Tao laws descended. His speed reached its peak in the next instant, an afterimage appeared. With a single step, he crossed the starry skies and arrived before one of the 4 planet cultivators who had split up and fled. He was a middle-aged man. Even though he was in a sorry state, the moment he saw Wang Baol, a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. He seemed to be filled with despair and madness as he roared. "You've been tricked. Seal." As he spoke, he chose to self-destruct without any hesitation. As the destructive ripples erupted, countless rays of light shot out from his body. His planet was also shattered at that moment. As the loud sound reverberated, his body, his soul, and his planet, all of them exploded, and the power of the explosion spread out in all directions. At the same time, the other 3 early-stage planets from the violet gold civilization who had fled in other directions also laughed bitterly, and madness appeared in their eyes. At the instant the middle-aged planet self-destructed, they also chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Seal! 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 The power of a planet's self-destruct would be several times greater than its own. Now that the 4 early-stage planets self-destructed together, the power would be even greater, and the destructive ripples between them would overlap. Therefore, the power of the self-destruct would be even more powerful. The places where they had fled previously seemed to be scattered, but if one looked closely, one could see that even though the 4 of them were fleeing, the gaps between them seemed to contain some profound meaning, as if they were connected by branches and leaves. It was hidden within the array formation. That was indeed the case. The self-detonation on the bodies of the 4 cultivators from the planet of the purple gold civilization was a type of sealing technique. In the purple gold civilization, this technique could be considered a great supernatural power, as it contained the laws of life. It was also a type of plant law that contained the will of life. That was why it was so powerful. Now that the 4 of them had used the power of self-detonation, it was naturally even more powerful. As the 4 of them self-destructed, a thread appeared in each of their collapsed bodies and planets. It was like a plant fiber that swept towards Wang Baol in an instant. As if it would lock onto him, there was no escape. In the next instant, the 4 threads surpassed Wang Baol's wind path at an indescribable speed and wrapped around his body forcefully. With a sudden tug, Wang Baol was trapped in the starry skies. It wasn't over yet. Almost at the moment when the 4 early-stage cultivators on the planet self-destructed, the heavenly spirit Palm Lord and the other 2 who had charged at Wang Baol turned their heads abruptly. They moved at a speed that was even faster than before. Their lives were on fire at that moment. In exchange, they were able to move at an even faster speed and exhaust their potential. They formed hand seals and roared at each other. Heavenly Spirit Seal. As he roared, the heavenly spirit Palm's hair was disheveled, and his body exploded with intense light. The light transformed into a giant seal outside his body. It was supported by the burning of the cultivation of the 2 mid-stage planets behind him, causing the seal to instantly. The light reached its peak, becoming the brightest light in the starry sky, second only to the stars. It buzzed towards Wang Baol. It was a seal formed by the self-destruction of 4 planets at the initial stage. It was a heavenly spirit power formed by the self-destruction of 1 planet at the later stage and 2 planets at the middle stage at the cost of their lives. Could be said that, in such a short period of time, The thought of this strategy and the planning of such a counterattack was enough to prove the heavenly spirit palm's shrewdness. The seal formed by the self-destruction of the 4 planets at the initial stage contained rules, and the seal formed by the self-destruction of the 4 planets was even more so for the heavenly spirit palm. Even though the heavenly spirit palm had advanced from the immortal planet and the planets didn't have rules, he had borrowed the power of the heavenly spirit sect's mystic arts, using his own cultivation base and the burning of the 2 planets at the intermediate stage. He unleashed the heavenly spirit seal, the number 1 secret technique of the heavenly spirit sect. This allowed the rules of light contained within this secret technique to be revealed to the world. If it was someone else, even if it was someone at the planet completion level, they would definitely not be able to escape from their combined forces. However, the difference between the levels of the planets would sometimes cause those who had fused with lower-level planets to despair. They would even feel a strong sense of injustice. They were both planets. Those who had advanced from a mortal planet wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from a cultivator who had advanced from a spirit planet. It was even more so when a spirit planet faced an immortal planet. As for the special planets, when faced with the rules, even an immortal planet wasn't much different from a mortal planet. Furthermore, Wang Baol had fused with a Tao planet that had advanced from 9 ancient planets. It could be said that even though Wang Baol was only at the initial stage of the planet realm, the rules that he had mastered and the grade of his planet allowed him to be at the planet realm. If the other party didn't have a special planet, then even if he was at the perfected planet realm, he still didn't have the right to raise his head in front of him. It was just like how no matter how big a balloon was, it was still a balloon. No matter how small a nail was, it was still a nail. If numbers can make up for the difference, then why must there be so many levels in cultivation, and why must planets contain grades? Of course, this is not fixed, but you don't have it. Wang Baol, who was entangled by the 4 binding threads, thought to himself at that moment. He deeply understood the power of the laws of the special stars. To cultivators who did not possess the laws, it was terrifying. At the same time, he also realized how earth-shattering it was to have his 9 ancient stars upgraded into Tao stars. The Tao of green plants. As the heavenly spirit palm lord roared, the mark formed by his body and the 2 mid-stage planets shone and poured towards Wang Baol. Wang Baol spoke calmly. As soon as he spoke, the threads around his body trembled violently. Even though they were formed by the self-detonation of the 4 planets, they were still trembling. They loosened their grip and were even suppressed. They floated around Wang Baol. This scene caused the heavenly spirit palm's expression to change drastically. However, before he could react, Wang Baol had already raised his right hand. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he pointed at the incoming light seal. White is the Tao of light. In an instant, the gigantic light seal grew dimmer the moment it neared. A large number of light spots dispersed and gathered in front of Wang Baol's finger. It was as if wherever his finger was, it was like the source of all light. In the next instant, the finger that had absorbed all the light spots replaced everything else and became the only existence in the 4 galaxies. As the heavenly spirit palm lord and the 2 mid-stage planets behind him were filled with disbelief and shock, Wang Baol's finger landed in front of them. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, it's over. He had used the Tao of light to gather the heavenly spirit seal's rules and use it to counter-suppress them. The instant this divine ability was unleashed from Wang Baol's hands, the impact it had had on the heavenly spirit palm lord and the others could be said to be earth-shattering. He could accept the fact that Wang Baol had a powerful cultivator from the star domain as his master. He could accept the fact that Wang Baol had made a breakthrough in his cultivation upon his return. He could also accept how powerful the human Tao star before him had become after fusing with it. However, he could not accept that the rules that he had put in all his effort to form were actually too exaggerated to describe as being unable to withstand a single blow in front of the other party. Is the gap between an immortal star and a Tao star really that big? The heavenly spirit palm master laughed bitterly. An intense look of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Although he had never seen cultivators of the same realm on a Tao star in his life, it was not as if he had never fought a cultivator of the same realm on a special planet before. Although he was not a match for the other party, he was still able to barely fight the other party with his dense cultivation base. But now, he suddenly realized that he had been wrong. He had been extremely wrong. The suppression of the Tao planet against the Immortal planet meant that his so-called powerful cultivation was nothing more than a joke. In front of the rules, everything seemed insignificant. There was no doubt that Wang Baol had grasped so many rules that the Heavenly Spirit Palm Lord felt like he was on the verge of breaking down. However, he was a late-stage cultivator of the planet, and he hadn't inherited his status as the Heavenly Spirit Palm Lord. He had gained it through brutal slaughter. That was why he was extremely experienced in combat. The moment Wang Baol pointed in the opposite direction, the Heavenly Spirit Palm Lord's eyes were filled with madness. He spread his hands out and grabbed the two mid-stage planets beside him. The two of them were pale and shocked. The Heavenly Spirit Palm Lord unleashed his full power and pushed the two of them toward Wang Baol's incoming fingers. Palm Lord, you! Palm Lord! Everything happened too quickly. With Wang Baol's finger closing in, the difference between the mid-stage and late-stage planets, and the difference between the Immortal planet and the Spirit planet, the two mid-stage planets were unable to fight back. As they roared in anger, they couldn't help but pounce towards Wang Baol. The instant they pounced, a destructive aura erupted from their bodies. It wasn't that they wanted to self-destruct, but that the Heavenly Spirit Palm Lord didn't just push them forward. The influx of his cultivation caused the already chaotic cultivation of his two kinsmen to be ignited. They couldn't control the ripples of self-destruction. In the next instant, when they collided with Wang Baol's descending finger of light, a loud boom reverberated in the air. The bodies of the two mid-stage cultivators who had exhausted their potential and been set ablaze instantly exploded. Their planets also shattered in that instant, turning into a destructive force that exploded crazily in front of Wang Baol. From afar, the self-destruction of the two planets was even more powerful than the destruction of the planets. They turned into two huge maelstrom of flesh and blood, drowning Wang Baol within. However, this scene did not make the Heavenly Spirit Palm Lord heave a sigh of relief. He was still nervous. The danger of life and death grew even more intense. With the help of the self-destruction of the two mid-stage planets, he retreated abruptly. In that instant, his entire body was covered in a blood-red glow. It was obvious that he had activated a mystic technique and was trying to escape at top speed at all costs. His speed was so fast that it was visible to the naked eye just a breath ago. However, in the next instant, he had disappeared without a trace. The only things left on the battlefield were the two blood and flesh vortexes. As they continued to rumble, they spread out in all directions, as if they wanted to destroy everything in this place. However, they couldn't destroy Wang Baol. At that moment, Wang Baol was no longer a clone. He had fused with his original body and possessed a real physical body. His physical body was already powerful to begin with, and as a result of the fusion, his physical strength had improved. He had now reached the level of a physical planet. Coupled with the transformation of the Emperor armor, he didn't dodge at all. He walked out of the two flesh vortexes step by step. His long hair danced in the wind. Dressed in black, Wang Baol turned his head to look in the direction where the Heavenly Spirit Palm Lord had fled. Then he turned his head and looked in another direction, his expression calm. Only these two are left. As he muttered to himself, Wang Baol raised his right hand and grabbed at the air. He spoke calmly. Yellow flame Tao. As soon as he spoke, the starry sky around him rumbled. The sea of fire left behind by the blazing flame ancestor, which enveloped the entire God's Eye civilization, instantly surged. It was as if at that moment, Wang Baol had used his ancient star flame Tao. Fuse his own will into the sea of fire around him and control it. If it had been the flames unleashed by a mighty figure from another galaxy, even if Wang Baol possessed the ancient star laws, it would have been nearly impossible for him to shake it. After all, the difference between them was too great. However, the blazing flame ancestor's recognition of him made all the difference. The sea of fire that had remained in the divine Eye civilization didn't reject Wang Baol. Instead, it was filled with passion. In the blink of an eye, the divine Eye civilization erupted according to his divine thoughts. It rose from the edges of the surrounding area, It swept towards Wang Baol with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. If one could stand at a high enough position and look down, one could clearly see the sea of fire that was filled with the God's Eye civilization. It was like a giant ring of fire. The ring of fire was shrinking rapidly and everything within it. As long as one didn't have Wang Baol's permission, they wouldn't be able to charge out of the ring of fire. They could only retreat continuously as the flames churned. The speed of the retreat was extremely fast. The entire process took about 10 breaths of time. As Wang Baol raised his hand, two pathetic figures appeared on his left and right. They were forced back by the shrinking sea of flames. They were forced back. On the left was the heavenly spirit palm lord, and on the right was the heaven palm ancestor. Both of them had looks of despair on their faces. The sense of powerlessness that came from the bottom of their hearts made them laugh bitterly. However, compared to the heaven palm ancestor, the heavenly spirit palm lord was clearly more furious. After being forced out, he glared at Wang Baol and roared, "Wang Baol! Kill him as soon as possible!" But Wang Baol's cold voice was the response. The figure that appeared in front of the heavenly spirit palm lord in an instant and Wang Baol's right index finger. However, the moment his index finger was pointed out, it was no longer flesh and blood. Instead, it turned into paper. It was the paper rules that the Tao Star had imprinted on it. As it landed, Wang Baol's strange voice echoed in the heavenly spirit palm lord's ears. Paper armament art. This art was a meteorite divine ability that Wang Baol had bought when he had left the meteorite lands. It was powerful, and with sufficient rules it could turn everything into paper. It was like a seal, but also like a puppet. In the next instant, when Wang Baol's finger touched the heavenly spirit palm's forehead, the heavenly spirit palm, who was unable to fight back under the suppression of the mighty figure's flames, and Wang Baol's Tao Star, shuddered. The expression on his face froze. He forced himself to lower his head, and what he saw was his own body, which was turning into paper that could be seen with the naked eye. The entire process took only 7 to 8 breaths. Eventually, the trembling sky palm elder witnessed it with his own eyes. He saw the heavenly spirit palm elder turn into a paper figurine and shrink rapidly. Turning into the size of a palm, he landed in Wang Baol's hand and kept it. This scene made the sky palm elder's scalp tingle. He was shocked to the extreme. He saw Wang Baol turn around and stare at him. The moment their eyes met, Wang Baol raised his right hand and pointed. Instantly, a white light that contained the rules of paper approached the sky palm elder. The moment the white light approached, the sky palm elder knelt down without hesitation. At that moment, he didn't care about his status, his cultivation, or anything else. He only cared about life and death. He spoke quickly. "I am willing to be your slave, and I will never betray you." The moment he said that, Wang Baol's paper law beam paused in front of the sky palm elder's forehead. Wang Baol fell silent as well, as if he was deep in thought. The entire process took about 10 breaths. To the sky palm elder, these 10 breaths were long and endless. It made him feel extremely tormented. His body trembled even more, just as he was feeling anxious and desperate, as if he could no longer control himself. He finally heard a voice that, to him, was like the sound of nature, filled with hope. "Approved." As the voice reverberated, the beam of light in front of him changed abruptly, eventually turning into a mark that contained the will of the Tao Star. It was instantly imprinted between the sky palm elder's brows. From then on, all of his thoughts, all of his life and death, were in Wang Baol's hands. Due to the will of the Tao Star, the mark was recognized by the laws of the starry skies. Unless someone from the same Tao Star could suppress Wang Baol, only then could it be forcefully erased. Otherwise, it would exist forever. After leaving the mark between the heaven palm elder's brows, Wang Baol turned his head and looked at the entire God's Eye civilization. His eyes were deep in thought. His silence caused the entire God's Eye civilization to be filled with a sense of oppression. The heaven palm elder behind him was even more so. Even though he had managed to survive and knew that his life wouldn't be in danger for a short period of time, when faced with Wang Baol who had fallen silent, the Heaven Palm Elder's heart was filled with more fear than bitterness. On one hand, he was afraid of Wang Bao's background. On the other hand, he was afraid of the changes in his abilities. The entire galaxy was silent. All the cultivators from the Purple Gold civilization had basically been wiped out. As for the native cultivators from the Divine Eye civilization, they were mostly scattered across the stars. Many of them felt the terror of the battle in the galaxy and were shaken. Fairy Ling Yu and the others, the people Wang Baol was familiar with in the Sky Palm sect, were like that. They were all anxious and uncertain about the future. They knew very well that the Divine Eye civilization had reached its end. The three great sects that had once existed in name were now practically dead. There was only one planet left from the three great planets, and the royal family, which had been able to survive, had also disappeared. This caused all the natives of the Divine Eye civilization to feel bitter and uncertain about their future. They couldn't blame Wang Baol for all this. It could even be said that without Wang Baol, the current Divine Eye civilization would have been even more tragic. Amidst the silence, the starry sky grew increasingly silent. After a long while, Wang Baol retracted his gaze and spoke calmly to the Sky Palm Elder behind him. Tidy up the battlefield and appease all the surviving native creatures. Pass down the instructions. The God's Eye civilization will not disappear, but it will welcome a new life. 1 month later, I will relocate the entire God's Eye civilization and join the Earth Federation. Wang Baol ignored the complicated emotions of the Sky Palm Elder. Instead, in a flash, he shattered the bubble that had trapped Zhao Yamen, the donkey, and Xiao Wu. He carried them and took a step forward, disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already inside the Divine Eye star. Migrating a civilization back to the solar system and integrating it into the sun would increase the concentration of the spirit chi in the entire Federation. At the same time, it would also greatly increase the level of the Federation. This was the way to upgrade a civilization. It was also the decision that Wang Baol had made in his heart. This process wouldn't cause any life or death damage to the Divine Eye civilization. It was just that from then on, they would have a master-subordinate relationship. After integrating into the solar system star all the past and future life forms born within the Divine Eye civilization, they would be closely connected to the solar system throughout their lives. They couldn't be betrayed. This price might seem cruel and could be considered a form of attachment, but it was still better than being enslaved by the Purple Gold civilization. At the very least, Wang Baol was there. As the first civilization to join the solar system, their status might not seem high, but they still had a certain level of dignity. Furthermore, according to Wang Baol's thoughts, if there was a chance, he would allow more civilizations to join the Federation. This would allow the Federation's level of civilization to increase again and again. This would not only bring great benefits to the Federation, but it would also bring great benefits to all the lives born in the Federation. The most basic thing was the increase in cultivation once the fusion was successful. Then all the Federation cultivators, including Wang Baol, would instantly receive a gift from the advancement of the level of civilization. Their cultivation would increase to a greater or lesser extent. Now, all the conditions for migration had been met. However, to migrate a civilization, even with Wang Baol's current cultivation level, he still needed to make some preparations in order to ensure that everything would go smoothly. Therefore, while the Sky Palm Elder arranged for the outside world to be reorganized, Wang Baol, who had appeared in the Divine Eye star, sat down cross-legged. He spread out his spiritual perception and merged it with the star, beginning to accumulate power. According to his judgment, the accumulation of power would reach its peak in about a month's time. When that time came, he would be able to begin his migration, instantly sending the entire Divine Eye civilization into the solar system. While he was accumulating power, Wang Baol's clone also condensed once again from his original body. Even though the fusion of the clone and his original body would make the accumulation of power faster, the main source of power came from the Divine Eye star. Therefore, even if the gathering of strength was faster, it wouldn't be much faster. Furthermore, Wang Baol had already left the Federation for too long. He needed to make a trip back first and make some preparations in the solar system so that there wouldn't be any accidents during the fusion. Therefore, Wang Baol planned to let his clone return first. Before he returned, he had a discussion with the awakened Zhao Yaming. Zhao Yaming didn't choose to follow Wang Bao's clone back to the Federation. Instead, she chose to temporarily stay in the Divine Eye civilization. That was because she had suggested to Wang Bao that since the God's Eye civilization was to belong to the Federation completely, other than the merger of the stars, there was also a place for the heart. Bao, I suggest that you ascend to the throne in the God's Eye civilization and become the new Divine Emperor. That is the only way you can gain the full approval of the God's Eye civilization. It will also allow them to be more loyal after they merge with the solar system, and there won't be too much of a panic. Wang Bao thought for a moment and nodded in response to Zhao Yaming's suggestion. He didn't need to be involved in this matter. Zhao Yaming's purpose in staying behind was to help Wang Bao successfully integrate all the cultivators of the Divine Eye civilization. With the cooperation of the Skypalm Elder and Zhao Yaming's skill, this wasn't difficult. What Wang Bao needed to do was to send a projection to carry out the ascension ceremony when he was needed. All of this had to be completed within a month. After that, Zhao Yaming would return to the solar system with the Divine Eye civilization through the stellar transference. The donkey and Xiaowu didn't return immediately either. They stayed behind to complete the task with Zhao Yaming. After a discussion, Wang Bao thought about it and confirmed that there were no hidden dangers. After all, his original body was in the Divine Eye star. If there were any other changes, he could wake up at any time. He could rely on the stellar eye to bring his clone back in an instant. After making his decision, Wang Bao and Zhao Yaming discussed the details. Finally, under the glow of the star eye, the sea of light covered the entire Divine Eye civilization. Wang Bao's clone left the Divine Eye civilization. As the power of the star exploded and was sent out, ripples appeared out of thin air in the space outside the solar system. They formed rings of light that spread out in all directions. Wang Bao's figure gradually emerged from the blurry outline. He slowly transformed from an illusion into a solid form. The entire process lasted for about an hour. It was only when the surrounding transmission rings slowly dimmed that Wang Bao's silhouette truly appeared. The reason why it took so long was because the distance was too far. This was also the reason why Wang Bao had to return first to make preparations. After all, migrating a civilization would take even longer, and if there was any interference in the process, there would be some backlash. His clone was fine. If anything really happened, he could just disperse. It might affect his original body, but it wouldn't be too much. However, if there was a backlash during the civilization migration, it would be a huge loss. As the teleportation ended, Wang Bao slowly opened his eyes. As he looked around, the cultivation of the planet exploded within his body. It came from the familiar starry sky around him, stirring up waves in his previously calm heart. Finally, I'm back, Wang Bao muttered. He had been away for decades, and he missed his hometown very much. He missed his parents even more. However, as he embarked on this path of cultivation, many things were beyond his control. At that moment, he felt as if he was afraid of his hometown. Wang Bao felt a little uneasy. He stood outside the solar system for a long while before his body swayed and he flew towards the solar system. His speed wasn't fast at first, but as he flew, as his mood fluctuated, it became faster and faster. In the end, his entire body turned into a long rainbow that seemed to be able to tear apart the starry sky. In the next instant, he passed through the invisible barrier set up by the Federation outside the solar system and appeared directly within the solar system. Earth, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter. The moment he stepped into the solar system, a happy smile appeared on Wang Bao's face. He could not help but spread out his divine perception and saw the familiar stars. He also saw the sun at its core and the ancient green bronze sword that was inserted into the sun. However, in the next instant, the smile that appeared on Wang Bao's face froze. That was because the glow of the sun seemed to be something wrong. Something's wrong? Wang Bao's expression changed, and his heart skipped a beat. There was something wrong with the glow of the sun in the solar system. To be more precise, it was brighter than when Wang Bao had left. There was also a faint halo of light outside. This halo was different from the normal halo of the sun. It could only be seen when one's cultivation had reached the planet. It was impossible to see anything below the planet. At that moment, the circle of light was clearly visible to Wang Baol. At the same time, he saw the source of the circle. It was the ancient bronze sword. To be precise, it was at the tip of the sword. There was an aura that was using a special method to pull the sun. On one hand, it was slowly absorbing the power of the sun. On the other hand, it was an indirect influence causing the sun in the solar system to slowly die. The reason why it was getting brighter was that it was like a last ray of light. Even though it hadn't reached the state of death yet, based on this process, it was estimated that in another 1,000 years, the sun in the solar system would be completely extinguished. This scene caused Wang Baol's expression to change. At the same time, he couldn't tell whether what he was seeing was something that had appeared after he had left, or something that had happened before he had left. It was just that his cultivation wasn't high enough. That was why he hadn't noticed it. Regardless, Wang Baol could still sense the planet's fluctuations from the aura emanating from the tip of the sword. This allowed him to be certain of one thing, that something had happened at the spot where the mighty cultivator from the vast expanse Tao Palace was sleeping. Something must have happened. Using the stars of my solar system to heal my injuries. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He didn't act rashly. After all, as his cultivation increased, his understanding of what had happened in the vast expanse Tao Palace grew deeper. At the same time, he needed to find out if there had been any changes in the Federation recently. If there hadn't been any changes, it meant that the sun had been like this before he had left. It was just that he hadn't noticed it. However, if there had been any changes in the Federation, it was more likely that it had happened recently. The former and the latter would cause him to have two different attitudes towards the vast expanse Tao Palace. Therefore, after making a decision, Wang Baol immediately spread out his consciousness and enveloped Earth. However, in the next instant, Wang Baol's expression changed again. His consciousness was hidden, so no one could detect his existence. However, in his consciousness, as his consciousness swept across, everything on Earth was clearly visible. He didn't find Duan Muk's aura, nor did he find the aura of the ethereal sex Grand Supreme Elder. There wasn't even the aura of Lin Yu or anyone he was familiar with. Wang Baol was shaken. He looked towards Ethereal City. There, the Ethereal Tao College had disappeared. The lake that had once been there seemed to have experienced the flames of war. It had turned into a deep pit, and one could see it. There was a giant handprint. It was as if a giant hand had descended from the sky and flattened all the islands in Ethereal Tao College. What made Wang Baol tremble even more was that he couldn't find any trace of his parents' aura in Ethereal City, or even in all the regions on Earth. He could only see traces of the divine abilities left behind in many regions on Earth. There was also no smile on anyone's face. There was a deep sense of exhaustion on everyone's faces. All of this made Wang Baol feel a strong sense of unease. After experiencing the massacre within the God's Eye civilization, the killing intent that he had managed to calm down with great difficulty surged in his heart once again. He didn't hesitate at all. His divine perception spread out instantly. It spread out from Earth and swept across the entire solar system. Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, and other planets flashed across his divine perception instantly. It was a barren land. Just as Wang Baol was about to lose control of his killing intent and anxiety, and he was about to explode from his trembling body, his mind covered Mars. There, he sensed a large number of familiar presences, which caused his body to tremble. He didn't bother with the rest of the presences. Instead, he focused all his attention on the presences of the two people in a house in his new Martian city. The moment he saw the two of them, the killing intent in Wang Baol's body instantly subsided, and his eyes softened. They were his parents. In the small house, he saw his father. His hair was mostly white, and he was sitting there looking at the distant sky. It was unknown what he was thinking about, but beside him, leaning on his shoulder, it was Wang Baol's mother. She was clearly much older, and there were some wrinkles on her face. At that moment, she was lowering her head and coughing incessantly as she looked at the photo in her hand. In the photo, there was a little fatty with both hands raised high, his index and middle fingers stretched out. He was in a victorious posture. The little fatty's body was round, and his eyes were like slits. A smug smile appeared on his face. This scene was filled with longing. Wang Baol fell silent and felt guilty. He noticed his mother coughing occasionally, and he noticed the confusion in his father's eyes. "Dad, Mom," Wang Baol mumbled. His body, which was in the starry skies, disappeared instantly. In the next moment, in the house in the new Martian city behind his parents, Wang Baol appeared instantly. The moment he appeared, he knelt down. The moment his voice was heard, his parents, who were in front of him, trembled violently. They turned their heads slowly and saw their son, whom they missed. However, everything happened too suddenly. They seemed to be unable to believe that what they saw was real. As their bodies trembled, the photo in Wang Baol's mother's hands fell to the ground. "Baol? Dad, Mom, I'm back," Wang Baol said softly. Even though his appearance had changed, his parents still recognized him at a glance. His mother hugged him, and tears streamed down her face unknowingly. She was unable to speak for a long while. Patting his mother's back gently, Wang Baol listened to his mother's words, which were filled with longing and crying. Wang Baol felt even more guilty. At the same time, he could not suppress the anger in his heart, which had reached its peak. However, in front of his parents, he hid his anger. He looked at his father, who was beside him and was filled with emotion and sorrow. Wang Baol nodded gently, with the gentle comfort of his cultivation. Gradually, his old mother fell asleep in his arms. He placed his mother gently on the bed and covered her with the blanket. Wang Baol raised his head and looked at his father. He went up and hugged his father, who was at a loss. "Dad, tell me, who hurt my mother?" Even though he was already controlling those words, the anger that filled his heart caused the entire Mars to rumble. Everyone who lived on Mars couldn't help but be shocked. The reason why he was so angry was because, the moment he saw his mother, Wang Baol had already noticed that his mother's body was extremely weak. It was obvious that her life foundation had been damaged, and she was at the stage where she was at the end of her life. Furthermore, there was still the fluctuation of a spell that had been forcefully sustained by someone else. Baol? Wang Baol's father was clearly still in a state of agitation. Under Wang Baol's comforting, it took him a long time to recover. Looking at his son, he finally could not control his tears. He held his hand and told him everything he knew after Wang Baol had left. 3 years after Wang Baol's departure, the situation on Earth had changed drastically. The 5-generation Sky Clan had once risen to power. The Zhua family and the Li family had taken the lead and changed the political situation in the solar system. Feng Qiran had been forcibly detained. Li Xingwen had been severely injured. Duan Muk had died in battle, and all 4 Dao colleges had been destroyed. All the members of Duan Muk and Li Xingwen's lineage had lost their power. More than half of the council members had died in battle, and the rest had been severely injured. In the end, the Martian colony governor and his wife had managed to defend Mars with their newly created antimatter weapons. All those who had been severely injured during the changes in the situation had been relocated to Mars. While they were barely holding on, they had no choice but to bow down to the 5-generation Sky Clan and accept their rule in name. Wang Baol's parents had been affected by the destruction of Ethereal Dao College. During the relocation, the Zhua family's hatred for Wang Baol had prevented them from doing so. Li Xingwen and the others had eventually managed to send Wang Baol's parents back safely. However, her mother had still been severely injured and had yet to recover. The reason for the change was all because a planet cultivator had awakened on the ancient green bronze sword. Wang Baol's father wasn't too clear about the other matters. What he knew and what he had told Wang Baol weren't any secrets. They were modern history that most people in the Federation were aware of. As he listened to his father's words, the anger in Wang Baol's heart surged. He hadn't planned to act rashly when he had sensed the changes in the ancient green bronze sword. But now, his thoughts had completely changed. And the 5-generation Sky Clan, the Zhua family, how dare you? The change in Wang Bao's emotions once again triggered the rumbling of Mars. The cultivators on Mars were shocked and didn't know why. Wang Bao looked at his father's white hair. He raised his right hand, and the power of essence spread out without form, fusing into his father's body. In an instant, the wrinkles on his father's face disappeared, and his hair recovered. Wang Bao treated his injuries more carefully, and his mother, who was in a deep sleep, also recovered her black hair. From her appearance, it didn't matter if it was her age or her spirit energy. It was a visible change. No one else in the Federation was able to resolve it. The only problem was that Wang Bao could forcefully prolong their lives. It wasn't difficult for him to do so. All he needed to do was to use his own essence. He knew very well that he couldn't allow his parents to exist forever. However, what he could do was to make them healthy and live to the limit of their soul years. When that time came, would he be able to extend their lives? Wang Bao didn't know about that, and he didn't want to think about it. What he was thinking about now was his parents' health and well-being. At the same time, the Zhua family and the 5-generation Sky Clan, who had almost caused the death of his parents, were nothing more than skeletons in his heart. That was why he condensed his clone into a figure. While he stayed here to accompany his parents, his clone had already left home. When it appeared, it was in a secret chamber deep underground in the Martian capital. An elder sat cross-legged in the secret chamber. He was thin and pale, and his face was clearly tired. There was a bulge on his neck, and it looked like a creature was squirming inside. Every time it squirmed, it would bring immense pain to the elder, causing his expression to distort. This elder was the Ethereal Tao College's Grand Supreme Elder, Li Xingwen. Li Xingwen didn't notice Wang Bao's appearance at all. He was trying his best to suppress his injuries, which had been with him for many years. He had to suppress his injuries every day for a fixed period of time. That was the only way. He could barely survive. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but that he wasn't willing to leave just like that. That was why he persevered despite the immense pain he was in. He understood that he was a pillar of support for everyone on Mars. His existence meant that everyone on Mars still had hope. If he died, the senator, the governor, and all the other powerful cultivators of his generation, they would all lose hope. After all, he was the president who had created the Spirit Inception era. He had joined forces with his successor, Duan Myuk, to push the Federation into an alliance. He had reached an unprecedented height. His prestige was more important than his cultivation. Duan Myuk's death in battle, everyone's serious injuries, and Feng Qiran's imprisonment had placed an even heavier burden on him. Even so, he still went to treat Wang Bao's mother regularly. It wasn't because he knew that Wang Bao had become a planet. It was because in his heart, Wang Bao and the other people involved in the Dark Swallow plan were the hope of the Federation. Wang Bao looked at Li Xingwen, who had a pained expression on his face. His eyes were filled with respect and gratitude, and he felt even more apologetic. He instantly raised his right hand and pointed at the bulge on Li Xingwen's neck. The bulge trembled under his finger, and there seemed to be a cry for mercy coming from within. In that instant, the bulge shattered, and a black thread worm flew out rapidly from within. It seemed like it was about to leave, but what awaited it was the frozen look in Wang Bao's eyes, as well as ashes and smoke. As it shattered, Li Xingwen's body trembled. He opened his eyes in a daze, and he immediately saw Wang Bao before him. His expression changed at first, but after a careful examination, his expression changed to one of excitement and disbelief. Bao, your disciple greets the Grand Supreme Elder. Wang Bao cupped his fists and bowed deeply. At the same time, he released his origin energy and infused it into Li Xingwen's body, causing his injuries to recover rapidly in an instant. The entire process took 3 to 5 breaths. Li Xingwen's skinny body returned to normal. At that moment, his cultivation erupted. He was no longer in the nascent soul realm, but in the imminent deity realm. This was not Wang Bao's help. As the first batch of cultivators from the Earth Spirit Inception era, Li Xingwen was naturally talented. Due to the level of civilization, it seemed difficult for him to advance. However, after Wang Baol left, he had relied on himself to achieve a breakthrough, and he had advanced to the Spirit Ascension realm. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Li Xingwen didn't care about his recovery. In his excitement, he looked carefully at Wang Baol. The joy in his eyes made Wang Baol feel even more guilty. He felt that he had come back too late. If he had come back earlier, the situation might not have turned out this way. Therefore, after paying his respects, Wang Baol immediately asked about the details of the changes in the earth structure that he hadn't gotten from his father. With Li Xingwen's words, Wang Baol finally gained a detailed understanding of the changes in the earth structure. To the solar system and the Federation civilization, the existence of the planet cultivators who had awakened from the ancient bronze sword was terrifying enough to cause a tremendous change in the entire civilization. It would be easy for them to wipe out the Federation in the starry skies. As for the awakened one, although he did not wipe out the Federation at that time, he was not a gentle person like Feng Churan. Instead, he strongly advocated using the solar system to restore the glory of the vast expanse Dao Palace. Hence, he was very dissatisfied with the alliance between Feng Churan and the Federation. Hence, when he went out with the ancient bronze sword, he directly captured Feng Churan and the other disciples of the vast expanse Dao Palace and imprisoned them in the vast expanse Dao Palace. At the same time, he took over Feng Churan's authority, forcing the disciples of the vast expanse Dao Palace to have no choice but to obey. He even personally killed Duan Myuk to establish his authority. However, due to the fact that he had not fully recovered from his injuries, after he had done all this, he supported the 5-generation Sky Clan, who had voluntarily submitted to him. He made them the new authority figures of the Federation, acting as puppets of the vast expanse Dao Palace to carry out his will. The 5-generation Sky Clan was already extremely displeased with Duan Myuk and Li Xingwen. Hence, under their leadership and with the support of that planet mighty figure, they began a bloodbath. The March group was plundered, the Jin family patriarch perished, and all 4 Dao colleges were wiped out. Other than the ethereal Dao College, which had more than half of its disciples relocated to Mars, almost all of the other 3 Dao colleges were wiped out. There was also the Council of Representatives. 9 of them died in battle, and the rest either surrendered or fled to Mars. Among them, the council member was severely injured, and his cultivation base had also dropped drastically. He was now a mortal. As for Lin Yu, he rose to prominence in this battle. His cultivation base had broken through to the spirit realm, and with the cooperation of the Martian colony governor and Li Xingwen, he had migrated to Mars. In addition, the stellar sources of Jupiter, Saturn, and Venus had all been extracted and used by the vast expanse Dao Palace to treat their injuries. The Star Sun had also, with the help of the 5-generation Sky Clan, followed the request of the planet mighty figure. A large number of array formations were set up, making it the source of power for the vast expanse Dao Palace to recover. As for Mars, when everyone had fled to this place to defend, they had originally been unable to fight against the planet mighty figure behind the 5-generation Sky Clan. However, after he had arrived and looked at Mars from afar, he was just about to make his move. There seemed to be ripples spreading out from the Martian soil, causing the planet mighty figure to be a little apprehensive. That was why Mars had managed to hold on until now. It's a dark artifact? Wang Baol heard everything, and the coldness in his eyes grew stronger. He spoke slowly. That's my guess. That's what happened. Baol, the current Federation, is what happened. What are you going to do next? As Li Xingwen said that, his eyes lit up. He looked at Wang Baol. He had already sensed it. The Dao College disciple before him had an unfathomable cultivation. In his opinion, he seemed to be even more powerful than the planet he had seen before. What should I do? Wang Baol's eyes flashed with killing intent. One punishment for each and every one of you is to pay the price for your wrongdoings. Those who hurt my family and friends will pay with their lives. As for the vast expanse Dao Palace that lives in the solar system, it's fine if they don't pay the rent, but they still dare to do this. I will let them know that the owner of this place is angry. Wang Baol said calmly. He spoke softly to the masked little Missy, who was standing in front of him. Little Missy, the vast expanse Dao Palace is at fault in this matter. Don't blame me. As he spoke, Wang Baol took a step forward and disappeared from Mars. When he reappeared, He was in the starry skies beyond Earth. He took a step towards Earth, filled with killing intent. The moment Wang Baol stepped onto Earth, a soft sigh reverberated in his mind. It was little Missy's voice, but it was only a sigh. There were no other words. It was obvious that even little Missy, who had sensed everything through Wang Baol's doppelganger, found it inappropriate to speak up for the vast expanse Dao Palace. Wang Baol didn't respond to the sigh either. He looked calm, however. The anger in his heart had already boiled over. On one hand, it came from the experiences of his friends and acquaintances. More importantly, it came from his parents. This was where Wang Baol's reverse scale was located. At the same time, due to the guilt in his heart, he felt that he needed a place to vent his anger. That was why his figure instantly descended upon Earth. When he appeared, it was the Earth Federation's presidential palace. The place where Duanmyuk had once been was now ruled by the 5-generation Sky Clan after Duanmyuk's death and the departure of Li Xingwen and the others. Compared to the past, it was obvious that the defensive array formation here was much stronger. On one hand, the 100 or so statues in the square were becoming more lifelike. They also contained extraordinary spirit chi fluctuations. It was as if these statues, which were refined based on legends and myths, could be revived and returned at any time. However, the original statues of Li Xingwen and Duanmyuk had disappeared. They had been replaced by the statues of the 5-generation Sky Clan's family head. There was also a layer of invisible light screen outside the presidential palace that cultivators could sense. This light screen formed a protective barrier. The source of the light screen was the divine weapon inside the presidential palace. As a divine weapon that only the president could control, the scarlet flying knife in Duanmyuk's hands had been taken over by the 5-generation Sky Clan after his death. It had been branded and continuously worshipped in the presidential palace. As the figure appeared, Wang Baol stood in midair and lowered his head to look at the presidential palace below. Nothing could hide from his eyes. He saw the spirit chi attached to the hundreds of statues. He also saw the divine weapons being worshipped in the presidential palace, as well as the people coming and going in the area. More than half of them were from the 5-generation Sky Clan and were their clansmen. The person who had been elected president in the presidential palace was the head of the Chun clan, one of the 5-generation Sky Clan. His cultivation was also at the spirit realm. In the presidential palace, apart from him, there were 4 perfected nascent soul realm cultivators who were meditating deep underground. It was clear that after they had become affiliated with the planet that had awakened in the vast expanse Dao Palace, the 5-generation Sky Clan had gained considerable benefits in terms of their cultivation, as well as their power. However, they had been so pleased with themselves that they had suppressed all opposition. They hadn't truly realized that what they thought they had gained was nothing more than duckweed in the eyes of the true experts. Before I left that year, I should have been ruthless enough to wipe out the 5-generation Sky Clan, Wang Baol said softly. He was muttering to himself, but his cultivation was too high and he hadn't been able to control it. That was why he was muttering to himself. It instantly turned into bolts of lightning that exploded in the presidential palace. To all the cultivators in the area, the sudden appearance of the voice, which was like a bolt of lightning, immediately caused their minds to rumble. They were completely unable to resist it. It was as if they were facing the might of the heavens, and they all spat out blood. Those who didn't have the bloodline of the 5-generation Sky Clan might have coughed up blood and lost consciousness in an instant, but their lives weren't in danger. However, those with the bloodline of the 5-generation Sky Clan wouldn't be spared. There might be innocent people in the 5-generation Sky Clan, but Wang Baol wasn't a saint. He couldn't search each and every one of their souls to see who was good and who was bad. He could only scan them with his divine sense, causing the 5-generation Sky Clan bloodline cultivators to. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and they fell one by one in an instant. Whether they lived or died depended on their own fate. As the 5-generation Sky Clan's bloodline cultivators fell one by one, the president of the Chun family clan's face changed drastically. The 4 perfected nascent soul realm 5-generation Sky Clan elders in the depths of the underground were also shocked. They were the first to be activated. There were more than 100 statues in the square. These statues were clearly enhanced by the power of the planets. It was obvious that the planet cultivator who had awakened on the ancient green bronze sword had used this technique before. However, his strength wasn't even fully recovered, let alone his injuries. Even if he had fully recovered. In the end, he wasn't a match for Wang Baol. There was no need to even mention this external object that he had just used. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the more than 100 statues opened their eyes at the same time. Each of them released a wave of aura, as if they had been resurrected and were about to soar into the sky to fight against Wang Baol. However, in the blink of an eye, Wang Baol raised his right hand slightly and pressed down. Instantly, a seemingly supreme power erupted without warning. It seemed to have transformed into a gigantic, invisible palm print. As it pressed down, the heavens and earth changed instantly. The winds and clouds swirled, and the 100+ statues that had just woken up, they trembled in unison. Their opened eyes closed, and their bodies trembled as they knelt down towards Wang Baol, who was standing in the sky. As they knelt, the 5-generation Sky Clan's family head statue shattered. The invisible barrier formed by the divine weapons outside the presidential palace could not withstand the force and shattered in an instant. As the mirror shattered, the presidential palace collapsed with a loud crash. A crimson rainbow with a sharp intent soared into the sky and charged towards Wang Baol, as if it wanted to pierce through him. However, its speed became slower and slower until it reached Wang Baol. The crimson streak of light came to a complete halt. It trembled visibly in front of Wang Baol, revealing its true form. It was a crimson flying dagger. It was the Federation President's divine weapon. At the same time as the crimson dagger trembled, the head of the Qin family rushed out of the collapsed presidential palace, trembling. The 4 perfected nascent soul realm cultivators behind him flew out in fear, all of them looking at Wang Baol in the sky. "Senior, please calm down. Everything is my fault. No matter what request you have, as long as the Federation civilization can fulfill it, I will definitely fulfill it." The head of the Chun family's trembling heart turned into intense fear. He didn't recognize Wang Baol immediately. His first reaction was that he had either arrived from outer space, or he was someone who had just woken up in the vast expanse Dao Palace. That was why he didn't ask what was going on. He went to apologize first. As he spoke, he immediately knelt down, as did the 4 nascent souls behind him. Wang Baol glanced at the spineless Chun family head and thought of Duan Myuk. Compared to him, the dog-like Qin family head wasn't even worthy of being the president. Wang Baol sighed softly in his heart at the thought of Duan Myuk. He looked at the trembling scarlet flying knife and said calmly, "Since you are a sentient being, why are you helping the wicked?" When the red flying knife heard those words, it trembled even more violently. A sense of unwillingness, grievance, and grief could be faintly felt from within the blade. Wang Baol felt the emotions of the red flying knife and fell silent. He had some understanding. This divine armament was a special item for the Federation president, and it had an agreement with the Federation. It had always adhered to this agreement, whoever was the president. It belonged to whoever. Duan Myuk's death had made it sad and angry. However, in the face of that agreement and under the gaze of the planet's almighty, it had no choice but to comply. "Go and cleanse the stain on your body." Wang Baol shook his head. 1 spirit mastery realm cultivator and 4 nascent soul realm cultivators were dirty hands to him. He had turned around after finishing his sentence. He walked towards the gathering place of the 5-generation Sky Clan, which was marked with his supernatural awareness. The instant he turned around, the scarlet flying knife suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. His killing intent was even more intense. It instantly turned into a scarlet rainbow and charged towards the ground. The clan head of the Chun clan was shocked, and the 4 nascent soul realm cultivators were in disbelief. The scarlet glow whizzed past the 4 nascent soul realm cultivators. Instantly, the 4 nascent soul realm cultivators' heads flew into the air. As their nascent souls were destroyed, the Chun family head's scalp went numb as he watched the crimson flying knife fly past him once again. He was so terrified that he went mad. He turned towards Wang Baol, who was about to leave in the sky. he screamed hoarsely. "Senior, what did I do wrong?" "I—" Before he could finish his sentence, the crimson beam exploded even more violently. As it charged forward, the blade shattered into dozens of pieces. It was the price he had to pay. It unleashed an astonishing power. No matter how much the patriarch of the Qin family tried to resist, he was unable to escape. Pierced through his chest. As the patriarch of the Qin family screamed in pain, his body and soul were destroyed. Dozens of flying knife fragments flew out from his corpse. They carried the aura of a divine armament that seemed to be on the verge of dissipating. The fragments flew up into the air with great difficulty amidst the darkness. They caught up to Wang Baol and floated in front of him. They were once again pieced together into flying knives. However, the cracks and the signs of death made it obvious to everyone that they were about to dissipate. "From now on, your mission is no longer just to listen to the president, but also to protect my family. As for now, follow me first," Wang Baol said softly. He raised his right hand and waved it. An aura that belonged to his Tao star surged into the shattered divine armament Crimson Star. The flying saber shards trembled, and their bodies emitted a strong glow, as if they had been reborn. The cracks on the blade healed rapidly, and at the same time, there was an aura that was even stronger than before. It rose explosively from its body. Wang Baol, who had made his own Tao oath and upgraded the 9 ancient planets to Tao stars, had the power of his oath contained within the aura of his Tao stars. To a certain extent, his words were like a seal that could be sealed. Even if the scarlet flying knife was a divine weapon, it could still be sealed. That was why his words had changed the agreement between the scarlet flying knife and the Federation. He had used his own power to make the scarlet flying knife condense once again. That was equivalent to giving the scarlet flying knife a stroke of good fortune, allowing it to remain a divine weapon despite its level. However, in terms of its power, it had some karmic ties with Wang Baol, so it had indirectly borrowed the force to become stronger. After hearing Wang Baol's words, the black and scarlet flying knife trembled. As its aura erupted, it seemed to respond. Then, with a flash, it turned into a scarlet hairpin and stuck into Wang Baol's hair. His hair was also coiled up, making the now slender Wang Baol look like an immortal. He didn't look at the collapsed presidential palace and the corpses on the ground. Instead, he stood in midair and walked into the distance. Behind him, in the ruins, people of the bloodline of the 4 great clans gradually stopped waking up. They looked at the ruins around them in a daze. They also saw Wang Baol disappearing into the sky. At the same time, they saw the posture of more than 100 statues, which had changed from standing to kneeling. At that moment, it was the setting sun. The glow of dusk shone on Wang Baol's body, seemingly forming a layer of multicolored robes. As he walked further and further away, it was unknown who was the first amongst the awakened cultivators to kneel and kowtow to Wang Baol. Soon, all of the awakened cultivators. They all bowed in unison in awe. Wang Baol walked further and further away. The gathering place of the 5-generation Sky Clan wasn't scattered. It was in a single place. It was different from what Wang Baol had remembered. It had completely become a city. The city was so big that it had 3 ethereal cities. Other than the 5-generation Sky Clan, there were also cultivators from the Galactic Dusk sect and the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect. It was clear that the 2 sects from back then had been torn apart by the changes in the situation. A portion of them had followed Li Xingwen to Mars, while the rest had joined the 5-generation Sky Clan. However, to Wang Baol, that wasn't important. When he appeared above the city of the 5-generation Sky Clan, the anger in his heart spread outwards, causing the sky to change color. It formed a majestic black cloud that enveloped the entire city. However, the appearance of the black cloud and the suppressive force it exuded made it impossible for anyone in the city who wasn't of the 5-generation Sky Clan's bloodline to see or sense it. Only the 5-generation Sky Clan members. All of them watched in shock. At the same time, the scene that happened in the presidential palace was transmitted to the upper echelons of the 5-generation Sky Clan. The family head and elders of the 5-generation Sky Clan were all shocked. Waves of shock rose in their hearts. What the hell is going on? When did we offend such a mighty figure? Hurry up and report this to the seniors of the Dao Palace. The clan head and higher-ups of the five-generation Sky Clan were all extremely shocked. They were all thrown into chaos. Wang Baol, who was in mid-air, looked coldly at the people of the five-generation Sky Clan in the city and said calmly, Li. Li was the first member of the five-generation Sky Clan. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Li clan's current clan head, as well as the elders from the other three clans, who were in the meeting hall of the five-generation Sky Clan in the city, began to tremble violently. Their eyes widened, and before they could say anything, their bodies shriveled like deflated rubber balls. Then, they turned into nothingness, as if they had been wiped out. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. They weren't the only ones. All the nascent soul realm cultivators, including the elders who had gone into seclusion in the Li family's restricted area, as well as the Grand Supreme Elder, had died instantly. In the end, Wang Baol hadn't been too involved. That was why he had only taken the lives of the nascent soul realm cultivators. Even so, the heads and elders of the other four great families were still shocked beyond words. The fear in their eyes was indescribable. After all, they had watched as the family head and elders of the Chun family died mysteriously right before their eyes. Senior, please spare us. Senior, the Li family's mistake has nothing to do with us. Senior, the five-generation Sky Clan is dependent on Senior Deyunzi. The other four great clans rose into the air in fear. They knelt and begged Wang Baol, who was standing at the center of the endless black clouds in the sky. Until now, they didn't know what they had done wrong. Nor did they know Wang Baol's identity. Only the Zhuo family head, who was also Zhuo Yifan and Zhuo Yixian's father, looked at Wang Baol. He vaguely felt that he looked familiar, but his heart trembled. He couldn't quickly find the source of the familiarity in his mind. As he instinctively tried to recall, Wang Baol said his second surname, Chan. As soon as he said that, he flew into the air. The family head of the Chen family, as well as all the nascent soul realm elders in the four great clans, who were begging and kowtowing to Wang Baol, trembled violently. Their eyes widened, and their bodies melted instantly. They were reduced to ashes. This scene was an intense stimulation for the Zhuo family and the remaining families. They let out shrill cries at that moment, especially the family head of the Zhuo family. As his body trembled, the sense of familiarity instantly spread. He finally found the source. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, You are Wang Baol. As soon as the Zhuo family head said that, the elders of his family clan and the people from the Zhou family were stunned. Disbelief appeared in their eyes. Even though Wang Baol had already reached the spirit realm before he had left, and he was the first person to do so. However, it had only been a few years and he had already reached such a terrifying level. This was something unimaginable to them. Wang Baol, the Zhou family head's heart trembled. He was about to speak again as his breathing quickened. However, what awaited him were the words, Zhou, that Wang Baol had said with a cold expression, as well as the surname Luo Ko from the Western family clan of the five-generation Sky Clan. In the next instant, the patriarch of the two families and all the elders of their families vanished into nothingness. They were all dead. As for the Zhuo family, all the elders had gone mad, fleeing in all directions. Even though they knew that they couldn't escape, they still did so instinctively. Only the patriarch of the Zhuo family laughed bitterly. The moment he recognized Wang Baol, he knew that the Zhuo family was finished. He had given the order to hunt down Wang Baol's parents. He had done so to vent the anger that had accumulated in his heart. However, he had never expected that even though he had the support of a planet-based mighty figure, the incident would still happen at this very moment. It was the sound of the family's death knell. Why didn't the planet from the vast expanse Dao Palace come? I don't believe that he doesn't know what happened here. But why didn't he come? The Zhuo family head roared in his heart. He smiled bitterly as he spoke quickly. Wang Baol, for the sake of Yifan, I'm his father after all. Wang Baol fell silent. He had asked Zhao Yaming about Zhuo Yifan's whereabouts, but she didn't know either. As his figure appeared in his mind, Wang Baol remained silent for a few breaths before speaking calmly. Zhuo, As soon as he spoke, the Zhua family head's body trembled, and blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His hair turned white in an instant, and his cultivation fell from the great circle of the nascent soul realm to the core formation realm, then to the foundation establishment realm, and then to the foundation establishment realm. Then he collapsed, when he became a mortal. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body fell to the ground. Other than the Zhua family head, the elders who had scattered all over the place had all melted. It was as if they had never existed. "I'll leave your life for Yifan to take personally," Wang Baol said calmly. He didn't bother with the Zhua family head whose cultivation had been crippled. Instead, he raised his head and looked up into the sky. The killing intent in his eyes didn't diminish. Instead, it became even colder. He spoke calmly. "Have you seen enough? Have you considered enough?" As Wang Baol spoke, ripples suddenly appeared in the sky. They twisted and morphed. Then countless threads appeared out of thin air and gathered together to form the figure of an elder. The elder's expression was unsightly. His eyes were sharp. He wore the Taoist robe of the vast Tao palace and had 5 flying swords on his back that emitted sharp sword qi. He stared fixedly at Wang Baol as he spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. "Young man, it's not easy to advance to a planet. I advise you not to be too arrogant. Otherwise, when you're suppressed, you'll definitely regret it." The moment the elder appeared, the scenes of Wang Baol exterminating the 5-generation Sky Clan on Earth were transmitted to all the planets through the array formation in the solar system. It was as if all the cultivators and sentient beings on all the planets in the solar system were watching a live broadcast. Most of them saw everything. To the people on Earth, the 5-generation Sky Clan's rule over the past few years had exhausted them. It was as if the entire Federation had been enslaved. They had to sacrifice everything for the recovery of the vast Tao Palace. Not only had the monastery been destroyed and abolished, making it impossible for people to obtain knowledge, but at the same time, their cultivation advancement had also been interrupted, making it difficult for them to obtain cultivation techniques. However, this was still nothing. The most unbearable thing was that after the 5-generation Sky Clan took over the government, they required everyone to hand over an extremely high amount of spirit stones within a fixed period of time. Once they were unable to complete it, they would be subjected to extremely cruel punishment. This life of enslaving all living beings as if they were absent from work was a huge boulder that weighed down on everyone. One could even imagine that if this continued, the Federation would be completely squeezed dry. To a certain extent, it could be said that they would have to pay with their lives to pay for the recovery of the vast Tao Palace. Therefore, when they saw Wang Baol's appearance and the destruction of the 5-generation Sky Clan, the excited voices of the people on the various planets immediately spread in all directions. This was especially true on Mars, where the governor and the others. They had already heard about Wang Baol's return from Li Xingwen, and when they saw all of this, their hearts were filled with excitement. However, there was also worry and anxiety. This was especially so when the old man from the planet appeared. This anxiety reached its peak. Everyone looked over. On Earth, Wang Baol, who was in midair above the city of the 5-generation Sky Clan, raised his head. He looked at the old man who had walked out from the sky. He could sense the fluctuations of the middle-stage cultivation of the old man's planet. He could also sense that the old man's planet was at the spirit planet level. "Are you the one who gave the 5-generation Sky Clan the right to be arrogant?" Wang Baol asked slowly. Everything about the elder couldn't be hidden under his Tao planet status. He could see everything clearly. On the other hand, in the elder's eyes, Wang Baol's vision was blurry. This was also the reason why the elder hadn't appeared despite his arrival. He could only determine that Wang Baol was a planet, but he didn't know the details. That was why he hadn't acted rashly. He had planned to see what the elder would do before making a decision. However, now that he had been discovered, the old man, as a planet, had a certain level of confidence despite his fear. That was why he spoke coldly after walking out. His words contained a hint of a lesson. His confidence stemmed from his confidence in his own cultivation, his reliance on the ancient green bronze sword, and his contempt for the aboriginal cultivators in the solar system. That was why Wang Baol looked at him coldly. As he asked a question in return, the elder snorted coldly. Young man, I am Yunzi of the vast expanse Dao Palace. I am a new planet like you, but my body is still in a state of emptiness. My essence, qi, and spirit are still unable to materialize into a physical cultivator. I have seen too many things in my life. Considering that your cultivation is not easy, if you can assist the vast expanse Dao Palace in its cultivation here, I can recommend you to join the vast expanse Dao Palace and become a guest elder. Now, it's up to you to decide whether you want to fight me or join the vast expanse Dao Palace. With that, Yunzi lifted his right hand and performed an incantation gesture. Immediately, the 5 flying swords behind him began to shine with dazzling light. 5 streams of sword chi shot up into the sky and gathered above his head to form an illusory planet. The power of the planet instantly spread out, transforming into a mighty pressure that enveloped the entire Earth. From his point of view, this native planet before him must have had some fortuitous encounter. The planet that it had fused with had surpassed him and should be at the level of an immortal planet. This made him feel jealous, but at the same time he snorted coldly in his heart. He thought to himself that the other party was obviously blessed and could not control an immortal planet. Otherwise, this seemingly corporeal but clearly illusory scene would not have occurred. In his mind, he did not consider the concept of the other party being a clone. From what he knew, the native before him had just advanced, and his body and planet were still in an unstable state. Such a person, even if he was on the immortal planet, if he went all out and used some trump cards, he would still have a certain degree of confidence in suppressing him. At the same time, he was very satisfied with his words pointing out everything. The hidden meaning was to tell the other party, "Don't think that just because you have advanced to a planet you can be arrogant in front of me." It was also because of these judgments that his tone gradually became more and more forceful. His words reverberated in the air. His cultivation erupted and sword chi surged. It was as if he was about to make a move at the slightest disagreement. Wang Baol's expression didn't change in the slightest. He continued to stare coldly at the elder before him and spoke calmly. "You're saying that I'm arrogant? You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." The elder raised his eyebrows. He raised his right hand abruptly and descended toward Wang Baol. He spoke calmly. "Suppress." As soon as he spoke, the sword chi from the 5 flying swords behind him rose and gathered into a star. The light shone brightly, and an invisible pressure that was as vast as the ocean instantly gathered in all directions within his senses. It was as if it had formed an invisible hand that pressed down on Wang Baol from above. Not only was his cultivation at the mid-stage planet realm rampaging at this moment, but the power of the ancient bronze sword that he had borrowed also descended at this moment. It caused the stars in the solar system to flicker slightly, and the suppressive force instantly increased exponentially. The earth beneath Wang Baol trembled under the loud boom, and the air around him began to show signs of shattering. However, to Yunzi, the suppressive force felt like the ocean. To Wang Baol, however, it was merely a gust of strong wind. It didn't even blow his hair up. To his body, it was completely unshakable. "You said that I overestimated myself?" Wang Baol's expression remained calm as he spoke calmly. This scene immediately caused Yunzi's eyes to widen. Shock appeared in his eyes, and he quickly formed a seal with his hands. He let out a low growl, and the 5 flying swords behind him immediately rose into the air and gathered in midair. The stars that emerged from them became more and more corporeal. At the same time, the suppressive force increased exponentially and pressed down on Wang Baol once again. Not only that, the 5 flying swords also turned into 5 long arcs that charged toward Wang Baol with a sharp whistling sound. With a loud boom, the suppressive force formed by the stars landed on Wang Baol's body. This time, the force was clearly much stronger than before. It finally lifted Wang Baol's hair a little, and the 5 flying swords turned into long arcs. They approached in an instant. However, the closer they got, the more they trembled. In the end, when they were 10 feet away from him, they trembled to the extreme, and the light dimmed rapidly. As Wang Baol raised his right hand, the 5 flying swords flew into his hand instantly. They were extremely obedient, and at the same time, they turned into 5 rings that automatically circled around Wang Bao's fingers. "That's it," Wang Bao said coldly. "That's impossible." De Yunzi's mind buzzed. His expression changed completely. The scene before his eyes had exceeded his imagination, and he found it extremely unbelievable. His body instinctively wanted to retreat, but the moment he did so, a cold glint flashed in Wang Bao's eyes. He took a step forward. He was so fast that he disappeared in an instant. Before De Yunzi could react, he appeared before him, raised his right hand, and threw a punch. With just one punch, the sky and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds shattered. De Yunzi let out a shrill scream. Fresh blood spewed out of his mouth, and his body exploded with a loud bang. Even the illusory planet outside was not spared. As his body collapsed, it was torn into pieces and forcefully blasted apart. Only its soul, which was about to be torn apart, suddenly released a beam of light from the ancient bronze sword. It landed and surrounded it, pulling it rapidly, allowing De Yunzi's soul to escape the calamity. With a shocked expression, it used the force to retreat rapidly. It flew out of Earth and, under the pull of the beam of light, headed straight for the ancient bronze sword. "Where can you escape to? Even this ancient bronze sword is in the Federation's territory," Wang Bao said calmly. With a flash of his body, he gave chase. As he gave chase, everyone in the Federation, who had seen everything through the solar system array formation, felt their hearts thump. Their excitement exploded. "Wang Bao, the legend of our ethereal Dao College, the strongest head prefect since ancient times, Wang Bao, the strongest person in the Federation, Wang Bao." The entire Federation was excited. Many cultivators flew into the air and looked at the rainbow in the sky. Their hearts were stirred. As everyone watched the scene live through the solar system array formation, Wang Bao was extremely fast. He rushed out of Earth in an instant and took a step into the starry sky. He chased after De Yunzi, who was being pulled by the beam of light from the ancient bronze sword. Seeing that he was about to be caught, De Yunzi, who was in the light beam, trembled. His eyes were filled with intense fear and shock, and he let out a shrill scream. "Senior brother, save me!" Almost at the same time as he said those words, as Wang Bao's figure approached the light beam rapidly, a crack suddenly appeared in the void at the side. A large hand extended from the crack. It was illusory. However, it was extremely fast. It contained the power of a planet, and it surpassed De Yunzi's. It wasn't a mid-stage planet, but a perfected planet. The moment it appeared, the large hand grabbed at Wang Bao. "I was just thinking that there might not only be one person who woke up." Wang Bao laughed coldly as the large hand grabbed at him. He raised his right hand and pointed, and a large amount of fog appeared out of thin air. In front of him turned into a huge finger. It is the cloud finger toward the big hand with a bang. A loud noise reverberated in all directions. Amidst the loud noise, when Wang Bao's cloud finger made contact with the large hand, violent waves were stirred up and spread out in all directions. From within the crack in the void, straight out of the shadows. The man did not look old, but middle-aged. His face was gloomy. The moment he walked out, he raised his hands and waved them. Instantly, stars appeared behind him. He formed a seal with his hands. A piece of talisman paper appeared in front of him. As soon as the paper appeared, it expanded rapidly and became bigger in an instant. It headed straight for Wang Bao, where it was printed. At the same time, the light beam De Yunzi, at this time also fiercely clenched his teeth, did not continue to escape, but rushed out from the light beam. Two-handed incantation issued a roar of the soul. Seal! As he formed a seal, an illusory talisman paper materialized in front of him. Together with his senior brother's talisman paper, it flew towards Wang Bao's seal. Wang Bao remained calm in the face of the duo's joint attack. However, he narrowed his eyes and ignored the two symbols. Instead, he turned around abruptly. As he swept his gaze towards the void behind him, he raised his right hand and pressed down hard. Immediately, The 9 ancient planets behind him roared and materialized. The 9 laws shone together, turning into 9 rays of light that shot straight towards the empty void. At the same time, Wang Baol didn't hesitate at all. He exploded instantly, turning into a large amount of fog that spread rapidly in all directions. He tried to avoid the talismans from Deyunzi and his senior brother. He wanted to leave the area as well. That was because at the spot where the 9 laws were attacking, an aura that shook his heart and soul was revealed. This aura, in Wang Baol's senses, it was no longer something that a planet could possess. It was clearly the fluctuations of a star. This series of actions and reactions happened in the blink of an eye. Just as Wang Baol's body turned into fog and spread in all directions, the area that was blasted away by the 9 rays of light formed by the 9 laws. A crack suddenly appeared in the starry sky. A black gourd flew out from within the crack. The moment the gourd appeared, the mouth of the gourd opened on its own. A huge suction force erupted from within, and an aged voice sounded faintly from within the crack in the starry sky. Withdraw! As soon as the words were spoken, the 9 streaks of light formed by the laws were unable to dodge and were immediately absorbed by the gourd. At the same time, the suction force from the gourd spread across the starry sky in all directions in an instant, causing a large amount of ripples to appear in the surrounding starry sky. It was as if it had frozen solid. The mist formed by Wang Baol's clone seemed to be compressed at that moment, unable to continue spreading. It was then absorbed and swept towards the gourd. Even though Wang Baol's clone, who had transformed into mist, was struggling, the gourd was clearly extraordinary. Its power erupted once again, causing the mist formed by Wang Baol to be instantly swept away. It could be seen with the naked eye. It was sucked into the calabash in an instant. At the same time, the moment the mist that Wang Baol's clone had turned into was sucked into the calabash, Wang Baol's actual body, who was meditating in seclusion in the Divine Eye Star, which was located far away from the Divine Eye civilization, suddenly opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, the flames of the Divine Eye Star erupted. Bolts of lightning danced and spread throughout the Divine Eye civilization. Wang Baol, who had opened his eyes, was filled with a terrifying aura. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. A terrifying ripple erupted from within his body. The Tao stars appeared, and the 9 ancient stars shone faintly. Wang Baol snorted coldly. A severely injured star. As he spoke, Wang Baol's true self raised his right hand and formed a seal. The flames of the Divine Eye Star erupted once again, enveloping it with the force of teleportation. In the next instant, as the flames dispersed, Wang Baol's true body disappeared completely. At the same time, after Wang Baol's clone was sucked away by the calabash, a youth walked out from the crack beside the calabash. The youth was dressed in a brocade robe. He looked to be 13 or 14 years old, but his hair and eyebrows were white. There was an aura of time around him. As he walked out, he lifted his right hand and held the calabash. His eyes were like stars, and as they shone, he swept his gaze over to Yunzi's divine soul and the middle-aged cultivator. The 2 men trembled, and immediately dropped to their knees to kowtow to the youth. "Greetings, master." Shockingly, the youth was their master. He was also the only stellar patriarch in the ancient bronze sword where the vast expanse Tao Palace was located. Back then, Deyunzi wasn't the only one who had awoken. His senior brother had awoken, as well as stellar patriarch from the vast expanse Tao Palace. However, his injuries had been too severe back then, and most of his cultivation base had been lost. Over the years, he had only managed to recover a small portion of his cultivation base under the worship of his 2 disciples. However, to be able to escape the annihilation of the vast expanse Tao Palace by the Weiyang clan and survive, it was clear that the star must have been extremely powerful and unique. This could be seen from the fact that Deyunzi and his senior brother had knelt and worshipped him the moment he appeared. After that, the 2 senior brothers had even taken the initiative to admit their mistakes while kneeling. It's just a newly promoted native meat bug causing trouble. Such a small matter has disturbed Master's cultivation base. "Master, please punish him. Master, please punish him." Both Yunzi and his senior brother were extremely nervous. After all, they knew their master very well. He was temperamental and was decisive in killing. Back in the war, his disciples had been at a disadvantage. He had personally killed more than 1,000 of his fellow disciples. As for the two of them, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. The young man narrowed his eyes as he looked at the gourd in his hand. Deep within them, confusion flickered. He had a feeling that something was off about the person who had just killed him. However, his cultivation base had only recovered less than 10% of its original level. He couldn't use many of his divine abilities, so he couldn't tell exactly what was going on. However, his instincts told him that something was off. As of this moment, he planned to bring the young man back to the vast expanse Tao Palace and use external forces to try to refine him. He wanted to see if he could find the reason for the oddity. That was also why he did not punish his two disciples. Instead, he looked them over and said coolly, "This is no ordinary fleshly worm. This fleshly worm." Before the young man could finish speaking, his expression flickered, and he looked up into the starry sky. As he did, he saw a sea of light in the direction of the starry sky. With an indescribable aura, it erupted with a bang and poured down towards him. This sea of light was 9 colors, contained 9 laws. At this moment, it did not hide anything as it completely erupted, causing the starry sky of the solar system to tremble. What shocked the youth even more was that within the sea of light formed from the fusion of the 9 laws, there was also a seemingly supreme power of laws that suppressed all directions and shook all living things. It was like a mountain toppling over the sea as it madly closed in, directly enveloping the 3 of them. This law, this is Tao Star. The youth's expression changed drastically. Disbelief appeared in his eyes. The gourd in his hand began to shake violently. The entire process took only 2 breaths of time. As the sea of light spread and covered everything in all directions, the gourd exploded with a loud bang and collapsed on its own. The mist formed by Wang Bao's doppelganger instantly fused into the sea of light. At the same time, a cold voice rang in the ears of the 3 of them. "Old fart, who are you calling a flesh worm?" The person who had spoken was Wang Bao himself. His voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. If it had been his clone who had spoken earlier, it would have caused some ripples, but it wouldn't have caused too much shock. However, things were different now. On one hand, the explosion of the 9-colored sea of light. On the other hand, there was the murderous aura contained in Wang Bao's words. The murderous aura seemed illusory. However, powerful individuals could sense the terror of their opponents. This was especially so for the young stellar ancestor. Based on his cultivation and his unique techniques, he instantly sensed the death aura of at least 5 planets from the murderous aura contained in his words. This meant that the other party had killed at least 5 planets not too long ago. To be able to kill such a large number of people at the same cultivation realm, no matter what method was used, it could prove one thing. The person who had come was extraordinary. That was indeed the case. Wang Bao's murderous aura was unleashed without any restraint. This was due to the fact that the number of people who had awoken from the ancient green bronze sword, as well as their cultivation, had exceeded his expectations. It was also due to the anger caused by the suppression of his clone. He knew very well that this time, he had to end things with the vast expanse Tao Palace. If he wanted to end things, he had to put on a strong front. He couldn't let the other party think that he was forcing himself. That was why the moment his clone was sucked into the gourd, Wang Bao's original body had sensed it. He had used the power of the divine I-Star teleportation and arrived in an instant. The first thing he did was to unleash all of his cultivation and the power of the Tao Star without hesitation. It formed a 9-colored sea of light storm that erupted throughout the entire solar system. It could be said that Wang Bao, who had fused with the Tao Stars, might only be at the early stage of the planet realm, but his combat prowess was so strong that he could suppress all the perfected planets that had fused with the spirit and immortal planets. Only planets that had been upgraded from special planets and whose cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than his could fight against him, who had a Tao Star. In other words, only those with special planets at the late stage of the planet realm could fight against him. Or perhaps, a person who had fused with a Dao star was on the same level as him in terms of status. However, because of the terrifying power of his Dao star, even if he met a cultivator with the same Dao star and the same cultivation base, he would still be no match for him. This was the terrifying aspect of a planet cultivator who had fused with a Dao star. It was also because of this that the quality of a planet in the Weiyang Dao domain would cause countless people to go crazy. It was also the reason why the meteorite lands attracted the attention of the large clans and sects. The further one progressed on the path of cultivation, the greater the gap between them. It was the same even when they were at the same level. Sometimes, the gap between them could even be described as the difference between heaven and earth. For example, at that moment, when Wang Bao's true body arrived and the nine-colored sea of light swept across, Xianxia let out a shrill scream. His soul couldn't take it anymore. It showed signs of dissipating, and there was even pain in his soul. It was as if it wanted to tear everything apart. As Xianxia screamed in pain, he chose to retreat rapidly. He merged back into the beam of light from the ancient bronze sword and fled frantically. The reason why he instinctively chose to flee was partly due to his own fear. Another reason was that he had already realized that the person who had fought with them earlier was just a clone. An avatar required the combined efforts of the three of them to suppress it. Then, if the person's original body had arrived, his master would have been fine if he hadn't been injured. However, it was unknown whether he could resist in his current state. Furthermore, even if he could resist, he didn't think that he could withstand the ripples caused by the battle between the two powerful cultivators in his current state. From what he could see, he was afraid that once the two of them started fighting, he would be affected and killed. Almost at the same moment that Xianxia fled, his senior brother had chosen the same path as him. Although his senior brother wasn't injured, the murderous intent from Wang Bao's true body and the vast nine-colored sea of light, it caused the middle-aged cultivator to feel a sharp pain between his brows. This pain stemmed from his innate ability. The only use of this ability was to predict life and death. It was reflected in the pain between his brows. The greater the pain, the greater the possibility of death. The pain he felt now. Almost the same as when the vast Dao Palace was severely damaged and nearly destroyed. How could this not make him panic with his junior brother Crazy escape? However, under the cover of Wang Bao's nine-colored sea of light, how could the two of them escape in an instant? Unless their master was willing to do whatever it took to stall Wang Bao. But for a star power, the long life of its emotions have disappeared too much. If itself is cold-thin character, then it will be even more so. Their own safety is the most important. That was especially so after he had escaped the crisis of the sect's destruction and had sustained serious injuries. He had finally managed to recover some of his cultivation from his deep slumber. He had cherished his life and cherished his injuries even more. Not only was it a last resort, he would never allow himself to be injured again. That was because it would make his injuries, which had not fully recovered, even more serious. There was a high possibility that he would fall into a deep slumber again. To the young man from the star, that was something he did not wish to bear. That was why, the moment Wang Bao appeared, the moment he cried out in shock, the moment the calabash in his hands exploded, the moment his two disciples escaped, he had already retreated. Returning to the crack that had appeared earlier, he had disappeared in an instant. His disappearance caused his two disciples to react as they retreated. Their faces turned extremely pale. However, they didn't have the time to say anything. They could only run frantically, trying to escape. What awaited them was Wang Bao's true form, who had merged with his clone and emerged from the nine-colored sea of light with a long rainbow-like aura. His speed was so fast that it seemed to tear through the void in the next instant. He appeared directly within the beam of light that Xianxia was in. The pull of the beam of light boosted Xianxia's speed and allowed him to rapidly pass through the sea of light. However, as Wang Bao arrived and Xianxia screamed shrilly, the beam of light that he was in was invaded by the nine colors. As the changes occurred, Wang Bao's right hand had already reached deep into the light beam and grabbed Xianxia's soul. He pulled hard, and as Xianxia screamed, his soul was pulled out. He didn't even give Xianxia the chance to beg for mercy. Killing intent flashed in Wang Bao's eyes, and he threw De Yunzi's soul back. It was instantly devoured by the black eyes that had suddenly appeared behind him. The extent of his misery was indescribable. As he sensed the feedback from the black eye, Wang Bao's eyes were dark as he swept his gaze towards senior brother De Yunzi, who was so shocked that his scalp went numb. De Yunzi's senior brother's teeth were chattering, and the fear in his heart was about to swallow him whole. The appearance of Wang Bao's true body was no different from a star to him, and it was even more terrifying. Therefore, when his eyes met Wang Bao's, he lost sight of the other party. The piercing pain between his brows seemed to make his head explode, and De Yunzi's senior brother let out an intense roar. I woke up 3 years later than De Yunzi. Senior, if you don't believe me, you can search my soul. I didn't give any orders against the Federation, and my hands aren't stained with any drops of the blood of the Federation's citizens. His words were hurried. As his voice reverberated, Wang Bao, who had disappeared from his sight, appeared behind him. He raised his right hand and was about to slap the person's head. It was easy to imagine how powerful Wang Bao was now. With that slap, the person's head would definitely shatter, and his physical body would be destroyed. His soul wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being devoured. However, it had to be said that the last words of De Yunzi's senior brother had played a part. Due to little Missy's existence, even though Wang Bao was furious, he couldn't be too ruthless. After all, the vast expanse Dao Palace could, to a certain extent, be an ally. They could also be allies. However, all of this required the opponent to be beaten until they were in pain, and it also required sufficient deterrence. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. His palm turned from a slap to a cut, and in an instant, it sliced across De Yunzi's senior brother's neck. It cut across. Immediately, fresh blood spurted out. As De Yunzi's physical body below the head collapsed, his head remained intact. His soul was also suppressed in his head. Although he had managed to survive, Wang Bao grabbed his hair. He grabbed his head and headed straight for the ancient bronze sword. The matter was not over yet. Deterrence was not enough. Not all the citizens of the Federation were able to see the scene in the starry skies through the projection of the solar system array formation. The solar system array formation had lost its effectiveness after the appearance of the stellar youth. Furthermore, the image of Wang Bao's original body arriving couldn't be seen by anyone. Therefore, everyone, including Li Xingwen, didn't know that in such a short period of time, Wang Bao's clone had already fused with his original body. It was only after the stellar youth had left, under the suppression of Wang Bao's Dao star, that the power of the array formation of the solar system was restored. The projection of the scene in the Federation reappeared. Therefore, what the Federation citizens and cultivators saw was the scene of Wang Bao devouring De Yunzi, beheading his senior brother De Yunzi's body, and holding his head. Everyone gasped at the sight. Li Xingwen's eyes widened. He had seen how powerful Wang Bao was previously, but now, he realized that they seemed to be two different people compared to before. Those are two planets? Li Xingwen muttered to himself. His eyes gradually revealed an even stronger sense of excitement. At the same time, he noticed the governor of the Martian colony, the giant tree Li Wan Air's father, who was the head of the Senate, and the sect lord of the Galactic Dusk sect. These few people, along with Lin Yu, were the strongest people in the Federation, including Li Xingwen. Their hearts were also in turmoil, especially the giant tree. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He was extremely glad that he and Wang Bao had resolved their conflict long ago. At the same time, he couldn't help but picture the scene of the other party escaping from his hands all those years ago. The sect lord of the Galactic Dusk sect had a similar level of complexity to that of the giant tree. He was filled with endless emotions. However, the other two on Mars, perhaps due to some other emotions, their thoughts were completely different. The Martian colony governor, for example, had a strange expression on her face. As she looked at Wang Bao in the picture, she thought of her own daughter. The head counselor also thought of his daughter, Li Wan Air. In the end, as his daughter appeared, more wrinkles appeared on his face, and his eyes dimmed. Other than these people, there were Lin Tianhao, Lu Daobin, Du Min, and Wang Baol's companions who had witnessed everything with their own eyes. They watched as Wang Baol, who had his head in his hands, headed straight for the ancient bronze sword. They sighed in their hearts. Among these people were those who had participated in the Dark Swallow project but had returned after failing due to other reasons. In the past, even though there was a gap between them and Wang Baol, deep in their hearts, they did not believe that such a gap could not be surpassed. Now, as they watched Wang Baol rush towards the ancient bronze sword, they no longer saw a person in their eyes. Instead, they saw a god who was walking further and further away. A soft sigh came from Du Min's mouth. The voice was very weak, and only Lin Tianhao, who was beside her, heard it. He turned his head to look at Du Min, and Lin Tianhao held Du Min's hand. He smiled gently, and on the hand that they were holding, a pair of wedding rings could be seen. At the same time, in Wang Baol's parents' residence on Mars, a girl was holding Wang Baol's mother's hand. She was accompanying the two elders as they watched the live broadcast projection from the array formation of the solar system. As she watched Wang Baol, who was getting further and further away, the girl's eyes dimmed. However, it was quickly replaced by calmness. She was Zhou Xiaoya. In the other regions, Li Wuchen, Jin Duoming, and the others, who had returned from the Dark Swallow project due to various reasons and special methods, were all staring at Wang Baol. They were familiar figures to Wang Baol. Wang Baol knew that he was being stared at by countless people in the Federation. He didn't want to hide his cultivation, nor did he want to hide the image of him attacking. He knew very well that the Federation needed to build up its confidence. It needed to build up its confidence. What he could do was to use his own figure to give everyone the greatest amount of support. At the same time, he could also provide a buffer for the rapid increase in the level of life brought about by the fusion with the Divine Eye Civilization star. After all these years under the 5-generation Sky Clan's rule, the citizens of the Federation had been enslaved to the point where they had lost their essence, chi, and spirit. At that moment, the fusion with the Divine Eye Civilization was like eating a huge tonic pill. It was a huge tonic in such a weak situation. It wasn't a good thing. Therefore, this buffer, like a seed, became extremely crucial. That was why Wang Baol didn't stop the spread of the array formation of the solar system. However, he knew very well that as he approached the ancient green-bronze sword, the array formation of the solar system wouldn't be able to affect the vast divine armament. It would also cause everyone who paid attention to it. They wouldn't be able to see everything clearly. However, that was no longer important. The seeds from before were enough. Therefore, Wang Baol's figure grew faster and faster. Gradually, his entire body turned into a long rainbow that seemed to be able to tear apart the starry sky as he approached the solar system star. Compared to the Divine Eye Civilization star, the solar system star was similar in size. At the same time, it was filled with vitality, although the piercing of the ancient bronze sword had affected it somewhat. However, the effects were acceptable to the sun, which seemed to be growing. Wang Baol stared at the sun, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. After his cultivation had reached the planet, he knew very well that all cultivators in the Weiyang Dao domain had roots. This root was the star of their homeworld. This was a part of the laws of the universe. The stronger the star of the civilization, the higher the level of life in the civilization. As the star continued to grow, all life born under its light would receive a gift. On the other hand, once the star was enslaved or destroyed, the civilization would lose its vitality. Although it would not cause everyone's cultivation to drop instantly, it would become a wandering civilization without roots. They needed to find a new star and establish a connection with it. Therefore, when some civilizations reached a certain level of development, the strongest among them would choose to merge with the star of the civilization and become a true guardian, passing it down from generation to generation. This was beneficial, but it also had its drawbacks. The choice was a difficult choice for many developing civilizations. Wang Baol shook his head gently and retracted his gaze from the sun. He suppressed the thoughts that surfaced in his mind and continued walking towards the ancient bronze sword. As he approached, the ancient bronze sword gradually emitted a strong suppressive force. The suppressive force seemed to be controlled by someone. Slowly but heavily, it spread towards Wang Baol, as if it was going to turn into a hindrance and stop him from coming. However, the person who was controlling the suppressive force of the ancient bronze sword clearly didn't know that it wasn't just him who could affect the ancient bronze sword. Wang Baol could do the same. As he approached, Wang Baol raised his right hand and flipped it. Immediately, a jade slip appeared in his hand. This jade slip was the symbol of the vast expanse Dao Palace's Grand Supreme Elder, and the recognition of his identity. As the jade slip appeared, the suppressive force emanating from the ancient green bronze sword immediately showed signs of dissipating. This scene clearly shocked the person who was pulling the ancient sword. It was unknown what method he had used. The jade slip in Wang Baol's hand seemed to have cut off its connection, but it also seemed to have erased his identity. The power of the ancient sword descended once more. Is it interesting? Wang Baol raised an eyebrow, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The intrinsic scabbard that had been in his body for a long time and had yet to fly out from his true body within the God's Eye civilization. At that moment, a violent tremor shook his body. As it shook, an unseen force connected with the ancient green bronze sword, causing the gigantic ancient green bronze sword to tremble slightly. That single tremor immediately affected all the suppressive force. There was even a faint sense of attraction and joy emanating from the ancient sword, causing the invisible suppressive force in front of Wang Baol to spread out like a path separating the two sides. In the next instant, his figure stepped onto the ancient sword. He stepped onto the ancient sword. He landed on the hilt of the sword, which was the vast Dao Palace from back then. As he appeared, the Dao Palace cultivators who were sealed and unable to leave the Dao Palace trembled. Feng Qiran was the leader. They all knelt down before Wang Baol. Greetings, Grand Supreme Elder. Even though they were unable to leave the Dao Palace, they clearly had a way of knowing and seeing what was happening outside. They looked at Wang Baol nervously. Only Feng Qiran looked gloomy and guilty. Wang Baol stared at the Dao Palace cultivators. He was silent for a moment before speaking calmly. Elder Ran, please rise. The alliance between the Federation and the Dao Palace will not change. With that, Wang Baol no longer looked at the vast expanse Dao Palace. Instead, he walked towards the area around the sword. As he moved forward, the pressure on his body grew stronger. The sea of fire beneath his feet rumbled and churned. The sky above him also changed rapidly. Other than the 9 ancient stars and the Dao star in the middle, he was also hidden behind them. A gigantic sword scabbard that seemed to be able to contain the entire ancient bronze sword appeared and replaced the sky. With such an imposing manner, Wang Baol followed Wang Baol all the way to the tip of the sword and gradually suppressed it. It looked like it was walking, but it was so fast that even though the ancient bronze sword covered a vast area, it was no longer the same as before in the eyes of Wang Baol, who had reached the planet realm. Therefore, in just a few breaths' time, he had already arrived at the boundary between the ancient sword and the sun. As he looked at the place, the image of the huge battleship that the never-ending clan had parked there all those years ago surfaced in his mind. After sweeping his gaze across the empty space, Wang Baol's expression remained the same. With a single step, he stepped into the ancient sword. The moment he stepped in, he was immediately greeted by the wind of flames. The ground was in ruins. There was also a sense of confusion. There were large numbers of restrictive array formations and rolling lava. All of this could be said to be a crisis for Wang Baol back then. However, for him now, he could see everything clearly with a single glance. There was also a reason why he didn't choose to step in directly from the other end of the ancient sword. There was a reason for that. If he entered directly from there, it would be considered a forceful attack by an external force. He would have to bear the power of the restrictions from the sword's tip. The gains wouldn't outweigh the losses. Once his opponent was prepared, he could still launch a counterattack there. If he entered directly from the sword's hilt, everything would be fine, as this was a normal path. Therefore, after sweeping his gaze across the area, Wang Baol didn't pause for even a moment. He grabbed the head in his hand and crossed the various areas, ignoring all the sea of fire restrictions. He didn't even look at the area, occasionally revealing his aura. The fire creatures and some spirit bodies that knelt down in fear and trepidation whizzed past him. In the past, these existences had caused him trouble. However, now, the moment they sensed his aura, They could only tremble. They did not dare resist at all and allowed Wang Baol to enter the interior of the sword body. Very quickly, he arrived at the blood lake where he had obtained the elder token. He saw the huge corpse and the swaying hairs on its body once again. He scanned the area with his eyes in midair, and all the hair on its body trembled and bent down. The sea of blood churned, and the gigantic dragonfly-shaped creature slowly revealed half of its head. Its eyes were filled with shock as it looked at Wang Baol with an unprecedented level of alertness. From its trembling body, one could tell how terrified it was. It's only somewhere between the spirit immortal realm and the spirit immortal realm. Wang Baol shook his head and shifted his gaze away from the creature in the blood sea. He didn't stop moving and continued to move forward. As he continued to move forward, he saw many familiar scenes. He flew past many places that he had never been before. He even saw the Eye of 10,000 Arts once again. Memories of the past surfaced in Wang Baol's mind, causing him to pause in the air above the Eye of 10,000 Arts. He lowered his head to look at the eye-like landscape on the ground, and a strange glow slowly appeared in his eyes. This was the only place he had been unable to see through with his current cultivation. However, he knew that it wasn't the time to investigate further, so he only glanced at it before leaving. After that, he passed through a few areas that he couldn't see through until a long border of ice and snow appeared in front of him. The moment he took a step forward, what appeared in front of him was the familiar land of ice and snow that he had seen before. In the distance in front of him were 3 huge palaces that were thousands of feet tall. Within these 3 palaces, there was a serendipity and a place where some of the older cultivators of the vast expanse Dao Palace were sleeping and recuperating. Back then, Wang Baol had come to this place the most. However, now his eyes shone brightly. As the Dao stars in his body circulated, the world before his eyes changed. Behind the 3 palaces, the empty space was enveloped by a fog. This fog might affect the vision and senses of many people, but it didn't include Wang Baol, who had fused with the Dao stars. His eyes flashed. He could vaguely see that there were 3 altars within the fog. The 3 altars formed a trapezoid. On the lowest altar, there were 7 figures sitting cross-legged in meditation. These 7 weren't corpses. They were full of life. Even though they weren't full of life, judging from their auras, they were all at the planet grade. Judging from the positions where they were meditating and the shape of their surroundings, it was obvious that there weren't 7 people here before. There were 9 people sitting in a circle. Now, there were 2 fewer people. The ones who were missing were naturally De Yunzi and his senior brother. Wang Baol was certain of this. He had been to all 3 palaces before the fog. Even the spirit pool in the last palace had cultivators healing their injuries. However, with Wang Baol's current cultivation, those people might not be planets, or they might have been. However, their cultivation had clearly fallen due to their serious injuries. Other than that, there was also a figure sitting cross-legged on the second altar. There was only one figure. Even though the fog covered it, Wang Baol could still vaguely see that the person sitting cross-legged was the youth who had attacked his clone earlier. He was the youth who had fled the moment his original body arrived. The youth didn't close his eyes. Instead, he opened his eyes and didn't say a word. He stared intently at Wang Baol, who was outside the fog. As their gazes met through the fog, the youth suddenly spoke. "You have already killed my disciple who made a mistake, and I have already avoided the battle. Why did you pursue me to this point? Do you really think that the vast expanse Dao Palace is so weak that a planet can wreak havoc here?" The youth's voice was filled with forbearance. There was also a chilling killing intent that seemed to be about to erupt. As it spread out, the fog instantly churned violently. Even the temperature in the outside world had dropped significantly. Wang Baol's expression remained the same. Although he had heard the youth's words, his gaze swept past him and turned to look behind him, at the third altar. This altar was what made him fearful. That was because he saw a figure sitting cross-legged and meditating. The figure's entire body was blurry, and he couldn't see clearly. At the same time, the aura of life and death lingered around him. It was as if his entire body was in the midst of yin and yang. Wang Baol only took a glance, and his eyes couldn't help but sting. If the Tao stars in his body hadn't been spinning and dissipating rapidly at that moment, he would have been traumatized with just one glance. The galaxy, Wang Baol muttered to himself. He wasn't surprised that there was a mighty figure from the galaxy in the vast Tao Palace. That was indeed the case. The youth was indeed the only star. That didn't mean that the Tao Palace didn't have an almighty from the starfield. Clearly, the reason why the youth had fled back to this place and sat cross-legged in meditation, waiting for Wang Baol to arrive, and then said those words was because he wanted to rely on the existence of the almighty from the starfield to intimidate Wang Baol. If it had been any other planet, they might have been intimidated. However, even though Wang Baol averted his gaze with a piercing pain in his eyes, the chill in his heart erupted instantly. He no longer cared about little Missy. He raised his right hand abruptly, and in front of the youth's star. He ignored the screaming head in his hand. He used all his strength to grab it. With a boom, the screaming stopped abruptly. The senior brother of Yunzi, whose body had been cut off by Wang Baol, whose head was the only thing left, collapsed instantly. His body and soul were destroyed. The young star's expression changed when he saw the other party killing his disciple in front of him. However, just as he spoke, Wang Baol leaped into the air and charged toward the fog. He was so fast that he broke through the fog in an instant. The 9 ancient stars behind him rumbled, and the Tao stars materialized. The devouring seed in his body revolved crazily, and the emperor armor covered his body. The intrinsic scabbard in his body vibrated, and a wisp of sword chi appeared. Wang Baol guided the sword out of the scabbard and charged towards the index finger on his right hand. His entire body was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. It was indestructible. As it tore through the fog, he appeared in front of the stellar youth. "You continue to sleep for 1,000 years. Wang Baol's voice was cold. As soon as he spoke, his right hand descended. The young man was a star after all, and he was in his own home ground. His expression was ugly as he roared. He didn't care about his injuries. He raised his hands and waved them. Instantly, the light of the star within his body dispersed. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sun at that moment, pressing down on Wang Baol. "You overestimate yourself." Killing intent flashed in the youth's eyes. As he growled, he unleashed all the power he could muster in his body. The two collided with a loud boom. In that instant, the 9 ancient stars behind Wang Baol shook, and the Tao stars shook. An illusory sea of fire could be seen, drowning in front of him. It was the power of the stars. Even though the youth had been severely injured and had less than 10% of his cultivation, he was still a star. Under the suppression of his supernatural power, the fire formed from the stars appeared in Wang Baol's mind and the stars behind him. It also appeared beside his physical body, as if it wanted to burn him in both form and spirit. It was all burned into the flames of the fire of the stars. Almost instantly, the 9 ancient stars behind Wang Baol began to tremble. They grouped together and formed the illusory image of a Tao star. Even though the light remained the same, it didn't seem to have changed much under the fire of the stars. However, Wang Baol was a planet after all. His physical body was the first to show signs of being unable to withstand it. However, since Wang Baol had dared to come, he was naturally confident. Even though his physical body seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed by the flames, his eyes remained calm. There were no ripples. He continued to press forward with his right index finger. In an instant, the sword chi at the tip of his finger was about to erupt completely. However, his physical body seemed to be holding on to its limits. Under the high temperature, large amounts of black impurities appeared in the pores all over his body. It was as if all the impurities in his body were about to be destroyed. They were forced out by the high temperature. They were about to exceed the limit of what they could withstand, and they were about to be destroyed. However, at that moment, a sea of fire suddenly appeared from within his body. More accurately speaking, the sea of fire did not appear from within his body. Instead, it appeared out of thin air. It covered Wang Baol's entire body, but it didn't harm him in the slightest. Instead, it gave him a gentle and nurturing feeling. It even formed a defense. As it spread outwards, it came into contact with the flames of the young man's star. With a loud boom, the young man's star fire trembled and didn't have the slightest ability to resist. It was instantly devoured by the flames that appeared outside Wang Bao's body. After they fused together, the flames on Wang Bao's body seemed to have received some nourishment. They expanded outwards once again. From afar, at that moment, Wang Bao was. He was like a fire god. This was where his trump card was. It was also the reason why he dared to kill his way to the ancient bronze sword alone. This fire came from the blazing flame ancestor. Previously, in the Divine Eye Galaxy, although the blazing flame ancestor had left, the flames that remained. After the Divine Eye civilization was reorganized by Wang Bao, the fire fused into his surroundings and seemed to have disappeared. However, Wang Bao could clearly sense the existence of the flames. It was like a blessing to the soul. He understood the function of the flames, which was to form a protective barrier the moment he was in a life-and-death crisis. It could be said that this was a blessing from his master, the blazing flame ancestor. With this blessing, not to mention that the youth was only a severely injured star, even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to do anything to Wang Bao. However, even though the blazing flame ancestor had given him a blessing, he knew that he could not help the situation. He also didn't want his disciple to rely too much on him. Therefore, the fire was only a defense and didn't have any destructive power against the outside world. However, it was enough for Wang Bao. As the fire spread, the youth's star's expression changed drastically, and disbelief appeared on his face. He retreated abruptly, wanting to leave the altar. Wang Bao's right index finger descended abruptly, and the sword chi within it exploded in an instant. This was the sword chi contained within the intrinsic scabbard in his body. Its power was astonishing, and it could be said to be one of the strongest abilities that Wang Bao possessed in terms of pure attacks. At that moment, the sword chi whistled, and it was about to land on the youth. Once it landed, although it would not cause any life or death injuries to him, it would affect the original injuries in his body and cause his many years of healing to go down the drain. It was still possible. This was something that the youth could not and did not wish to bear. Therefore, as his expression changed and his face turned ferocious, the youth bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He let out a shrill cry, "Patriarch!" As soon as he said that, a sigh reverberated from the third altar behind him. As soon as the sigh was released, a gust of wind appeared out of thin air. In the next instant, like a storm, it exploded in front of the youth. Even though the sword chi was strong, it was still instantly shattered by the wind. The wind didn't stop as it charged towards Wang Bao. In the next instant, without giving Wang Bao any chance to react, it collided with the flames outside his body. With a loud boom, Wang Bao's body shook violently. Even though he was blocked by the flames, he wasn't injured, however. His body was still pushed back by the impact of the storm. He was immediately swept out of the fog. At the same time, from the third altar, where the figure was sitting cross-legged, an ancient and majestic voice rang out. "Outsider, I don't want to see you again in the future. Leave." Outside the fog, Wang Bao's body staggered back continuously. He only managed to stop after he had retreated 1,000 feet. His breathing quickened as he raised his head and looked at the second altar within the fog. At that moment, the stellar youth, who had clearly heaved a sigh of relief, looked at him with killing intent and hatred. Then, he looked at the figure on the third altar, who had a piercing look in his eyes, and suddenly laughed. The laughter grew louder. A cold glint flashed in Wang Bao's eyes. His entire being was filled with viciousness and unruliness. His voice was like thunder that reverberated in all directions. "Can the galactic realm almighties be unreasonable? Who are we outsiders?" As the words left his mouth, he activated the rules of the ancient star behind Wang Bao. Immediately, the flames that came from the blazing flame ancestor outside his body were drawn in, even though he couldn't use it to harm the enemy. It was more obvious, however, that it could be used as a deterrent. As the flames spread, the aura that belonged to the blazing flame ancestor was released more or less. This caused the mighty figure from the vast expanse Tao Palace, who was on the third altar, to slowly raise his head. A gaze shot out like lightning from the blurry face that couldn't be seen clearly. It landed on Wang Baol. After a moment of silence, the figure spoke slowly. The aura of the flames. You can ask the flames if they can do anything to the ancient universe, sort of the vast expanse Tao Palace, even if they descend personally. So leave. Ancient universe sword? I don't know if my master can do anything to it, but I can't do anything to it. Wang Baol raised an eyebrow when he heard that. He circulated the intrinsic scabbard in his body with all his might. As it shook, the ground beneath his feet began to rumble, and the entire ancient green bronze sword began to tremble. This scene caused the eyes of the galactic almighties to contract. They remained silent for a long time before they spoke calmly. What do you want? I don't want this person to die, but at the very least, I want him to be severely injured. I want him to sleep for another 1,000 years as a punishment for disrupting the Solar System Federation. Wang Baol spoke coldly, pointing at the star youth whose expression had changed. Your qualifications aren't enough. I'll say it one last time. Leave. The reply he got was a cold, ancient voice that seemed to have weighed his options. Qualifications. As Wang Baol operated the scabbard, he raised his right hand and took out the mysterious mask. Little Missy, are you qualified enough? As the mask was taken out, Little Missy's figure materialized from the mask and stood beside Wang Baol. She sighed softly, and as the expression on the Almighty's face changed, Little Missy bowed. Greetings, Master Xingyi. The Almighty from the starfield on the third altar fell silent once again. If that's not enough. The arrogance on Wang Baol's face grew even stronger. He had to make the vast expanse Tao Palace fear him this time. Otherwise, other disasters would befall him sooner or later in the solar system. Determination flashed in his eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed towards the galaxy beyond the ancient sword, where Mars was located. Dark artifact. Return. As soon as Wang Baol spoke, Mars, which was some distance away, suddenly began to tremble. A terrifying force erupted from the center of the planet as the ground trembled. It charged towards the galaxy. There were even cheers that seemed to respond to Wang Baol's call. They erupted and spread throughout the galaxy. Mars trembled and the Earth rumbled. Cracks appeared on the surface of Mars and spread rapidly in all directions. At the center of the cracks was the new city of Mars. If one looked from the sky, they could see that the ground with the new city of Mars as its core had formed a ring shape amidst the cracks. It spread rapidly in all directions and covered more than half of Mars in an instant. However, the crack did not cause the ground to collapse. Although the people living on Mars could feel the Earth shaking, not a single building was destroyed, and no one was hurt. Instead, wisps of black aura instantly emerged from the crack that had spread across more than half of Mars and shot into the starry sky. If one looked closely, one could even see that there were a large number of tiny particles in the fog. There were also a large number of tiny particles. As the hearts of the people from Mars trembled, they saw with their own eyes that the fog and particles were continuously gathering in the skies. They eventually turned into a storm, emitting a strong aura of death. It shot into the starry skies and turned into a long river. It shot straight for the tip of the ancient bronze sword. It was so fast that it seemed like it could move. In the next instant, it gathered beside the tip of the ancient bronze sword. The moment it arrived, cheers rang out in Wang Baol's mind. The fog gathered together rapidly. The particles within it seemed to combine together. As they continued to merge, they formed a lone boat. It didn't look big, and it could only fit one person. On the lone boat, as the other particles merged, they formed a black robe that covered the head and an illusory lantern or that emitted a dim light. As it appeared, a divine armament aura that surpassed the Federation's crimson flying dagger exploded on the lone boat's black robe and the lantern or. It was the dark sex dark artifact. It was inferior to the ancient green bronze sword, and there was a gap between them. The gap was so great that Wang Baol couldn't bridge it. However, if it had been a higher being from the galaxy that he had approved of using the dark artifact, then under the control of the dark artifact. The ancient bronze sword wouldn't be able to move too much. However, breaking through the array formation and stepping into the sword would pose a direct threat to the galaxy higher being from the vast expanse Tao Palace. He could do it. This was Wang Baol's deterrent. First, he had revealed the protection the blazing flame ancestor had given him. Then, he had used his intrinsic scabbard to move the ancient sword. He had told the other party that it wasn't impossible for him to control and interfere. At the same time, he had allowed little Missy to appear. This was to prove that his original relationship with the vast expanse Tao Palace shouldn't have been a clash of arms. After that, he summoned the dark artifact to carry out the final threat. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the meaning behind it was clear. It was that he, Wang Baol, had the ability to severely injure and even kill the injured galactic almighties who had yet to recover. All of this shocked the galactic almighties on the third altar. Could be said that waves after waves of attacks continued. His pupils constricted slowly, and he grew more and more silent, no matter how hard he thought about it. He also felt that if they were to become enemies, the consequences would be severe. This forced him to pay more attention to Wang Baol. On the other hand, the stellar youth's expression had completely changed. His breathing was rapid, and his eyes were filled with panic. He wasn't a fool. He had already sensed that something was amiss. His heart trembled, and he was about to speak. However, before he could finish speaking, the Almighty from the celestial domain on the third altar revealed a look of determination in his eyes. Although he could not afford to offend the blazing flame ancestor, he had the ancient bronze sword to protect him. However, this planet cultivator before him was actually able to shake the ancient sword. This caused everything to change. In addition to the appearance of the strange dark artifact, as well as the saintess whose physical body had been damaged, but whose background could be described as terrifying. All of this was no longer something he needed to weigh. Therefore, in the next instant, the Almighty from the celestial domain let out a sigh. He lifted his right hand and waved it. Instantly, an enormous pressure descended. Amidst the rumbling, it descended directly on the stellar youth. It caused the youth to cough up blood and let out a shrill scream. "Progenitor! Shut up!" The reply he received was the faint words of the Almighty from the celestial domain. The instant he finished speaking, the young star coughed up blood once again. His already injured body was once again injured. All his recovery over the years had gone down the drain. It was even worse than before. His entire body trembled. He didn't even have the time to look at Wang Baol with hatred. In the midst of his extreme weakness, he fainted. His soul was in the same state. He could recover slowly on the altar, however. To recover to 10% of his cultivation, unless he had some other good fortune, it would take him at least several hundred years. To reach his peak, it would take less than 1,000 years. After that, the Almighty from the star domain, who was sitting cross-legged on the third altar, looked at Wang Baol. Wang Baol took a deep breath, and the anger and arrogance on his face disappeared. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply to the Almighty from the star domain. "I, Wang Baol, pay my respects to Senior. Thank you for upholding justice." The Almighty from the star domain snorted coldly. Deep down, he was displeased with Wang Baol. He couldn't help but shift his gaze away. He looked at the saintess from his sect, and his gaze softened. He was about to speak. However, Wang Baol spoke loudly once again. "I respect your personality, Senior. I admire your integrity. At the same time, I have received the favor of the Tao Palace. I am willing to help you and the Tao Palace cultivators heal their injuries and make my own contributions. Therefore, I plan to hold a grand ceremony in a month's time. I will ask my master, the blazing flame ancestor, for a galaxy with stars to come over and integrate into the solar system. With this, we can accelerate the recovery of Senior's cultivation. At the same time, we can also raise the level of civilization in the solar system." As soon as Wang Baol said that, the eyes of the Almighty from the Tao Palace starfield, who was initially displeased with him, widened. He instantly turned to look at Wang Baol. "You want to fuse with a civilization with stars?" Wang Bao's expression remained the same as usual as he nodded. This is only the first. I still have plans in the future. I will attract more stars and merge them into the solar system, allowing Senior and the others to recover their cultivation faster. A smile appeared on Wang Bao's face, but his heart was calm. He knew that the vast expanse Dao Palace should not be an enemy. The hatred between the vast expanse Dao Palace and the Weiyang clan allowed them to become natural allies. However, even if they were allies, they had to respect each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allies but enslaved. That was why he had to put on a show. After all, if he could form an alliance with the vast expanse Dao Palace, it would be beneficial to the Federation. At the same time, he knew how to communicate with others. If he wanted to achieve some of his goals, he had to give them something that would tempt them. There might be many things that could tempt the higher-ups in the galaxy. However, after thinking about it, Wang Bao realized that the only thing he could give them was the integration of the God's Eye civilization, which would indirectly double the amount of healing. Furthermore, if he had proposed this so-called gift in the beginning, the effect would have been unsatisfactory. This was because their statuses weren't equal. At the same time, if he had used this as a threat to punish the star, it would have had the same negative effect. That was why, as soon as he had appeared, he had killed senior brother De Yunzi in a domineering manner. Then, he had forced the other party to reveal his trump card. That had forced the star domain's mighty figure to punish the star youth. By then, he had, to a certain extent, gained the right to be considered an equal. That was why, when the other party was displeased, he had proposed a gift, and he had done so with such a grand gift. He had done it with ease. Naturally, the Almighty from the galaxy, who was sitting on the altar, instantly understood everything. This made him look at Wang Bao with a deeper look in his eyes. At the same time, he also understood the main point of the other party's integration with the stars. It was to raise the level of the civilization in this place. However, he had to admit that as the level of the civilization in the solar system increased, he and the others would also benefit greatly from the recovery of their cultivation. At the same time, Wang Bao's last sentence made him extremely tempted. If Wang Bao could continuously raise the level of the Federation civilization and make the stars stronger, then it would be of great benefit to him. After a moment of silence, the Galactic Realm Almighty looked at Wang Bao with a calm gaze and nodded. Thank you, my young friend. Qing Lingzi didn't know his limits and almost made a huge mistake, destroying the alliance between the Dao Palace and the Federation. He is indeed guilty of this. The Dao Palace and the Federation shouldn't be enemies. We have a common enemy. The Almighty from the celestial domain swept his gaze over the dark artifact outside. He suddenly realized that the planet in front of him had taken out a divine weapon that clearly carried the aura of the dark sect. Its purpose was to remind him that it was related to the dark sect. Everyone's enemy was the same. What a meticulous, courageous, and resourceful cultivator. The Almighty from the celestial domain sighed softly as he thought back to his own Dao Palaces Jr. From now on, the Dao Palace will not participate in any internal affairs of the Federation. They will only share in cultivation. Furthermore, when foreign enemies invade, they will fight against them as one, advancing and retreating together. Thank you, Senior. Wang Bao took a deep breath, cupped his fists again, and bowed deeply as Wang Bao cupped his fists. The little Missy beside him heaved a sigh of relief. She was actually in a difficult position, but she believed that with Wang Bao's methods, he should be able to handle such matters well. After all, from what she knew, Wang Bao was very good at dealing with people. At the same time, she didn't believe that Wang Bao didn't understand that both parties were natural allies. This was because they shared a common enemy, and her existence was also one of the reasons. Therefore, ever since she had appeared, she had been observing without interfering. Now that everyone was happy, a smile appeared on little Missy's face. Seeing little Missy smile, Wang Bao smiled as well. He didn't immediately invite her back to the mask. Instead, after communicating with her, he temporarily left her here to reminisce about old times. He took his leave and left the ancient green bronze sword. In the starry skies, he raised his right hand and waved. Immediately, the dark artifact at the tip of the sword whizzed over. Although the 3 dark artifacts were still incomplete, their bodies had already recovered to a critical point. There was no point in remaining on Mars. Wang Baol grabbed with his large hand, and the dark artifact immediately fused into his body. It turned into 3 black dots between his brows and then disappeared without a trace. However, with just a thought, they would instantly appear on his body, turning into a dark child that could graze the starry skies. After doing all this, Wang Baol looked at the solar system from afar. He knew that he wouldn't be able to stay here for long. Cultivation was like sailing against the current. If he didn't advance, he would retreat. Once he set foot on this path, he would have to keep moving forward. Only by doing so could he protect the people and things he wanted to protect and realize his dream. The Federation president is my lifelong dream. It may be within my grasp now, but the Federation is too small. I want to make the Federation bigger and bring the level of civilization to the maximum. When that happens, I will be able to live up to my name as the president. At the same time, there was a reluctance to part before his departure. For the sake of his dream and cultivation, after completing the fusion of the divine eye civilization, he had to go out. Therefore, his clone walked out of his original body once again and headed straight for Mars. He planned to spend more time with his family in the coming days. As for his original body, he left the solar system and relied on his connection with the divine eye civilization star. He was teleported away and returned to continue setting up the array formation and making preparations. Time passed slowly after Wang Baol returned to Mars. A week passed quickly. During that week, the news of Wang Baol killing the 5th-generation Sky Clan and destroying the planet in the Tao Palace had spread throughout the entire Federation. On one hand, too many people had witnessed it with their own eyes. On the other hand, Li Xingwen's return to Earth and the publicity he had received after taking over the government affairs of the Federation had caused Wang Baol's reputation to rise like a huge wave in the entire Federation. It had reached its peak. Everyone was excited. After Li Xingwen's return, the Federation began to reorganize itself. As the news of his appointment spread and the large number of cultivators on Mars returned, the Federation was like a half-withered flower. After being doused with the water of life, it slowly began to bloom again. First, there was the presidential candidate. After seeking Wang Baol's opinion, they re-elected the members of the parliament. Finally, Zhao Yaming's mother, the governor of the Martian colony, Wu Mengling, was elected as the new president. Zhao Yaming's father was still in charge of the Spirit Sciences Academy and had entered the parliament. Li Xingwen, like his previous status, was helping the Martian colony governor with matters regarding the Federation. The entire Federation was shaken by the news, but no one raised any objections. Zhao Yaming's mother had been able to take up the position of president, regardless of whether it was due to her hard work or her own experience. Wang Baol personally attended to her promotion. He removed the divine armament Crimson Star from her hair and gave it to her, allowing the Federation's tradition to continue. He also informed Zhao Yaming of the recent developments. The vacant position of Martian colony governor. The successor was the current vice president of the Senate, Lin Yu. Not only was he the vice president of the Senate, he was also appointed as the vice president. Lin Yu, who held 3 positions, was undoubtedly being groomed as a future star in the Federation. Lin Yu didn't fail to live up to his expectations. Not only was he resourceful and experienced, he had also made a breakthrough in his cultivation over the years. He had stepped into the spirit realm, and his improvement was extremely fast. He wasn't far from breaking through to the late-stage spirit realm. At the same time, the Venus project had been reactivated after the 5th-generation Sky Clan's chaotic governance had been suspended. With Wang Baol's help, they had retrieved the stellar source from the vast expanse Tao Palace, allowing Venus to be built. This was going to be a major event for the Federation. It would be built into the second Mars, and it would become the core of the array formation of the solar system. The person who would take over the position of the Venus governor would be the former deputy governor of Mars, the giant tree on the moon. During the 5th-generation Sky Clan's chaotic period, the giant tree had obtained the true trust and recognition of Li Xingwen and the others through its own choice. That was why it had been given such an important position. At the same time, there were also Jupiter and the other planets. After Zhao Yaming's mother, Wu Mengling, became the president, they were all appointed one after another. This made the solar system's array formation even more majestic and left many openings. Once a large amount of spiritual energy was released, it could expand the array formation scope. All of this was in preparation for something that could be said to be an extremely important event for the Federation. That was the fusion of the divine I-civilization. Wang Beil had already informed Li Xingwen and the others about this. Although it was still a secret, it had already spread among the higher-ups. Everyone who knew about this was extremely excited because they already knew. Once the sun fused with the divine I-star, the level of civilization in the Federation would increase. At the same time, all life born in the solar system would receive a feedback from the sun's will the moment it fused with the star. This feedback was a rare supplement in the world. It could increase the aptitude of ordinary people and the cultivation of cultivators. Some people who were stuck at a cultivation realm could even use this opportunity to attempt a breakthrough. How could such a thing not be exciting? Besides the appointments of the various planets, there were also a series of internal adjustments within the Federation. For example, Jin Duoming had officially taken over the position of the family head of the Jin family, becoming the supreme leader of the Trillionaris Corporation. After he took over, he immediately issued a plan to cooperate fully with the Spirit Sciences Academy and create more powerful Spirit Sciences dermic artifacts together. Lu Daobin also rose in status. With his relationship with Wang Beil, his own hard work, and the contributions he had made to the Federation over the years, he was promoted to the Deputy Governor of Mars and was fully in charge of the work of the Martian Special Administrative Region. The other 4 Dao colleges began rebuilding after the Federation had straightened things out. The person in charge of the reconstruction of the Ethereal Dao College was Zhou Xiaoya. She had been appointed as the sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College. While all of this was going on, Wang Beil had a lot of free time on his hands. He spent every day with his parents, and his life had returned to the calmness and gentleness that he hadn't experienced in a long time. While enjoying the warmth of his family, Wang Beil continued to nurse his parents' bodies. He slowly healed his mother's injuries, and at the same time, kept the fire of life in his parents' bodies in a healthy state. They even looked much younger. Based on the spirit chi that Wang Beil left on their bodies, their lifespan could basically reach the limits of their souls. In order to prevent what had happened in the past from happening again, Wang Beil had spent the past few days. He had made some accessories with his planet cultivation. With these accessories, even if a planet cultivator made a move, it would be very difficult to endanger his parents' lives in a short period of time. He would also be the first to notice. Time passed once again, and half a month before the day of the integration of the God Eye civilization, Wang Beil received an invitation to a wedding. Lin Tianhao and Du Min's wedding. When he saw the invitation, Wang Beil had a strange expression on his face as he prayed for Lin Tianhao. Although he and Du Min were old classmates, they had never gotten along. From Wang Beil's point of view, with Du Min's hot-tempered personality and her flat figure, it would be extremely difficult for her to get married in this lifetime. Tianhao, oh Tianhao, you have to pray for yourself. Wang Beil coughed, even though he said that he was still very happy deep down. After all, Lin Tianhao was a good friend that he wouldn't get to know unless he fought with him, and Du Min was a classmate of the old class elder. Therefore, he was very happy that the two of them could have a result. Of course, this was also the reason why he didn't have any romantic feelings for Du Min. If not, he would have been furious by now. Therefore, after receiving the invitation, Wang Beil sent a voice transmission to Lin Tianhao, sending him a message to attend. Ever since he had returned, other than going to Zhao Yaming's mother's promotion ceremony, he had been at home all the time, refusing visitors. Therefore, after learning that Wang Beil would be coming, Lin Tianhao was very happy. At the same time, the news spread, causing everyone who wanted to visit Wang Beil to pay attention to this matter. Just like that, a few days later, Lin Tianhao and Du Min's wedding on Mars was packed with friends and elites. It was so lively that it could be said to be the wedding of the century. Lin Yu's status, Lin Tianhao's status as the city lord of Ethereal City, his relationship with Wang Beil, and his arrival made the wedding on Mars very grand. Wang Baol had prepared a gift meticulously. The wedding reached its peak, and the banquet began. Wang Baol held a wine glass in the wedding hall and looked at the new couple in front of him. His heart was filled with emotion. Dao Bin, why do you think Tian Hao is so stubborn? Why did he get married so early? Wang Baol drank his wine and looked at Lu Daobin, who had followed him as soon as he arrived. He said jokingly, and the smile on his lips was tinged with sympathy. Boss is right. When we go out to play in the future, we'll lose another good brother. Lu Daobin laughed when he heard that. He coughed and said softly, Boss, when you weren't around all these years, the Martian Special Administrative Region received wave after wave of immigrants. They've put in a lot of effort for the construction of the new Martian zone. I plan to select a few people who are both good-looking and good-natured. I plan to form a female celebrity group and perform in the entire Federation to promote the beauty of the Martian Special Administrative Region. This matter is very important to the Martian Special Administrative Region. Boss, you're my old leader. I sincerely hope that you can give me some guidance. Lu Daobin's expression was solemn and filled with sincerity. He only said those words. No matter how Wang Baol listened to him, he felt that something was amiss. That was especially so when Lu Daobin took out a jade slip and told him the information of the candidates. He asked Wang Baol to give him some guidance. Wang Baol's expression turned odd. Daobin, you... Wang Baol didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a gentle voice came from behind them. What female team? Lu Daobin. Let me take a look. Wang Baol turned his head and looked at the familiar figure walking over. His eyes were filled with reminiscence as he spoke softly. Xiaoya. The person who had come was Zhou Xiaoya. She had changed a little from how she looked back then. She no longer looked like a timid person. Instead, she was gentle and gentle. At the same time, she also carried a hint of firmness. It was obvious that she was gentle on the outside but firm on the inside. Her appearance made Lu Daobin blink. He kept the jade slip in his hand without batting an eyelid and cupped his fists at Zhou Xiaoya with a smile. Greetings, Sect Lord Zhou. With that, he bowed to Wang Baol. Old leader, I shall not disturb you and Sect Lord Zhou from catching up on old times. I will report to you later. As he spoke, Lu Daobin bowed to the two of them again before retreating. Zhou Xiaoya glanced at Lu Daobin, who had left. Her beautiful eyes eventually landed on Wang Baol's face. She retracted her gaze and stood beside him without saying a word. Instead, she looked at Lin Tianhao and Du Min, who were in the middle of their wedding ceremony. Her eyes were filled with blessings and a hint of envy. This Lu Daobin is too much of a troublemaker. I will teach him a lesson later. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoya had arrived without saying a word, Wang Baol coughed and tried to find something to say. In truth, he felt guilty and grateful towards Zhou Xiaoya. His parents had often mentioned Zhou Xiaoya during this period of time, which made Wang Baol realize that Zhou Xiaoya's company during his absence. It was very heartwarming for his parents. However, he was no longer the same person he was back then. He knew very well that he couldn't stay in the Federation for too long. Therefore, any emotional ties between him and his old friends would eventually make him wait alone. Wang Baol didn't want to and couldn't do such a thing. That was why, when he returned, he didn't look for Zhou Xiaoya. She knew that he had returned, but she didn't go to see him either. There seemed to be some distance between the two of them that they both knew about. That was why they had met for the first time since their return. I need to teach her a lesson, Zhou Xiaoya said calmly, not looking at Wang Baol. Wang Baol blinked and coughed. He then secretly glanced at Zhou Xiaoya. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly in his heart. He knew what she was thinking, but he couldn't say the words to make her wait any longer. After a moment of silence, it turned into 2 words. Thank you. Upon hearing those 2 words, Zhou Xiaoya turned her head slightly and stared at Wang Baol with her beautiful eyes. After a long while, she smiled slightly. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon due to the appearance of the smile. She was very beautiful, but it also made her appear gentle and gentle. It became more and more obvious. She raised her hand and helped Wang Baol tidy up his clothes. Then, She breathed softly into his ear like a orchid. Did you owe you in your past life? Is that why you wanted to seduce my heart when I first entered the Tao College in this life? You were able to hear about you from the mouths of the people around you time and time again. You made me unable to forget you and make my heart unable to contain anyone else. Since that's the case, your little white rabbit will wait for you. Xianxia blew into Wang Bao's ear. She didn't turn her head and walked away from him. She walked further and further away. Only the fragrance of the orchid still lingered in Wang Bao's nose. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhou Xiaoya's back as she disappeared into the crowd. As he watched, the wedding had unknowingly come to an end. Lin Tianhao finally pulled his body out and found Wang Bao together with Du Min. As he looked at the couple before him, Wang Bao suppressed the image of Zhou Xiaoya that filled his mind. Lin Tianhao smiled and gave his blessings. He also told Wang Bao that the only person who had not returned from the Dark Swallow plan and had not received any news was Kong Dao. Kong Dao's remaining lamp of life has not been extinguished, but its color has changed. Lin Tianhao had wanted to say a few more words, but he was the main character today, so he was quickly dragged away, leaving Wang Bao in deep thought. His thoughts didn't last long. After the wedding ceremony ended, groups of people started chatting and laughing at each other at the banquet. There was an endless stream of people who came to visit Wang Bao amidst the bustle. It was a good thing that he had a high status now, and his status was extremely high. Therefore, those who came to visit him didn't dare disturb him too much. They would leave after they paid their respects. That was until an old friend of his appeared before Wang Bao. He bowed deeply to Wang Bao, his eyes filled with emotion and regret. Greetings, my lord. The visitor was the current governor of the Golden Star City. He was a cultivator that had been formed by the moon-hanging tree, who had been involved with Wang Bao in the past. The giant tree didn't know how to address Wang Bao respectfully. It hesitated for a moment before saying, "My lord, my lord." His cultivation had improved over the years. He had advanced from the perfected nascent soul realm to the spirit realm. However, whether it was in the vast expanse Tao Palace or here now, the emotion and regret in his heart were extremely strong. At the same time, he didn't dare slight Wang Bao. He was extremely respectful and respectful. "There's no need for that, fellow Taoist Gue," Wang Bao said with a smile. He helped the giant tree, which had bowed down to greet him, up. He looked at the fluctuations in the other party's cultivation, and the smile on Wang Bao's face was sincere. Over the years, fellow Taoist GUI has done the Federation a favor. To the giant tree, this sentence was much heavier than what others had said 10,000 times. It made him shudder. It was true that he had never thought of betraying the Federation, even when Li Xingwen's faction was in danger. Now that the situation had turned for the better and Wang Bao had agreed with him, it was enough for him. The giant tree took a deep breath and bowed again. After a moment of hesitation, he said softly, "Sir, you are too kind. This is also my home. With your cultivation, if you have the time, you can explore the ruins on Earth. Perhaps you will be able to see some secrets about the solar system." Wang Bao's eyes flashed as he looked at the giant tree. "Sir, my true form is the laurel tree on the moon. It has existed for a very long time. In my blurry thoughts, there is a memory. I don't know if this memory is real. It seems like a very, very long time ago, there was a powerful cultivation force in the solar system. I was one of the cultivators in that force who planted it on the moon. Although this cultivation force has long left, I have a feeling that they still exist in the starry sky. Furthermore, the disappearances that have occurred since the spirit inception era in the Federation should be extremely related to this cultivation force. They seem to be using such a method to select disciples from the current solar system. For example, Lin Yu, the tree spoke in a deep and soft voice. "Oh." Wang Bao's expression was the same as ever. He listened to the words of the giant tree beside him, the smile still on his face. He swept his gaze across the crowd and nodded politely at the few cultivators who were bowing to him. He also saw the scene of the wedding. Lin Yu, who was surrounded by a crowd in the distance, was looking at him. Wang Bail smiled slightly and nodded at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's appearance didn't seem to have changed much compared to before. After all, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, the traces of time on his body would become lighter. Other than his aura, it wasn't easy to judge his appearance. He had been paying attention to Wang Bail the entire time. When he noticed Wang Bail's gaze, Lin Yu's expression was solemn. He bowed deeply at Wang Bail across the crowd. As he stood up, a hint of hesitation flashed across his eyes. However, that hesitation quickly turned into decisiveness. He walked towards Wang Bail. Seeing that Lin Yu, whom he had just mentioned, was walking towards him, the giant tree didn't seem to have any abnormalities on his face. His expression remained respectful. However, his words had changed to reporting on his work on Mars over the years. His voice wasn't loud. Lin Yu, who was walking towards them, could hear a little of it. As Lin Yu approached and laughed, the giant tree turned around and cupped his fists at Lin Yu with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Gue, I'm not disturbing you, am I? Can you give me a moment of Bail's time?" Lin Yu joked, his eyes filled with kindness. "President Lin, you must be joking. I've already finished my report. I wouldn't dare disturb you any further." The giant tree's expression remained the same. He smiled and cupped his fists again before taking his leave respectfully. As he watched the giant tree leave, Lin Yu swept his gaze across the area casually. When he turned his head to look at Wang Bail, his expression was filled with emotion and regret. Even though he didn't speak to Wang Bail immediately, his expression. The words he was about to say were very clear. He didn't need to speak, but his expression was enough to let others understand. Wang Bail had only seen Duan Myuk and Li Xingwen among the higher-ups of the Federation regarding his past abilities. Many years have passed in a flash. Lin Yu sighed softly. His expression turned solemn once again. He took a step back and bowed deeply to Wang Bail. "Moon Star Sect's in-name disciple. Lin Yu, greets Senior." Wang Bail raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Lin Yu, who was in front of him, and asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" "Moon Star Sect? When did such a sect appear in our Federation?" "Fellow Taoist Lin, what do you mean by that?" "Bail, stop teasing me." Lin Yu smiled bitterly and cupped his fists once again. "Bail, I don't know if fellow Taoist Gue said anything to you, but in order to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings, I still have to explain myself. Back then, I went missing in a ruin on Earth. I returned many years later. As for what happened during my disappearance, although most of it was reported to the Federation for the record, there are still some secrets that I haven't revealed." Lin Yu was silent for a moment. He spoke softly. "The place where I went missing was called the Moonstar Sect. This sect should be related to the ancient Earth. Therefore, I wasn't the first, nor was I the last person to be sent there. After a series of inspections, I became an in-name disciple and was taught cultivation techniques. Finally, I was sent back with a mission." "What mission?" Wang Bail narrowed his eyes and asked slowly. "To record the evolution of Earth since the Spirit Inception era, and to participate in it. In the midst of the danger that would affect the life and death of the entire Federation, to send someone whom I believe to be a seed into the ruins." Lin Yu's eyes were full of honesty. He didn't hide anything. "I don't know what the Moonstar Sect is up to, but I do know one thing. The Federation is my hometown. That's why I didn't send anyone there after I returned. Instead, I took the initiative to report it. As a result, the number of missing people in the ruins has decreased over the years, however. Bail, if there really is an irreversible life and death crisis in the Federation, I might still carry out that mission in the end and try my best to leave a spark for the Federation. The reason why I'm telling you now is because I, Lin Yu, have no regrets." With that, Lin Yu bowed deeply towards Wang Bail once again. He raised his head and didn't avoid Wang Bail's gaze, allowing him to see his honesty. He stared at Lin Yu for a long time before Wang Bail nodded slowly. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes, and he suddenly asked, "Tell me about the Moonstar Sect." "Tell me about the Moonstar Sect." "I don't know where the Moonstar Sect is, nor do I know how powerful it is. However, I do know that there should be at least hundreds of cultivators like you, Baal. As for the stars, just by looking up from the Moonstar sect, I can see that there are dozens of stars in the sky. At the same time, the Moonstar sect must have a deep connection to the ancient Earth. In fact, it's possible that they were created by the ancients who migrated from Earth. In addition, I've seen quite a few laurel trees in the Moonstar sect, just like fellow Taoist Gue. Lin Yu's heart palpitated as he spoke, as if he had just recalled something. Oh right, in the Moonstar sect, everyone who has reached a certain level of status wears a mask. Masks come in all shapes and sizes, and most of them are different. A mask? Wang Baol was taken aback and fell into deep thought. Lin Yu heaved a sigh of relief after he had finished speaking. He hadn't lied. He didn't want to cause any misunderstandings between Wang Baol and himself, and he didn't want them to become enemies. After all, this was his hometown, and everything about him was in the Federation. Now that his son was getting married, his feelings for this place were even deeper. That was why when he had seen the giant tree talking to Wang Baol earlier, even though he didn't know the details, he had a feeling that something was amiss. That was why he had made up his mind after some hesitation. He revealed all the secrets that had been hidden deep in his heart. He believed that with Wang Baol's intelligence and experience, he would be able to tell if what he had said was true or false. After he finished speaking, Lin Yu felt much more relaxed. He saw that Wang Baol was deep in thought, so he didn't continue disturbing him. Instead, he cupped his fists and left. There were many people who could sense that Wang Baol was deep in thought. After all, those who could attend the wedding were mostly the upper echelons of the Federation. They could tell when to stop. Therefore, no one came to disturb Wang Baol's thoughts for the rest of the time. Just like that, after the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Wang Baol muttered to himself. I seem to have overlooked something. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes when he heard the word mask and thought about it. The image of the masked woman in the Fallen Star lands appeared in his mind. The image of the woman could not be erased. As his mind became more and more focused, he finally fixed his eyes on the beautiful woman's mask. As he recalled, the gaze of the woman in the mask became clearer in his mind. Finally, Wang Baol raised his right hand and took out the jade slip that could contact the blazing flame ancestor. After a moment of silence, he sent a voice transmission respectfully. Is Master around? Do you have the complete list of people who have been promoted to planet level from the Fallen Star lands to the Weiyangdao domain? Wang Baol knew that not everyone could see the list. Only those who were qualified enough to receive it in the Weiyangdao domain would receive it. In the Fallen Star lands, he could only see himself. He couldn't see everything. He hadn't paid much attention to the matter at first. But now, with the masked woman's figure and suspicions in his mind, Wang Baol decided to look through the entire list. Soon, the Blazing Flame Patriarch, who had received Wang Baol's voice transmission, sent the list over. He also replied to Wang Baol. My good disciple, I've already arranged for someone to pick you up. When you're done with your matters, I'll wait for you in the Raging Flame Galaxy. As per Master's orders, Wang Baol replied respectfully. He immediately opened the complete list that the Raging Flame ancestor had sent him. After scanning it, his breathing quickened, and his pupils constricted. He stared at the name on the list. Liwan Air, Moonstar Sect. Liwan, is this a coincidence? Wang Baol's mind was filled with disbelief as Liwaner's figure and the masked woman overlapped. He sent a voice transmission to Lin Tianhao, who was toasting with Du Min. Then he left the wedding venue in a hurry. He stepped out of the hall and disappeared instantly. When he appeared, he was no longer on Mars. Instead, he was speeding through the starry skies. He landed on Earth in an instant and appeared outside the chairman's residence. Outside the residence, Wang Baol took a deep breath and stood there, cupping his fists and bowing. This junior, Wang Baol, seeks an audience with Uncle Li. Although the senator's cultivation had fallen to that of Immortal, his contributions to the Federation, especially his status as Liwan Air's father, made it necessary for Wang Baol to treat him as a junior. The visit didn't last long. In the end, Wang Baol left the senator's residence under the senator's personal escort. It was late at night outside. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and felt the gentle breeze blowing in his face. Wang Baol walked on the streets with a complicated expression on his face. He wasn't the only person on the streets. He could occasionally see a few passers-by walking past him. However, none of the passers-by seemed to be able to see Wang Baol in their eyes. This made his presence very abrupt and at the same time. It was similar to how he felt, and there was a hint of sadness in his heart. He thought of Zhao Yaming and Zhou Xiaoya. He had learned from the head senator that Li Waner had gone missing. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, she had not participated in the Dark Swallow project. This incident made Li Waner feel guilty and unwilling. Therefore, she, who had access to some of the Federation's secrets, went to some of the ruins on Earth. In the end, she disappeared without a trace. After knowing all this, Wang Baol recalled everything that had happened at the Fallen Star. His guess had been confirmed. The image of the masked woman in his mind had completely overlapped with the familiar body of Li Waner. Why didn't she tell me? Was there something she was hiding? Or was she unwilling to tell me? Wang Baol shook his head. He suppressed the thoughts in his heart. He felt that no matter what, they would meet again in the starry skies in the future. In order to reassure the council member, Wang Baol had thought about it and told him about Li Waner. At the same time, from the council member, Wang Baol learned that Kong Dao wasn't the only one who hadn't returned to the Dark Swallow plan. Li Wuchen hadn't returned either. However, just like Kong Dao, the flame of life hadn't been extinguished. Based on a simple estimation, there shouldn't have been too many life and death accidents. Wang Baol was a little emotional, but he understood that ever since he had embarked on this path of cultivation, he could only wish each of them well. As for the ruins, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. This was a hidden danger after all. The relationship between the Moon Star sect and Earth was uncertain. However, regardless, the other party had immense power. Compared to the current Federation, they were extremely weak. As a result, there was a strong imbalance between the two parties. This imbalance meant that the Federation had no right to take the initiative. If that's the case, it's better to seal those ruins. Wang Baol's eyes shone brightly. He slowly closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense, covering the entire Earth and searching for all the ruins. As his divine sense spread out, everything on Earth instantly became clear in his mind. He saw the lights of tens of thousands of homes. They were the joys and sorrows of countless living beings in the cities. The appearance of all living beings in an instant represented a different life. Wang Baol was deeply affected by it, causing ripples to form in his heart. Then he saw the endless wilderness. It had once been the gathering place of ferocious beasts. Now, he couldn't see many ferocious beasts anymore. Even some of them had slowly changed their habits and become harmless after being suppressed for so many years. That was the only way they could survive. Other than that, Wang Baol also saw the vast ocean and the mysterious bottom of the ocean. As the ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, the gigantic sea beasts at the bottom of the ocean trembled as Wang Baol scanned them with his divine sense. There are no more secrets, Wang Baol muttered. He saw the spirit chi that was slowly growing throughout the entire Earth. The spirit chi was weak, but it continued to spread. Since the spirit inception era, the spirit chi on Earth no longer came from the fragments of the ancient green bronze sword. Instead, it was slowly condensing itself under the constant changes in the environment. It could be imagined that even without external help, the environment on Earth would become richer in spirit chi after tens of thousands of years. Looking at all this, 9 regions finally appeared in Wang Baol's mind. They were 9 ruins. The 9 ruins were scattered across the Earth. The distance between them seemed to be irregular, but Wang Baol could vaguely sense the traces of the array formation restriction. There were 3 locations in particular. Wang Baol didn't see any records in the Federation's secret manual. This meant that the Federation hadn't noticed the 3 ruins before. They were located deep beneath the sea. At the same time, with Wang Baol's current cultivation, he couldn't see any special fluctuations in the 9 ruins. Everything seemed to be no different from the ruins. However, there had been too many cases of intruders going missing since the Spirit Inception era despite the fact that there was nothing unusual about the ruins. Is the Moon Star sect an enemy or a friend? Wang Bail narrowed his eyes and took a step forward, disappearing from the streets. When he reappeared, he was already outside the first ruins. The ruins were buried deep underground. There was a mountain range on top of it, where ferocious beasts used to gather. When Wang Bail appeared, all he could see was desolation. The mountain peaks were green in color. However, it was difficult to hide the thick aura of death that permeated the area. It was clear that a long time ago, there had been a battle between ferocious beasts and cultivators. The entrance to the ruins was a mountain stream. Even though more than half of it had collapsed, one could still pass through it. Furthermore, it was located around the entrance. There was also the power of the array formation. With just a glance, Wang Bail could immediately tell that the array formation came from Ethereal Dao College. There was a unique, faintly discernible fog that was unique to Ethereal Dao College. Was it sealed by the Grand Supreme Elder back then? Wang Bail's body swayed. He ignored the array formation and stepped into the mountain stream. He sped all the way until he reached the interior of the ruins. The place was already empty. There was only the ground at the end. There were obvious traces of the ancient array formation that had been destroyed. The array formation seemed to have existed for a long time. There were even signs of weathering on the ground. With Wang Bail's cultivation, he could tell at a glance that the array formation was used for teleportation. The area affected was large enough to cover the entire ruins. It looked like it had been destroyed, but it was still powerful. The only difference was that the area affected had been reduced. Wang Bail stared at the array formation and memorized its structure. A glint flashed in his eyes. The 9 ancient stars behind him materialized into Dao stars. At the same time, he raised his right hand and pressed down lightly on the array formation. With that, the ground began to tremble. The array formation trembled as well, and cracks appeared on its surface. The number of cracks increased. Finally, with a loud boom, the entire array formation seemed to have been torn apart by an invisible hand. It split into 4 parts. Large amounts of spirit chi, visible to the naked eye, rose from the cracks and spread in all directions with a loud boom. Eventually, they covered the entire area and merged with the heavens and earth. Only then did the power of the array formation be completely dispelled. After checking the area again and making sure that he hadn't missed anything, Wang Bail turned around and left. He went to the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th ruins. The 5 ruins behind him were distributed in different regions of the earth. Some were in rivers, some were deep underground, and some were in a primitive rainforest. They all looked different, and they all existed in rivers. It was a stone bull that didn't look big, but it actually contained supernatural powers and spells. It was as majestic as a small world. Deep underground, there was an underground city. In the primitive rainforest, there was an altar that worshipped unknown gods. These ruins were all recorded in the Federation's records without exception, so there were signs of being sealed. However, to Wang Bail, these seals were not perfect. As he walked past, he tore apart the array formations in the 5 ruins, all of them. However, what made him feel regretful was that although the 5 ruins looked mysterious, he did not see any clues inside. It was as if everything had collapsed the moment the ruins were opened. Finally, Wang Bail turned his gaze to the depths of the sea. The 3 ruins that had not been recorded by the Federation, or even detected by humans, were located. They were a humongous rotting whale that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Half of its body was buried in the mud at the bottom of the sea. The exposed parts of its body were filled with an aura of death that affected the surrounding sea, turning the place pitch black. The other was a temple that was covered in seaweed. It seemed to have been damaged by the mighty force of the changes in the world. In front of the temple, there was a statue of a cultivator. Its face was blurry, but the stone sword on its back still exuded a sharp aura. It caused all the sea creatures that had approached it over the years to pile up into rings of rotting bones. Finally, there was a mountain. There was a stone door at the bottom of the mountain. There were runes engraved on the door. These runes contained a strange power that could make all cultivators who saw it instantly think of the meaning of the runes. The meaning of the runes was sea suppression, the rotting whale, the divine temple, and the sea suppression? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he recalled the various legends he had heard of on Earth. Although there were similar legends, he was still certain that there were no records in any of the legends. There were no records of such legends. Not only were there no records in the Federation, but there were also no records of legends that had existed for a long time. Interesting, Wang Baol muttered as his body swayed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the bottom of the sea where the rotting whale was. As soon as he reappeared, all he could see was darkness. The thick death chi made the seawater in the area seem to be filled with a strange corrosive power. Not only were all sea creatures unable to get close, even Wang Baol felt a little uncomfortable. Even though he was a clone, he was still at the planet level. Furthermore, due to the existence of his Tao planet, this made his origin dermic body weaker than his actual body in terms of combat power, but the difference wasn't too great. He could still fight even against a planet below the late stage of the Immortal planet. However, here, he could clearly sense that if he didn't do something, his origin would be damaged if he stayed here for too long. From this, it could be seen that while this place was strange, it also contained a shocking amount of power. If it was anyone else, even if it was a planet, the slightest hesitation would cause them to die here. The rotting whale. Wang Baol's eyes lit up. The 9 ancient planets behind him transformed into Tao stars, causing the light of the stars to spread out around his body instantly. It was like a torch in the dark night, appearing at the bottom of the pitch-black sea in an instant. It was particularly eye-catching. The light of the stars on his body spread out and illuminated the surroundings, allowing Wang Baol to see the details of the humongous rotting whale's skeleton even more clearly. All the exposed bones were engraved with symbols. There were also a large number of tiny insects that seemed to be sleeping within the decaying flesh. Each and every one of these tiny insects seemed to be formed from the aura of death. The number of them was enough to shock anyone. This scene was enough to shock most of the planets. Even the planet's prodigies, who possessed the laws of the soul fusion planet, would have a drastic change in expression. Their first reaction would be to retreat and leave first. They would have to think about it after making their plans. However, to Wang Baol, it only made him look a little odd. He narrowed his eyes, but the black star among the 9 ancient stars shone brightly, instantly replacing the light of the other ancient stars. With the augmentation of the Tao stars laws, it shone brightly behind Wang Baol. The hidden law of this black ancient star was death. As a dark child, Wang Baol's supernatural powers didn't fear any spirits of the dead. With this double augmentation, Wang Baol's existence was basically able to ignore all signs of death. With just a quick glance, his body flashed and he approached the rotting whale. Without any hesitation, he followed the crevices in the rotting whale's ribs and charged into it. There was something else within the rotting whale. It was like a biological warship. As Wang Baol searched, he even saw cabins. However, as time passed, most of them had decayed. In these cabins, Wang Baol saw corpses. There were so many corpses that there were probably more than 1,000 of them. They had all decayed, and many of them were incomplete as time passed. However, it was clear that they were not human cultivators. Wang Baol frowned. According to Lin Yu, the Moonstar sect had left Earth, so they should have been in human form. However, that was not the case here. Wang Baol examined them carefully and stopped in a cabin. He lowered his head to look at a corpse on the ground. He stared at it for a moment, then fell into deep thought. There are no signs of struggle. It seems like all the beings in the whale died instantly. Or did they lose their ability to resist? Wang Baol was deep in thought. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The ripples of cultivation in his body erupted instantly. The instant they spread outwards, countless blood threads emerged from the ground beneath his feet and enveloped him. However, they came into contact with the ripples of cultivation that spread outwards from Wang Baol. Amidst the invisible collision, there were continuous explosions. Following that, even more blood threads appeared from within the rotten whale's body. They charged towards Wang Baol in a frenzy. as if they wanted to devour him. Furthermore, the blood threads were strange. Wang Baol could sense that within these blood threads, it seemed to contain a divine ability that could confine life. As long as one was touched by it, they would lose all mobility. Petty tricks. Wang Baol snorted coldly. He raised his right hand abruptly, ignoring the blood strands that were surging wildly. He grabbed forcefully, and immediately, the rules of blood revolved, forming a blood ring that spread out in all directions. The blood strands that were drifting towards him trembled violently. They seemed to distort and showed signs of retreating. However, as Wang Baol snorted coldly, they seemed to be forcefully interfered with. They gathered towards Wang Baol once again. However, this time, they gathered on his palm. In an instant, all the blood threads rushed towards him. Finally, they formed a ball of blood in Wang Baol's hand. As the ball of blood squirmed, it transformed into a human-shaped little person. As it struggled, it let out an invisible roar towards Wang Baol. It was as if it wanted to attack his soul. Artifact spirit? With Wang Baol's attainments in dermic artifacts, he could tell the origins of the little person at a glance. At that moment, he grabbed the blood-colored little person with his right hand and pressed his left hand against the inner wall of the rotting whale. A cold voice rang out. "You have guts. I control the spirits of the dead and the corpses of the dead. Rise." As Wang Baol spoke, the laws of the ancient black planet spread, and the body of the 100,000-foot-tall rotting whale shook violently. Under the laws of the ancient black planet, a strange force instantly spread throughout the whale's body. It caused the black hole in its eyes, which had already rotted, to instantly reveal a dark fire. Its body trembled as if it had come to life, and it came to life, although more than half of its body was buried under the mud. As it was endowed with life, and as its body shook violently, with a loud rumble, the rotten whale's tail and fins shook, and its body struggled out of the mud. It revealed the countless blood threads that were connected to its abdomen. And at the other end of the blood threads, at the bottom of the mud, which revealed a deep pit, there was a huge array formation. The blood threads on the array formation were connected to the rotten whale and the tiny blood-red humanoid in Wang Baol's hands. This scene caused the tiny humanoid, which was struggling non-stop in Wang Baol's hands and letting out a soundless roar, to be stunned for a moment. Then, its body began to tremble. It looked at Wang Baol with uncontrollable fear in its eyes. Ignoring the tiny humanoid's fear, Wang Baol's body flashed and appeared outside the rotten whale. He lowered his head to look at the array formation in the mud at the bottom of the sea. He could feel that this array formation was similar to the array formation in the ruins that he had seen previously. They were all teleportation. At the same time, he could tell that it was different. The array formations in the other ruins were all dilapidated. Even if there were some hidden fluctuations, they were mostly hidden. It was obvious that they had been around for too long and couldn't be activated at all times without replenishment. They were like batteries in a state of weak electricity. However, the array formation was different. It was completely activated and in a state of strong electricity. Wang Baol immediately guessed the answer. The whale was indeed a biological dermic cruiser, and it wasn't from the Moonstar sect. It was from this sect. Or perhaps it was for some other reason that it was forcefully sucked onto the array formation, which was used to recharge the array formation. It was also because of this that the teleportation array formation remained in a state that could be activated at any time. It even produced an artifact spirit, or more appropriately, an array spirit. As Wang Baol guessed all of this in his mind, the array formation began to glow. It was as if the teleportation was about to activate on its own under the stimulation. Wang Baol's eyes flashed. As the array formation continued to glow, he stomped hard across the air with his right foot. There was a loud boom, and the array formation shook violently. Cracking sounds rang out, and the array formation shattered into pieces. The glow from the array formation slowly dimmed. The glow from the array formation also dimmed. The blood-colored tiny being in Wang Baol's hand let out a blood-curdling scream. It was extremely dispirited. After being sealed by Wang Baol, it was immediately put away. Then, without wasting any time, it put away the rotting whale. turned around and left the sea. When it reappeared, it was at the bottom of another sea. In front of it was the seagrass, and in front of it was a stone statue with a stone sword on its back. The divine temple. The moment Wang Baol appeared, the stone statue's body trembled slightly. Sword chi rose from the stone sword on its back, and it wagged its finger at Wang Baol. Wang Baol stood there, not moving an inch. A serious look slowly appeared in his eyes as he stared at the stone sculpture. The face of the stone sculpture was blurry, and Wang Baol couldn't see its exact appearance. However, from its appearance, he could tell that it was a human cultivator. It was filled with the aura of time, and its clothes were extremely ancient. The sword on its back, though made of stone. However, it exuded a sharp sword intent, and Wang Baol even felt a strong sense of danger. It was as if he were to take a few more steps forward, the sword chi within the stone sword would explode towards him. This could be clearly seen from the countless piles of sea beast carcasses that had been dead for an unknown period of time. This scene made Wang Baol hesitate in silence. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to disturb the arrangement of the temple. After all, the stone statue and the stone sword seemed to possess the power to kill him. This was just the remnants of the sword's power, which had clearly dissipated by more than half after countless years. One could imagine that if it had been countless years ago, when the stone statue and the stone sword had been at their peak, they would have been able to destroy the world with a single strike of the sword. If the original body had been here, he could have used the power of time to force his way in. However, there was still a difference between the clone and the original body. However, when Wang Baol shifted his gaze away from the stone statue, as he looked at the temple that was filled with seaweed, his eyes slowly lit up. There was no door to the temple. Standing there, one could clearly see that there were no deities worshipped in the temple. Instead, there was a teleportation array formation. The array formation was active, but it was different from the rotting whale array formation. There were thin threads on the array formation. They extended to the surface of the sea and covered more than half of Earth. They were not connected to all living things. Instead, they were connected to the gathering points of spirit chi on Earth. Spirit chi was continuously extracted from them and integrated into the array formation. If Wang Baol did not have a plan to allow the solar system to integrate with the God's Eye civilization, he could have ignored the arrangements here and chosen to leave. However, that was no longer possible. Through his analysis and judgment, after the solar system had integrated with the God's Eye civilization, the array formation would absorb an indescribable amount of spirit chi in an instant as the spirit chi increased exponentially. When that happened, Wang Baol didn't dare to bet on what would happen. That was also the reason why he had been sealed in the ruins on Earth. After a moment of silence, Wang Baol rubbed the space between his brows and cupped his fists and bowed to the stone statue. Senior, this junior really doesn't know if this place is good or evil to the Federation. In order to prevent any mishaps, I wanted to seal the array formation and cut off all ties with the outside world. I was forced to do so. Please forgive me, Senior. Wang Baol lifted his feet and walked forward. 1 step, 2 steps. However, the moment he took his 3rd step, the stone sword on the back of the stone sculpture suddenly buzzed. The sword chi suddenly erupted and turned into a long rainbow that charged toward Wang Baol. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and retreated abruptly. He took 7 steps back and left the restricted area of the divine temple. However, the sword chi could not suppress its murderous intent. No matter how far Wang Baol retreated, it continued to approach him with a murderous aura. It was as if it would kill him even if it was at the ends of the earth. Just as it was about to reach Wang Baol, a cold glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. Looks like it's evil. As he said that, Wang Baol raised his right hand. Immediately, a gigantic bow appeared in his hand. The moment the bow appeared, the seabed rumbled. Even the solar system trembled and the sun dimmed. Even the masked little Missy and the galactic patriarch, who were reminiscing about the past on the ancient bronze sword, looked in the direction of Earth. This is the galaxy bow. The little Missy's eyes were solemn. As she spoke softly, deep in the ocean on Earth, opposite the stone statue in the divine temple, Wang Baol pulled the bowstring with his right hand. He let out a low growl, and his cultivation erupted completely. The 9 ancient stars behind him shone, and the Tao stars that formed emitted a blinding light. All the power of cultivation gathered, and the bowstring was finally pulled open by Wang Baol. Even though it wasn't a full moon, it was about 70% pulled open. The gemstones that looked like stars that were embedded in the bow were also shining rapidly. One of them lit up. Even though it wasn't fully lit up, it still gave off a faint glow, causing the area around Wang Baol to glow with the fire of the stars. The source of the fire was this bow. Just as Little Missy had said, this bow was indeed the replica galaxy bow that Wang Baol had found in the storage ring that contained the mysterious bottle and the paper figurine. Even though it was a replica, its power was still earth-shattering. Even the current Wang Baol could only reach the full moon once in his strongest state after fusing with his original body. His current clone could only reach 70%. Even so, the suppressive force that emanated from it still caused the rapidly approaching sword chi to suddenly stop in front of Wang Baol, as if hesitating. I'll only destroy the power that emanates from the array formation, preventing it from activating itself. I won't do anything else. Wang Baol stared at the rainbow formed by the sword chi. He didn't release the bowstring, but the ferocity in his eyes had already spread out his will decisively. After 7 to 8 breaths, the rainbow instantly fell backwards and returned to the stone sword. The suppressive force that emanated from it also disappeared. Even though the sword chi had disappeared, Wang Baol didn't let his guard down. He maintained the state of drawing the bow and walked towards the stone statue. As he approached, the stone statue didn't move. Wang Baol stepped into the divine temple. The stone statue didn't change at all. Seeing this, Wang Baol didn't waste any more time. He raised his right foot and stomped hard on the array formation. As he circulated his cultivation, a loud boom reverberated. The array formation of the divine temple shattered immediately. The threads that had been released also broke. After checking it again and again, Wang Baol finally left the area around the temple. He retreated a few thousand feet before putting away the galaxy bow. He didn't want to use the bow easily. Once it was shot out, he would be extremely weak. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he had no other choice. He didn't want to release it. He could resolve this peacefully. Although he hadn't destroyed the temple to prevent future trouble, he had met his requirements. Before he left, Wang Baol turned around and gave the temple a deep look. Then he turned around and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside the last vestige at the bottom of the sea. The vestige was the small mountain with the stone door. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes slowly as he looked at the symbols on the stone door that had the meaning of sea suppression. However, it was different from what he had expected. Perhaps it could be said that the confrontation with the stone sword outside the temple had caused some changes to the sea suppression mountain. Therefore, when Wang Baol appeared before the small mountain, the stone door on the mountain opened on its own. As it opened, a figure walked out from within the mountain gate. Wang Baol's pupils constricted. He saw clearly that the person who had walked out wasn't a real person. He looked like an elder dressed in a green robe, but in reality, he was a wooden puppet. The puppet held 2 items in its hands. One was an ancient jade slip, and the other was an array disc. As Wang Baol was on guard, the puppet placed the 2 items in front of Wang Baol. Then, it turned around and returned to the mountain gate. With a wave of its hand, the small mountain at the mountain gate instantly became transparent, allowing Wang Baol to see everything inside clearly. The small mountain was a cave abode. Other than the stone tables and chairs, it was mostly empty. There was only an altar, but it was empty. From the decorations on the altar, it was clear that there had been some items previously it had been worshipped. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he lowered his head to look at the array disc that the puppet had sent over. The answer was self-evident. The array disc had been worshipped by the altar, and the reason why the puppet had been honest was to tell him that there was no more teleportation array formation in the cave abode. There was something strange about this. After the puppet had made the mountain gate transparent, it cupped its fists at Wang Baol and walked into the mountain gate. The mountain slowly materialized. Wang Baol stared at all of this. He was silent for a long time. He raised his right hand and grabbed. Immediately, the jade slip and the array disk landed in his hand. He first swept the array disk, and instantly hundreds of light spots appeared in his mind. These light spots covered the entire Earth. Every spot was a teleportation array formation. However, most of the light spots were dim now, as if they had lost their use. The array disk seemed to be the core that controlled the array formations. He gave this to me? Wang Baol frowned and looked at the jade slip again. The moment he scanned it with his divine perception, a historical record appeared in his mind. This history was not complicated. It was just that a few years ago, there was spiritual energy on Earth. In this cultivation environment, there would naturally be cultivators. However, as time passed, due to some unspeakable accidents, the spiritual energy on Earth dried up. Therefore, at that time, the cultivators on Earth gathered together. With a force called the Moonstar Sect as the leader, they relied on the resources of that time to carry out a great migration. The place they went to was no longer the left path holy region. Instead, they went to the side path holy region. After countless years of evolution, they had completely taken root in the side path holy region and had grown to become a towering tree. However, the Moonstar Sect of the side path holy region paid attention to the direct bloodline. Therefore, regardless of whether they had left behind a teleportation array before the migration, or whether they had returned to Earth after the migration, they had left behind some backup plans. Their main goal wasn't to plot against the Federation, but to absorb the bloodline and integrate it into the Moonstar Sect. At the very least, from the jade slip, that was what it looked like. Wang Baol didn't know if there were any other secrets. However, after reading the jade slip, his eyes narrowed. Maybe I'm a villain, but I still feel that the matter of the Moonstar Sect leaving behind a teleportation array formation on Earth and absorbing the bloodline is definitely not as simple as it looks. Wang Baol's eyes sparkled. He couldn't explain the reason. All of this was just his guess. As for what would happen in the end, Wang Baol believed that he would find out one day. Regardless, from the looks of it, the Moonstar Sect didn't have any ill intentions towards the Federation. We'll talk about the future in the future. Wang Baol shook his head. He stared deeply at the small mountain at the bottom of the sea that had been shut down by the cave abode. He turned around and left the sea. When he reappeared, he was already outside the sun in the solar system. He sat down cross-legged and looked into the distance. At the same time, he began making final preparations for the God's Eye civilization's teleportation and fusion. Time passed slowly, and the day of the God's Eye civilization's fusion drew nearer and nearer. Under the leadership of Zhao Yaming's mother, the new president of the Federation, all the planets were ready. They had prepared themselves for the arrival of a new era. The citizens also learned of the news during this period of time. Although there was some panic, it was still stable on the whole. Panic was inevitable. After all, the arrival of an extraterrestrial civilization, even if it was a fusion, would still have an impact on the Federation. This unknown would naturally be used by people with ulterior motives to incite them. However, the current Federation was different from before. These people with ulterior motives didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, even though there were some minor disturbances, they were quickly suppressed by the upper echelons of the Federation. A few days later, Wang Baol's clone, who was sitting cross-legged on the solar system star, and his original body, who was meditating in the Divine Eye Civilization star, opened their eyes at the same time. The teleportation had officially begun. A loud boom rang out within the Divine Eye Civilization's area and from the star. It swept across the entire Divine Eye Civilization like a storm, causing the 8 planets in the Divine Eye Civilization to tremble. It also made all the people of the God Eye Civilization on the 8 planets feel uneasy. However, this anxiety did not last long. As all areas of the God Eye Civilization were instantly covered by the light from the star, and as the entire civilization turned into a sea of light, everyone's mind went blank. Only the Sky Palm Elder, who was the only planet among the local cultivators of the God Eye Civilization, could barely see the changes in the starry sky. In his eyes, he saw the so-called Sea of Light, which was a teleportation ripple. with the divine I-civilization star as the core. The sea of light formed from the glow of teleportation spread out. It covered everything and merged with everything within the divine I-civilization. Civilization teleportation. The Sky Palm Elder's heart trembled violently. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had witnessed the vastness of civilization teleportation with his own eyes. He couldn't help but look at the woman who was sitting cross-legged not far away from him. She was sitting cross-legged and meditating. She had no expression on her face. The Heaven Palm Elder had been fearful of Zhao Yaming during this period of time. This fear had something to do with the fact that he was under Wang Bao's control and couldn't fight back for the rest of his life, however. It also had something to do with the series of methods Zhao Yaming had used in the God's Eye civilization. In a short period of time, Zhao Yaming had completely integrated the God's Eye civilization. Not only had she pushed Wang Bao to ascend the throne and become the emperor of the God's Eye civilization, she had also used ruthless methods to suppress all those who disagreed with her. During the bloody massacres, she had terrified the cultivators of the God's Eye civilization. If that was all there was to it, the Sky Palm Elder wouldn't be afraid. Zhao Yaming had even set up a set of laws for the God's Eye civilization. Theoretically, the law couldn't escape the law of the jungle, but overall, for ordinary cultivators, they could still protect their rights and lives. If they handled it well, it wasn't impossible to suppress the strong with the weak. This was like a storm to the God Eye civilization. After all, before this, the God Eye civilization had collapsed and lived by plundering. The imperial family didn't have any means to interfere, causing the entire God Eye civilization to be in chaos. It also made countless people suffer unspeakably. Therefore, when this law was issued, it immediately gained the favor of a large number of low-level cultivators, making them willingly tie this legal rope to their bodies. Those experts had no choice but to agree, and apart from that, Zhao Yaming also announced the reward system so that all efforts would be rewarded and appease the hearts of the people. All of this was just a part of Zhao Yaming's methods. However, just this alone made the sky-holding patriarch realize that if this continued, then it wouldn't take many generations for the God's Eye civilization to be suppressed. Everything could operate on its own. And all of this would be dependent on the Federation system. The Federation would become the law enforcer and the public trust. The sky-holding patriarch wasn't sure if this was a good thing or a bad thing, so he could only sigh and watch as the teleportation light sea covered the entire civilization's starry sky. Then, the teleportation began, and in the blink of an eye, everything around them began to blur. It was as if the divine Eye civilization had been wiped out by an invisible hand in the space where it had originally been. In that instant, it disappeared without a trace. The stars, planets, all living things all disappeared at that moment. The area that was left behind was an empty space that formed a vortex black hole. It drew the space that was even further away from it over and made up for it. Only then did it slowly calm down. However, the ripples that were stirred up in this area didn't dissipate for a long time. In the next instant, within the solar system, as the divine Eye civilization teleported, and as Wang Bao's clone opened his eyes, he raised both his hands abruptly and waved them to the sides. Instantly, the entire solar system rumbled, the starry sky trembled, and the hearts of all living beings surged. The divine Eye civilization had appeared within the solar system. The divine Eye civilization that had just appeared wasn't corporeal. It was in a semi-transparent state. 8 planets were scattered in the starry sky of the solar system, surrounding the sun together with the 8 planets. This scene shocked everyone who saw it. At the same time, when the illusory shadow of the God Eye civilization teleported over, its star was at the position of the Federation's sun. The two sides overlapped in an instant. At the moment of overlap, a monstrous sound came from within the sun, as if it had swallowed a huge tonic pill. The sea of fire within the Federation's sun churned intensely. The light reached its peak in an instant, and its size also rose rapidly at this moment. Booming sounds continued to reverberate. As the size of the sun expanded and the radiance within expanded, the starry sky where the solar system civilization was located seemed to be stretched and expanded outwards. The area was larger and the star field was wider. Finally, after it had expanded by more than twice its original size, The stars that had appeared in the new solar system had finally completed their fusion. Their size had also increased by more than twice its original size, and the ancient bronze sword had originally been able to pierce through the sun. But now, as the two stars fused, it was forcefully pushed out, allowing the sun to finally return to its original state. As for the ancient bronze sword, it was like a battleship being pulled by the stars. It began to revolve around it, just like the stars. At the same time, at the periphery, there were a total of 16 planets that were spread out around the stars. The 8 planets from the God's Eye civilization, which had been illusory before, began to rapidly materialize. The transformation lasted for 3 days. Under the control of Wang Bao's true form and his clone, the cultivators from the God's Eye civilization only felt a little weak amidst their anxiety. As if something was about to happen, it was a strange feeling that had changed ever since. However, for all the life forms born in the Federation civilization, what welcomed them was the explosion of light from the stars. It was a blessing for all life, a gift from the level of life.